I do apologize for that inconvenience. I hope it doesn't happen again. So I'm going to read the comments that was kwa ile show nyingine. So, Uncle, this is Gypsy. I'm loving the KNA TV life. I want to buy and be part of the family. Felix one. And I was explaining that you can buy any color. You just tell me any color. Just text me, tell me I want this color, this size, and then you will get it. There are bottles, kuna hizo bracelet umeona, kuna kofia. You just say anything. Hood, t-shirts, what do you want? Okay? And then Uncle Ruto is doing well about the roads, but why can Kenyan engineers be given the contracts? Now that is another one. And Martin Deto told me the same exact thing. Martin Deto told me that there are a lot of brilliant engineers, contractors, people here na hawapati hizo kazi zinapewanwa huko, and that is really bad. They should be given those jobs, not Chinese people. And I have nothing against the Chinese or Indians or I don't know, Germans or Russians. So that was one thing that Martin Deto told me that has resonated with me, because they were like, Nyewe Zulfa sisi tuko huku tutaka ku build Kenya, but we're not being given the chance to build Kenya, and that is really bad. Okay, so thank you so much for reminding me again, Gypsy. And then there's again, Gypsy says, no, Ruto is smarter than his fellow counterparts. Cool, calm, collected. Why are you looking at me that way, people? So it is good. Now, what am I trying to say? Because the question that we are asking the audience, the question that we are asking ourselves here in the studio is, why is Ruto there?
Why is President Ruto there?
Is he there for more deaths? After kwenye show ya kwanza, we were told that by Gypsy, they said that Ruto said he will never work with the Chinese people because these are the people who helped Uhuru go into so much debt. Because mnakumbuka Uhuru alikuwa amechukua mabilioni ya pesa ambayo life ya Mkenya ilikuwa imeanza kupanda na kuwa juu zaidi. So ndio. So that is a question that we are asking you as our viewer, you know, and we are asking ourselves here.
Before even my viewers maybe could respond, I want to say this. President Ruto being there, I'm very sure he is there for the benefit of this country. And at some point, I want to say that I cannot at some point maybe question myself why or what is happening or anything that maybe may be happening there. What will be the result? But the fact is, I'm very sure even the president being there, yes, there is something that he has seen. Remember, President Ruto is very sharp and he's very smart when it comes to some political issues concerning anything concerning with politics. Remember, not only being a doctorate of something else, he is talented in politics. You might not know, maybe ni anapiga hesabu vile anaweza inbox wale wase vile inbox wa Kenya wakampatia kura. But let me hope that at some point he is there because of the benefit of this country. Unajua, it will be very unfortunate for us, just like as I said, upate like there is somebody somewhere mwenye anaweza come up with some issues zenye zika against that issue, yani against that trip, na upate like imepata a positive feedback to us. It will be so shameful also to him tuseme wakati wa Kenya wametegemea kuona a positive impact ikijitokeza huko, wanategemea hivyo, alafu wapate like tena wameongezewa madeni mengine, and at the same time waongezewe taxes zikuwe mingi eti ziende kulipa hiyo. Unanielewa? Remember now that will be the moment even at some point Kenyans or other individuals will do what? Will not have faith in the government. People are crying right now, and at some point, they don't want to be burdened by any other problems that maybe could arise from such trips. Lakini sasa, you guys, according to the information you have right now, what do you really think amena kufanya huko chenye kineza affect the country in a positive way? But I, as an individual, I'm very sure that guy cannot go there to sell us.
What can you say? Tunataka producer tupeleke huko tuweze kumsikiza, tusikue tunajudge reason yake ya kuwa pale, na kumbe ni reason for the benefit of the Kenyans.
Hakuna kujudge, tunamjudge. We are not judging him.
Katana ametusalimia. Katana, thank you so much for that also. But I think
it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay though. It's okay.
Tunakubaliki, like anything you say, we receive it. But it's okay. We are not judging the president. We are asking. Yani tunaulizana. Yani nini wewe unaweza kuwa unaona ni nini imempeleka China? And you remember there's a time that he said that he is not going to do anything with China. But right now you can see him in China. How do you feel when you see him in China and you know that you know well that he spoke another time and say that he is going to do nothing with China people, but right now he is there? For me, I'll say maybe he's there for another date, or maybe he's there for, as somebody else can say, he's there because of something else. But mimi naomba isikuwe maneno ya madeni walai. Ikuwe tu ni maneno ya kuendelea na vitu zingine, but not about dates by the way. Because we are tired. These dates will kill us. This death will kill us. We have to do something about it. Mr. President, you are adding taxes. You are taxing us. And you said when you tax us that much, you are going to pay all this that we have in the country. But we can see nothing going on about those days. We are still adding another debts, more and more and more. What are you doing about this thing of debts? Are you completing or you are adding? When you are vying for the presidency, I remember that you said you are going there and you will make sure that all Kenya or the country has no any more debts. You are going to clear every debt. And when you finished 1 year, I think it was 1 year, you said that umepunguza madeni. At least sai Kenya we are somewhere good. But right now tunasikia ni kama bado madeni yanaongezeka. That's why we are saying isikuwe ni story ya madeni. Labda ikuwe ni story ya maendeleo wa China. Maybe wewe sasa ndio umeenda kuwadai deni kama wamalize, kama ni barabara ama ni vitu fulani walikuwa wanafanya. But someone has said kama ni hizo barabara, in Kenya we have engineers. Kwani wanasoma wafanye nini? Wakae tu hapa ama waende unajua sasa I think this world is sometimes confusing. Ama watoke hapa waende another country to go and engineer there. We need our engineers to work in their country. We need them to make these roads. Sio kila kitu ikuwe tu ni made in China. My friend, you are in your country but everything is made in China. Your roads made in China.
What is
How do I wish my sisters if we could give our producer time so that if possible, no need not time but a chance though to take us there.
Okay.
Top-ranked university, which is not only one of China's most historic and prestigious universities, but also a global citadel of intellectual vibrancy, academic excellence, and groundbreaking research. From its founding in 1898, as a symbol of reform to its pivotal role in shaping China's intellectual and academic identity, Peking University has consistently stood at the vanguard of rigorous scholarship and public service. I commend your leadership, faculty, and the entire community for cultivating a world-class institution that fosters mutual understanding, talent development, and knowledge sharing between China and the world. Peking University has played a pivotal role in China-Africa educational relations, having educated over 4,000 African students since 1956, including many from Kenya. We are proud of our academic collaboration, including the partnership with Kenyatta University in literature and cultural studies. These exchanges and the scholarships you provide are building lifelong people-to-people bonds and transforming lives in very tangible ways. Indeed, education is a pillar of our diplomatic partnership. As Kenya, and as we deepen our focus on science, technology, and innovation, we welcome further partnerships with Chinese institutions, particularly in STEM fields, that is, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and the creative economy. Kenya's Silicon Savannah is established at Concert Technopolis, and our upcoming National Artificial Intelligence Strategy offers a unique platform for cutting-edge collaboration between Kenya and China. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a time of profound and accelerated global change. From regional conflicts, economic shocks, and climate disruption to cyber insecurity and demographic shifts, the challenges we face today are complex, interconnected, and urgent. But within these challenges are opportunities. Opportunities for renewed partnership, bold thinking, and reimagined global architecture. Africa and China have emerged as pivotal partners in this shifting landscape, bound by history, powered by mutual interest, and grounded in a shared future. 2 days after Kenya gained independence, in December 1963, China opened its embassy in Nairobi, becoming the 4th country to do so. Our ties have only deepened since, culminating in the establishment of a comprehensive strategic cooperative partnership in 2017. China is now sub-Saharan Africa's largest trading partner and Kenya's largest overall. We export tea, coffee, flowers, and more. And I trust many of you may have enjoyed a cup of Kenyan tea or coffee, or a bouquet of fresh flowers or roses from Kenya. Over 3,000 Chinese companies operate in Africa, 500 of them in Kenya, most from the private sector. Our cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative has delivered flagship infrastructure projects including roads, ports, and the standard gauge railway infrastructure that is reshaping national connectivity and regional integration. But even as we celebrate these achievements, we must confront a sobering truth. The post-war multilateral system is broken, dysfunctional, and no longer fit for purpose. And the escalating trade tariff war may be its final death blow. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to give my perspectives on 4 key aspects, namely peace and security, the climate change crisis, the global financial architecture, and matters global trade, and suggest possible ideas on the way forward. On the United Nations and the UN Security Council, no other circumstance other than the post-war situation would have made the current structure of the UN, and more particularly the UN Security Council, and that is the 5 permanent members with individual powers, an acceptable peace and security architecture. The Security Council, once a beacon of peace and diplomacy, now has 1 permanent member invading one country, while another member takes sides in conflict, in direct contradiction to the Council's own resolutions. Yet today, the permanent members live in denial and resist reform, even as the Security Council becomes less and less legitimate and its relevance is being put to question. On the other hand, the global multilateral financial architecture is simply outdated. The Bretton Woods institutions recently celebrated their 80th anniversary. 80 years ago, we all know 2/3 of the world's nations did not exist as states when this architecture came into being. The IMF was established to buttress the gold standard, fixed exchange rate system, a system that collapsed 50 years ago. The World Bank, on the other hand, was established to rebuild Europe, an assignment now very well overtaken by events. This financial architecture that we have today presents 4 intertwined challenges. Number 1, the challenge of liquidity or financial safety net for the multiple and persistent climate and economic shocks that we face today. Secondly, inadequate finance for development and climate action. And number 3, cost of capital, what we are calling the great financial divide. And lastly, the problem of recurring debt crisis in developing countries, which is a consequence of the first 3. The climate crisis is perhaps the most urgent and existential challenge of our time. Africa, despite contributing the least to global emissions, bear the greatest burden through floods, droughts, displacement, and food insecurity. We have scientific consensus that these extreme weather events are human-induced. But even if it were otherwise, decarbonization of the economy is progress in its own right. Conservation of nature and clean air are desirable ends in and of themselves. But 30 COP conferences later, national interests continue to stand in the way of global collective action, notwithstanding the fact that the atmosphere has no national boundaries. We continue, in my opinion, to play dice with nature. When the World Trade Organization was mooted in 1945, world trade consisted primarily of goods. The wealthy industrial countries exported manufactured goods, while the less developed countries exported primary products and raw materials. But today, the world of trade has changed dramatically. Trade in services now accounts for 1/4 of global trade and are growing 3 times faster than the merchandise trade. The business process outsourcing, BPO commonly known as, and IT-enabled services, which were inconceivable in 1945, are currently in the order of US $300 billion and projected to grow at 10% annually over the next decade. trading services, particularly digitally enabled services, defies the traditional goods logic, as it enables professionals in developing countries to compete with their counterparts in industrialized countries with a lot of ease. But this leveling of the playing field goes beyond digital services. For example, affordable air travel enabled medical tourism to emerge as a growth industry. Ladies and gentlemen, having contextualized the situation as it is now, allow me at this point to suggest my views on where I consider the opportunities of the future to be. Let me put some context to this. For the first 45 years of its existence, the post-war multilateral system was shaped by bipolar ideological divide of the Cold War. This divide, the East-West divide, suggests that we are unable to overcome the bipolar of that era, or the bipartisanship or bipolarism of that era. Seemingly, there appears to be Cold War warriors that are unable to see a world that is not ideologically polarized and are determined to reinvent a polarized world by every means possible. In a world where globalization is no longer an option, but an existential imperative, any polarization is undesirable, unnecessary, and untenable. Two structural forces, in my opinion, have driven globalization, namely technology and demography. They are irreversible. Until very recently, perhaps no more than a decade ago, it was taken for granted that the industrialized West would maintain a competitive advantage in high technology industries, while the global South would remain in low-tech, labor-intensive, and primary goods industries. Today, disruptive, cutting-edge innovation can pop up anywhere in the world. The DeepSeek AI disruption and Kenya's revolutionary mobile money transfer technology are glaring signs of our times. Additionally, there is a saying that demography is destiny. Economic development cannot be divorced from demographics. It is people who produce, and it is people who consume or provide a market. At the dawn of African independence in 1960, the combined population of the US and the European Union at 520 million was double that of Africa at 260 million. 6 decades on, it is the opposite or the reverse. Africa's population of 1.5 billion is now double the combined US-EU population of 800 million. The demographic dynamic has an inevitability about it. Aging societies would want to reverse the trend, but there is very little they can do about it. So, inevitably, capital will have to flow to where the workforce is. At 19, Africa's median age is less than half of Europe and comparable to China's median age in the mid-70s. By 2050, Africa will account for a quarter of the world's workforce, the same proportion for China today. Let me tell you this. If the first half of this century belongs to China, the second half of this century belongs to Africa. We must therefore imagine a new peace and security architecture, one rooted in democracy, equity, transparency, and equal representation. It is my view that the security architecture of the world should be representative of the 5 continental blocks, that is the Americas, Europe, Asia Pacific, and Africa and Middle East, with equal representation for each of the regions. Seeing as Europe already has 3 members, France, the UK, and Russia, it seems reasonable to all of us that the membership for each region be set at 3, so that we end up with a total of 12 permanent members. Such a council would better reflect today's geopolitical realities and uphold the principle of sovereign equality among nations. On the other hand, global opinion is divided on whether the current international financial architecture can be reformed. Many people tell me it cannot. My view is that as difficult as it is still easier to reform this financial architecture, even though the latter would be a better option. At the heart of the Bretton Woods institution is a fundamental issue. These are shareholder institutions. At the time they were formed, the shareholders were also the primary stakeholders and beneficiaries. Both the World Bank and IMF have evolved into development finance institutions, but the ownership and power remains with the wealthy countries that they no longer serve. The interests of the shareholders and stakeholders and beneficiaries are at great variance almost all the time. This anomaly became apparently glaring during the IMF SDR issuance, where 64% of allocations ended up in wealthy countries that did not need liquidity support. The poorest countries, which needed it most, received only 2.4%. That is the extent of disconnect between the shareholders' interests and the stakeholders and beneficiaries' interests. There are many reforms required of these institutions, but I believe that the most consequential is governance changes that will transform them into independent, apolitical, global institutions, insulated from the national interest of their shareholders. And you know what? This requires no more than adopting modern corporate governance best practice. The shareholders should elect directors, and the directors should appoint and supervise competent professional management. Just as simple as that. I believe reform, not abandonment of multilateral system, is the path into the future. Let me go back to climate change. The inaugural Africa Climate Summit held in Nairobi in September 2023 resolved, and I quote, to urge world leaders to rally behind the proposal for a global carbon taxation regime, including a carbon tax on fossil fuel trade, maritime transport, and aviation, end of quote. This principle is accepted at the national level and is implemented through carbon taxes, subsidies to green energy, and national emissions trading systems. Yet, we continue to resist taking this to its logical conclusion, that is, having a global carbon taxation regime. However, I take note that recently, in fact earlier last month, the International Maritime Organization adopted a global emissions tax, meaning that this reality is beginning to dawn, that is the way to the future. Kenya, on the other hand, generates 90% of its electricity from renewables and has enshrined climate adaptation in law. Nairobi is now home to the second headquarters of the Global Center on Adaptation, the first global institution co-located in both the Global North and Global South. I wish to commend China for its leadership in renewable energy technologies, particularly in solar power and electric vehicles. Without China, many of these technologies would remain unaffordable for much of the developing world. Today, solar panels, e-bikes, and electric buses are commonplace in African towns. This is what meaningful South-to-South cooperation should look like. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world's trade system evolves, we must update our assumptions. While the language of international trade is framed on issues of trade between countries, much of trade now occurs within international supply chains of global cooperations. Actual trade flows are captured in export and import data, provide a very limited, maybe even distorted view of international trade. Let me share one perspective. Apple Corporation reported US dollars 391 billion sales in 2024, of which America's contribution of US dollars 167 billion, while the rest of the world contributed 224 billion of that 391 billion. In effect, more than 2/3 of its market is outside the United States. Nike, another example, reported sales of 49 billion US dollars, 21 billion in North America, and 28 billion from the rest of the world. By and large, America's global corporations generate between half and 2/3 of their business abroad. The question we have to ask is, how is this value distributed? When Levi's or Calvin Klein jeans are stitched in Kenya or Cambodia, then sold in China or India, with the profits accruing to the Global North Corporation, which share of the value is global trade and which is not? It's a question I hope some of the students in this university will explore. It stands to reason that when the entire value chain is factored into the trade equation, North America enjoys an even more significant commercial surplus from the global trade than is reflected in the trade figures we are currently working with. Indeed, this is the conclusion reached in a study by the European think tank Center for Economic Policy Research, published in 2024, which was titled globalization, and profitability of US firms. Let me quote them, and I quote, "Lower trade barriers allowed North American firms to enter new markets and utilize their intangible assets to boost profitability. Foreign profitability of US firms increased by much more than domestic profitability." End of quote. It is an assignment to all of us as we discuss matters trade to know that the statistics that are available do not give a full picture of what values and what trade we are working with. There is a big difference between numbers of trading goods that is not complemented with numbers trade in services and other intangibles. Kenya's response to these realities is rooted in economic diversification and regional integration. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we aim to unlock value chains and markets across our 1.4 billion strong continent. Nairobi, our capital, serves as a UN headquarters in the Global South and as a hub for environment, finance, media, and innovation. We are also a diplomatic hub. Kenya has remained a non-aligned nation committed to peaceful resolution of conflict and sovereignty and mutual respect. We support the One China policy, a two-state solution in the Middle East, and dialogue, not escalation, in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. As we say in Africa, when two bulls fight, the grass suffers. Let us choose understanding over confrontation. Kenya's greatest asset is its people, young, skilled, and entrepreneurial. Over 80% of our population is under 35, and we are building institutions and ecosystems that will harness this demographic advantage through education reform, digital innovation, and youth entrepreneurship. Initiatives like our Silicon Savannah at Concert Technopolis and our Big Five University Research Cluster are also attracting global partnership. Peking University can play a pivotal role in this future. We encourage deeper cooperation through scholarships, artificial intelligence research, innovation labs, and student exchanges. We envision a digital future that is Kenya in location, Africa in identity, and global in impact. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya and China are not merely trade partners. We are co-architects of a new world order, one that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable. Let us measure our success not in GDP growth or trade volumes, but in how many lives we uplift, how many futures we secure, and how much dignity we restore. This visit, as the first African state visit to China this year, mirrors my 2024 visit to the United States, the first African state visit there in 15 years. Perhaps, symbolically, Kenya can serve as a bridge between East and West, North and South, in an era of deepening geopolitical tensions. Let this be our shared legacy that China and Africa, through trust, vision, and partnership, help to build the foundation for a 21st century multilateralism that serves all humanity. I thank you.
感谢总统阁下的精彩演讲，您的远见卓识给我们留下了深刻的印象。您关于非洲可持续发展。
Thank you so much. I really think that was the president and his very powerful speech. By the way, let me tell you the truth. This guy is talented when it comes to deliver speeches.
But actually, I've just loved the way he was speaking. We were speaking. Anaongea mpaka unasikia yes. That's the person we need. Huh? That's now the president. But I think you can see our president anatuwakilisha pale sawa sawa. Anaongea mpaka ana make like Kenya is that country, and we are like
Do you think maybe the fact that he is there now and he is trying to do all those activities that he is needed to do, according to the speech na vile wewe mwenyewe umeisikiza, what can you really say about that? Do you have any hope over anything that is happening there?
You know, in President Ruto, you can't have hope. You can't put all hopes on this man. You can't. Because ukieka at hopes, these things that he's... Nilikwambia before fellow. Ukisema ufuate mambo president anasema yote ama anaongea yote. Tazama tu na yeye. He'll just all fall. But he makes a very, very good speech when it comes to make a speech. Yani kile kitu anapenda, he doesn't like to fail the country when he is outside. Umeona hizo sifa amepea Kenya zote hapo. Akikuja hapa atakwambia nini? Si nilikuwa China. Si unaona nilipitisha ile vitu? Sasa nyinyi mnasema nini hapa? Sasa ingekuwa wewe ungeenda. Ule Matiang'i anasema anataka kuchukua anaweza kwenda kusema. You will hear it. Now when he goes there, he knows how to represent the country, and he knows how to speak good about his country. He doesn't care what happens when Kenyans talk, what goes on when Kenyans are here. What matters to him is what Kenya is going to partner with the country.
Yes.
That's what he was speaking about.
Yes.
Yani ameyeka is like this thing is going, and let's pray that it's going to be like that, because it venye amesema the Kenya and China, they have a very big partnership when it comes to partnering the schools, the whatever, vitu mingi they partner in a good way. They don't our sumbuani. But yes, we are giving Ruto his flowers. Yani amenibamba tu venye Ruto akisimama mali mimi unibamba.
Mimi nitaongea. But Gypsy, let me tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I like the way this guy amejaribu kunini.
Yeah.
Amejaribu kupeana speech yake.
Yeah.
I think he went for a short break before he could continue. How do I wish we could maybe finish listening to his speech, then we come back fully. So producer, please, I think he went for a short break, which is very short though. Please play for us the rest of the speech.
And we should step up what I said in my statement. The current international financial architecture do not have the requisite resources to finance development and climate action. And that is why it is our belief that there is need for reform of the international financial architecture to be in tandem and to synchronize the international financial architecture with the realities of today, that we have serious shocks that come as a result of climate change, droughts, floods that result in serious devastation in many parts of the world, and there is no adequate resources to be able to mitigate the effects of serious climate effects on countries, especially those in the global south. And therefore, it is our push, and we're very happy that we are making progress to the realization that there is need to have a financial architecture that is sensitive and responsive to the realities of the moment. It is our considered view that beyond the reform of the financial architecture is new sources of funding, new sources of raising resources to finance development and to finance climate action. And that is why we are saying there is need for us to look at carbon taxation. And finally, is to engage in adaptation, making sure that we mitigate the effects of climate change. It is the reason why we're working with China and other partners in climate action, and the contribution of China in the fields that I have said, in generation that is generation of energy, that is clean energy using solar panels, the reduction of use of carbon footprint using e-vehicles is a significant contribution towards managing the effects of climate change, and therefore the partnership between Africa and Kenya, for that matter, and China is significant in both mitigating the effects of climate change, raising the necessary resources, and making sure that we engage in adaptation all the way to managing the environment.
Thank you very much.
谢谢总统阁下。由于时间关系呢，我们提最后一个问题，我们把这个机会留给我们的留学生代表，请中间靠左的那位同学。
Thank you. I'm Lichuma Clinton from Kenya. I'm a beneficiary of China-Kenya bilateral ties. I have a scholarship through the UDA party and the CPP party. I got a scholarship from MOFCOM, and I'm doing masters in public policy ending in July. My question is, what are African leaders doing in terms of reverting, because we are more dependent on resource-dependent economies rather than knowledge-based economies? And how are African leaders going to negotiate for, with international partners for better, equitable, and mutual benefits for both parties? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're right, and I spoke in my statement, if you followed my statement, the knowledge economy, the economy, the future of trade is not necessarily going to be trade in goods or products. The future is going to be trade in services. That is where growth is significant. And trade in services means that we invest in people, we invest in education, we invest in training. It is the reason why Kenya spends 30% of our national budget in education and training. We spend $5 billion every year in education because the future is in people and trading services. It is also the reason why, working with friends from all continents, we are expanding our footprint on fiber optic to be able to do more on digital jobs, digital commerce, because that's where the future lies. And so even as we look into the future, we are making ourselves competitive by investing in the areas that have growth going into the future. That's number one. Number two, we are also reforming our institutions. For example, the Africa Union is being reformed so that we can better negotiate, we can improve our tools of negotiation with other parts of the world, so that even if it is trading goods or even trading services, we can negotiate better if we build the muscle to act together. It is also the reason why there is the South-to-South cooperation that brings into the equation the relationship between Africa and China and Asia and others, so that we can better negotiate ourselves into business, into opportunities, into the future, and also insulate ourselves from unilateral action from others who may want to take advantage of the muscle that they have. So this whole building of coalitions that would help improve our position of trade, of investment, are the two sides of what we are doing. We are investing in our people so that we create advantages for the future, especially in the areas of trade, in services and other spaces, and especially as we look into the future. Africa is going to have a quarter of the world's workforce by 2050. That gives us advantage. And we need to make sure that we sharpen that workforce, we make it fit for purpose, so that we can take full advantage of that workforce the way China has taken in half of this century. We intend to prepare ourselves to take over the advantage in the next half of this century. Thank you very much.
再次感谢总统阁下对同学们提出问题所做出的富有洞见的解答。您的分享不仅拓宽了我们的国际视野，而且加深了我们对肯尼亚发展现状和前景的理解。我们相信今天的交流将成为北京大学与肯尼亚进一步深化合作的重要契机。我们期待未来有更多的机会与肯尼亚各界加强交流，为深化中国同肯尼亚关系、构建新时代全天候中非命运共同体做出贡献。接下来，我们有请何光彩书记代表北京大学向总统阁下赠送纪念品——北京大学大学堂牌匾。我们也请何书记、龚校长与总统阁下合影。尊敬的各位来宾、老师们、同学们，
All right. I think, guys, you've heard what the president has said and how president has been talking about the country.
Yes.
We want to just appreciate the president wherever you are. We know now you are in China. Thank you very much for representing us as good as you can. Yani as smart as you are. Hiyo yako huwa tunakupea. In speeches, that is 100%. You can do it better and better and better, more than other person. But when it comes to, we are waiting you to come in Kenya. Wale wakusalimia wakusalimie, wale wakusifu wakusifu, wale wakusema hapo umefanya vizuri. But I just love the way you represent us, the way you represent us there.
Was he understanding the Chinese language?
I don't know. Sijui kama understand. Interpret.
There's this airport that you're given that it live transcribes even your phones, even your phone if you have like a Samsung or iPhone, there's this stop laughing at me. This thing where I can transcribe and everything. I just say live transcribing, and then it is transcribe to me.
Yeah,
what
you
you're
can talk
speaking.
and then give.
Yeah, it is telling me directly what are you saying. Yeah, in your
So
language.
can you read the comments for us?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you? Okay, sir.
Mm-hmm.
This gypsy says that I don't understand. I thought he greeted you anyway. All are welcome on the channel, and everyone's opinions matters. This Liban Mohammed says any progress is good for all human beings. And then Dominic Mugo says Nico on. Tilda, this is Gypsy. Tilda, a Kenyan diaspora professor, Washington Yoto Ocheng, designed the first congestion charge roads in 2003 in London, UK, and that was spread out to Europe. He has the telematics company in Kenya, and that is really, really good. That is we are so proud. And then this Gypsy says, hi Liban, hi Mugo. I'm sorry, Akiwatu. My voice is disappearing. Dominic Mugo says, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, I always like that. Love your speeches, but I've never seen you referring to desk that you're speaking. Then Dominic is clapping. Gypsy says, I'm proud of the nation's father, Uncle Ruto. I'm proud, smart, clear in his speech. We are all proud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then Gypsy says, with the public are the shareholders in our government, it is not the outsiders' role, it is not the outsiders' hall of business. And then Gypsy claps again. Son of Sun says, hi. Okay. Dominic Mugo says, all these figure and numbers trigger into your mind. They clap. And then Gypsy says, hi son. Zeki and Dex Papi says, very sharp human. When two bulls fights, grass suffers. This is Gypsy. Gypsy says, hi Papi. Dominic Mugo says, I love because you speaking about Kenya and enlarge the needs of Africa at whole. They clap, they clap. Gypsy says, our president, you have made me a proud Kenyan. And that is really good, because when we see such kind of speeches, and that is our president, it is really, really good. Yes. Then Hamisi Saleh says, he forgets that China is a developed country. Si watu wa kudanganywa. I don't feel like kukopa zingine zitasaidia Kenya at all. Zitamsaidia kufanya kampeni pekee. And then Gypsy says, trade allows people to obtain goods and services they want and need while generating income and stimulating economy. And then Hamisi says, I love the way wa China wanapenda kabila yao. Prezo, na si prezo, but anaelewa tu Kichina. Na sisi huku kama huwezi ongea kizungu, huwezi pewa job kwa ofisi. And then Gypsy says, Ruto thanks for the pride. True. Hamisi says, thank you for using our money kama transport. And then Gypsy says, Felix, there was a transcribed earphone. I use it to translate Kiswahili. Yes, you hear? It is transcribed. And then Hamisi says, nilimchagua kwa kumpenda, but alituangusha.
All those comments are good, and I really appreciate you guys, but this is at some point what I want to request you to understand at some point. President Ruto is very creative and very, very, very determined when it comes to convincing, and also when it comes to what? To make you truly believe that whatever is going on is good. That is why he is more respected, by the way, outside than even in the country. Criticizing him is never is not something bad, and at some point I cannot if possible make you guys to not maybe criticize him, but in a point just like this one, na mahali kama hapa vile tumemsikia, truly this guy is somebody who is intelligent enough even to convince the foreign countries to partner with our country. How do I wish then he could convince those individuals to also tour our nation so that they can at least come up with a program that we can partner together. Isikuange like sisi mostly ndio tunaenda China, isikue like sisi ndio tunaenda China sana. Uhuru alienda, nani Kibaki alienda?
Kibaki alienda China.
Were you so young by that time?
Not so young.
Ask me questions later. I can't even really argue right now. I'm just giving it to you people. Obviously, Kibaki went to China. I don't think that he went there to kopa. Asidhani kama kuna madeni ambayo tunasema ati haya madeni yalikuwa ya Kibaki from China. But obviously kuna mahali alikuwa anakopa. Si ndio?
Lakini hapo tuna deni ya China. Is still those
Ama China is the one that has been giving us money tangu and tangu.
Mostly we talk about China. Is China ndio tuko na madeni yao sana. China. But I think we should improve. We should improve that. We should not be the one just traveling to the other countries. Hata wao inafaa wakuje huku kwetu at least.
President Ruto anafaa kae president wa Afrika. Achukue ile kiti ya nini? Achukue kiti ya kiti ya AU kwa sababu
yeye angeenda kuvania hiyo ya AU, no?
Yeah, President Ruto anafaa hiyo kwa sababu gani? Unajua mbona nimesema nifanye sema hivyo? Akona a lot of ideas zenye ziko very strong.
Yeah, and
so that wapatiange changamoto za kufanya kazi kulingana vile amesema, lakini si yeye aongea tena aende kufanya. You know, let me tell you. Wakati anaongea na hizo vitu hazifanyiki, inamaanisha kuna kitu fulani hapo katikati. So nisiudhi mtu though, unajua like but the fact is this guy has got a lot of ideas. Angekuwa like amewekwa mahali fulani at the end ana advise watu. Kwanza ana advise what? Ana advise even a big organization in the world, for example the IGAD and other things. Yani ideologies zake zitumike mahali. He is well fit. Let me tell you the truth. He has got a sweet tongue.
A very, very sweet
speech. In fact, are you okay?
She's not really okay as you see.
Okay, as you can see me.
But
I'm trying to say that he has got sweet ideas as compared to any leader we have ever had in the country. Nani alimewahi kuwa na any leader mwenye mnaweza sema like tumewahi kuwa nayo in this country, despite that person to be a president, mwenye aliwahi kuwa na a convincing mouth kama President Ruto? I don't think.
Ruto is the most.
In fact, most of the individuals could be use written speeches.
I'm gonna ask a question, and then I relax again. So we all accept and we all recognize Ruto as the wise, intelligent man that he is. In fact, we've said time and time again that he's a very, very strong leader. Yes. So then, why don't we accept him here? Why are we not giving him that chance to lead? I mean, we always saying he's a strong leader, he's a wise leader, he's a good leader, but when it comes to like right now, everybody is proud of him out there. We are saying, look at our president, look at our person, and yes, we say that only as Kenyans are allowed to touch our person. Yes, but if we recognize him as a strong leader, yes, if we do recognize him as the wise person, we say yes, then why aren't we giving him that chance to really show us that? Why are we fighting him in every corner? I mean, why? Because seriously and sincerely, I've never seen such an intelligent person, such a wise person being fought that way.
Can we say that President Ruto is one of those people who have really united this country?
United?
Yes.
I'm a unite to him say.
Will I be wrong
Yes, obviously.
Will I be wrong?
You know,
if I
that's
say,
why I'm asking this
will
question.
I be wrong if I say that President Ruto is one of those people when you unite this country?
Yes.
So I can be wrong.
This is why, let me ask so that I can
But
give
let me
time.
tell you
no,
this.
I cannot
President
argue with
Ruto
you.
has really united Kenya. Unless
Wakenya wanapigana sana.
statement.
Wakenya wanapigana sana.
You know why nimesema like you need to listen this. President Ruto is one of the best presidents when you unite Kenya. Unajua kwa nini Tilda? Si hata wakale wanalia.
I know what you mean when you say that, yeah.
Si hata wakale wanalia. Si wanalia. Alafu everybody analia Kenya, meaning sahi tuko in the same box.
And
tunaweza sema itaja unite Kenyans.
Sasa na tununite akitutesa.
Akiwatesa wanja gani? President Ruto has united Kenyans completely. Kwa nini? Even the Kalenjins and other people from his area are crying. Read the comments. Read the comments. Yes. Okay. Come on.
Okay.
Meaning what sahi kila tuko in the same box. Tunalia sisi wote. Hakubagua. Wait. Hakubagua. Umesikia kuna community yenye hili?
The family. It's not
I'm just saying I'm just saying in general communities when it comes to communities, is there any community which is enjoying?
Everybody's crying.
Yeah. Does it mean haja to unite sasa kwa sababu we are of the same box right now crying together?
Okay, so let me read the comments. Yes. There's Sam K says proud of Ruto, very mature. And then Gypsy says hi Sele. I'm going to leave you to read these things if you continue on doing that now. And then there's Gypsy. Again, they say hi Sam K. Rita has joined us, and Rita is saying,
welcome, Rita.
Well, I see Felix smiling so much. Ruto is a political genius. Yes, we criticize him, but the guy is so intelligent, so convincing. Ikifika kwa kufanya kazi is where he draws the line.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I could. Hamisi says, Rita, huyu msee hata kwao hapendwi, to be sincere. Nilikuwa naishi Tabo last year, watu wanalia. Then Gypsy says, Ruto is smarter than his advisors and his surroundings. Then Gypsy says, Zulfa, thanks for the great question. You're welcome. Then Hamisi Saleh says, angesimama basi kama yuko sharp kwa advice, angegoja mwingine asimame hicho kiti akuwa advisor wa rais, period. Felix say, Gypsy says, Felix is right. Sorry, my beautiful souls in the studio. Yo, what? Sorry. Thank you. Rita says again, everything points to one term. When you see Kinasheregei throwing words like extending terms, it means the fear has kicked in. Even Faruqi Bet, who was once silent, is restless like a cow. I'm sorry. Zeke and Dex Papi says Ruto is just a thief with sweet words. Like I say again, I continue to ask that question. So I continue to say, what if, and this is just a what if, msini kujelo sina ina if we is just given that chance to really do it. Now apewe ile team ilikuwa ya Unye, because we were told team ya Unye ilikuwa very strong than Unye, like they couldn't take hizo shit za apewe your team afanye, because as we all know, no matter how much you want to really say no, this is a very intelligent person, very intelligent, very strong. And I see you people proud of him now. Na akikuja hapa Kenya utasikia achana na Kaongo, now we are calling him Ruto. Now we are calling him President Ruto. But when he comes here,
you know, now he's in
when he comes here is when now we are calling him Kaongo, Kasongo, sijui Ankonani, unaona. But right now we are like proud. What if instead of this criticism we just give him the time to really work? Hizi miaka mbili zimebaki. Na venye pale naona dadangu Rita amesema ya kwamba, let me read again. Kenya, this is Zeke and Dex Papi. Kenya, we need these, not promises. And then Rita says, Hamisi, wacha tu walie, sikini ni 400k na vieta bado iko. They still vote for him. Okay, continue people.
You know, sahi lazima tumpe sifa yake. Ako wapi? Hayuko Kenya, ako huko nje. Sasa akiwa huko nje lazima tumpe flowers, lazima hata tumchemshie maji tumuoshe, because he's not here, but we are waiting him to come back. And sasa hapo ndo utasikia kipashwa. Haisi pashwa akiwa outside the unaosha ukiwa unapasha ukiwa kwako. Unaambiwa sasa hapa we prezo Kaongo Kasongo, we are telling you now this, you know, huko ulifanya vizuri lakini tunataka kazi yetu hapa iendelee. Tunataka kazi ifanyike. Don't just come and lie. Don't just come and tell us good was the way you are saying in China. But we are appreciating and giving you these flowers and clapping for you a lot, because yani you make us shine sometimes, but when you come back to Kenya you make us cry. I don't know why. You make us complain. I think next time enda tu wanie AU. Hiyo tutakupeleka mbio na tukupe kiti, because we are so much intelligent of giving out speeches, because you are the president of Kenya. But what I've heard, you've been speaking just about the whole Africa. Hey man, you're so genius. And hiyo tu ndio unanibambanga nayo, lakini ikifika for the other things naonanga ni kama you're failing us. But hapo unatuinuanga. Ukikuja in Kenya you take us like like someone says, when the two bulls fight, the grass are the one who are being hurted. It's true. But let us tell you that, Mr. President, you just tour the countries, finish touring the countries, come back, you meet us here. We never go to any place. We are here, you will just meet us here, waiting for you. That those people will salimia you every time. You know, Kenya tu lazima. They'll ask you, even somebody has already asked you, asante sana wa kutumia transport yako ama ni yetu. I don't know. But thanks a lot. The points you're talking, the speeches you're giving out, they make people get, yani watu wana think maturely, watu wana most of the people inspire through you. Yani wanaona kabisa this president is talking about something that can make you reason. This president can give you advices and follow. Lakini si akupea advice ufikirie anafanya. Na kama hapo ana act kama mimi. Mimi naweza kupea advice lakini usiniambie mimi nifanye hivyo. Don't tell me. I can give you, tell you do this. Lakini if you come to tell me, I can even get annoyed with you very bad. But that's now the president. Atakuja kuambia kila kitu vizuri, blah 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 blah. But when you come and tell him that, President, you know, you said this, you have to do this and this. But when you sit down and look, what you've done is, you've done nothing. Or what you've done is not even making sense here. Atakwambia sasa wewe si unaona, si nimetenga, si nimezindua, si nimefanya. Ama nyinyi mnaonaje wananchi? When he will come back, he's just coming with that. Si nimeenda China, si nimeongea na wao, si wamekubali, si tutafanya, si tunaendelea mbele na inchi si inasonga. So you see, niko karibu kutoa wimbo ya TikTok with that. Soon you wait for it. So Kenyans, mtu akifanya vizuri lazima umsifu. Mtu akifanya vibaya msalimie. Kama uko na nguvu za kusalimia, na mimi sinanga nguvu za kusalimia mtu. Ninajuanga nikisalimia nitasalimiwa vizuri kuliko venye nimemsalimia.
And if I may ask, they formed a broad-based government, yes? And in this broad-based government, I could hear some of the individuals claiming that the distribution of the resources, mostly money or funds. At some point, they agreed that they are going to work on to work with almost a certain amount of money, for example, and at the same time, maybe the government could give the amount of money that was not agreed in the coalition. If I can take you back, remember Sifuna could talk, maybe mention such issue, such a certain issue relating to what I'm trying to say. I thought that now since it is a broad-based government, for example, vile akuivi China sahi anaweza kuwa hata na Raila ama kiongozi yote kutoka kwa ODM. Kwa sahi, is there anybody from ODM waliandamana naye?
We've not seen somebody from ODM. We've just seen him with the wife, the first lady. Sijaona mtu wa ODM hapo, by the way. Maybe alikuwa behind the camera, you can't know, but mtu nimeona ni alikuwa with the first lady, I think.
You know, let me tell you the truth. Ninapenda sana mtu fulani hapa. She is very, very, very you know, at some point, Luos really need to be very serious at once, though. Unajua, like, okay, kusema Luo, it doesn't mean that I'm a tribalist, but okay, Nyanza kubwa basi.
Wallahi, that is true. Whatever Rita has said, it is true. It is true.
Kamisi Saleh ananiambia shida ndio inaunganisha wa Kenya, though. Exactly. That is what I was talking about.
No, but whatever you said, it is true. Is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Come
sorry.
on. Sorry. It's okay.
Okay. Now, let's start with that one for Rita. So,
yes,
we must start with the Rita one.
Yes.
Lazima tusome Rita. Rita anasema Raila's daughter is in the EALA. His nephew, president advisor, and all laws are winning. A win for Raila's family is a win for laws. I wish I was a mortician. No law would go home uncircumcised. And it is true. That is just nasty. Okay? Then Hamisi Shida,
does it mean that they
are not
somebody of my
circumcised?
age?
Imagine.
But then I can assure they're not.
I know. I know. But
continue.
Most. Because if you make me speak about that, I'll speak about that one.
Mimi nakwambia because I know.
Oh, you have experience. Nice.
Not experience. Sawa. Unajua wanaweza enda kwao, kuna wale wafanyi kwao, wanakuja in other tribes kufanyiwa.
Na usemi nyumbani. Sasa unaona basi babu yao
atakuja kuangalia umefanya.
That's just nasty. Yeah. That is nasty. That should be a law. And Gypsy say nani anasema Hamisi anasema shida ndio inaunganisha watu sio Ruto bro. And what I can tell you Hamisi about what Felix said is ni hii regime imefanya watu wakuwe desperate. Ni hii regime, unajua kitambo ulikuwa unapata ya kwamba kama ni unye unasikia watu fulani wa huko na watu fulani wa huko wako fiti. But right now everybody is feeling the same pinch. When you go to everyone, no one will be like sit kofiti isipokuwa one Luya person who was trying to say kunyu mko na masoko sijui mko na nini, and then another Luya person was like that is a lie, I'm here and there's nothing like that, you know. So basically with everything that Ruto is doing, so that's why tunalia na shida Hamisi. I think that is what my brother here was trying to say. And then Gypsy says some people some people give organs for free to save lives, not necessarily selling. It is true, but mostly of the Kalenjin people are selling them for money because I think desperation. And then we shouldn't talk about people's private beats.
Gypsy, that was a general point according to their way of life. I don't think whether maybe that beautiful one has messed anywhere though. But if that is now maybe the point, then it's okay. Yes. Anyway, you know, at some point, there's somebody who could say that our country, Kenya, is now invaded by Chinese. And there was a point, I remember in the year 2013, was it 2013 or 14? When a Chinese employer could cane a worker because the worker was late to come to work, and it was an hotel. Was it an hotel? Will you remind me, my sisters? Was it an hotel or something like it was a business center though?
Someone was killed in a business center.
By a Chinese employer here in Nairobi.
Oh, that video that was trending some years ago. Yeah, then that is really wrong.
So
I even saw another where they were fighting. He tried to bully a Kenyan person.
No, that was an employee.
Yeah, he's an employee bado. Kwa hizo soja uko na zizi makat whatever. And the Kenyan was like, no, you're not gonna bully me here. You know, hata kama ni boss wangu, but you will not bully me. So it is not good.
So alinyoroshwa, aliweka chiboko,
yes, chiboko. I was trying to say that there was a time people could feel like now Kenya is becoming a zone, a Chinese zone where maybe they could flex. Yes? That was the moment Kenyans could at some point lose some faith and trust to this country. Now some of our leaders. And I remember that was the moment the president Uhuru, our president right now, William Ruto, once said that he won't work with those people. When those people were men in this country. Do you remember a time came when MATIANG'I could deport a lot of Chinese people to their country? Najua hata kama watu wanapenda MATIANG'I, mimi pia ninaweza wasaidia kupenda MATIANG'I at some point. Yes? He could realize, by the way, he could realize that wakati alikuwa interior. Hizo vitu kama hizo sijui mbona watu hawazungumzi. Many people were in the country legally. Many people were in the country illegally. Wakati watu wanalilia job employment, wengine wanalilia sijui hadi wengine kidogo waanze kulia eti watu wako wamepungua kwa sababu wa China wamechukua. Si ni ukweli? Ni ukweli. MATIANG'I alianza kuimagine hao watu wenye wako wengi hivi kwanza, are they here with permission? Did they took legal process to be in this country? He came to realize that those people were here illegally, most of them. So he decided to deport them. Vitu kama hizi zinaletwa kwa sababu rais yako huko, sivyo? Kwa saa hii the backbone of the statement of his speech ilikuwa story ya kudevelop na some of the achievements our country may achieve at some point through that country. Unaelewa? Na he could give some references to other western countries zenye at some point hatuwezi fanya nini, hatuwezi kumbuka, but alijaribu kufanya watu kuelewa all the achievements that we as Kenya to manage some achievements through China and other things, the electronic, I don't know what and other things. So ikakuwa hivyo. Sasa na mimi ninataka kumchallenge akirudi, sawa, akirudi yeye sasa kama rais mwenye tunapenda hivi, mwenye hatuwezi taka mtu mwingine amuongee vibaya, sawa, ni atakuwa ametuletea yapi mazuri? Unanielewa? Despite ku strengthen the relationship between Kenya and the Chinese people, ni nini tena anaweza tuletea atuambie like this is what I have brought for you guys? Unajua like story mingi na maybe story mingi na tuwa mingi haziwezi zikatusaidia sisi kama wa Kenya. Chenye kinaweza kikatusaidia right now ni any step yenye mtu amemanage kuweka, yenye mtu amemanage in short yenye amemanage. Unanielewa? So baada ya live producer aliniambia bado President Ruto ako live huko. I don't know guys if maybe we can give the viewers time to have all the information. Will you mind? President Ruto bado ako live. Producer, is President Ruto live right now? Still talking? Please do.
Achieved in that space. Today, if you ask, because of the reform we have carried out in the agricultural sector, milk that was retailing at 35, 38 shillings, we now have standardized milk prices at 50 shillings to the farmer. Coffee that was selling at 50 shillings a kilo, if you check from your members of your families, this year we had the best prices of coffee because we supported farmers with fertilizer, and we have removed cartels, people who were farmers, brokers, millers, and buyers at the same time. And they significantly undermined the whole coffee sector. Today, coffee that was retailing at 50 shillings, 60 shillings a kilo, on average, is 110 to 140 shillings a kilo. And if any one of you is a coffee farmer, you will bear me witness. This year, last year again, we made huge progress with our tea. The year before, our total earnings from tea was 170 billion shillings. Last year, it moved all the way to 215 billion, the highest in Kenya's history. Again, because of favorable weather and because of the investments we made in promoting production of our tea sector. We have just concluded, for those of you who come from the sugar belt, the notorious sugar problem that has been with us for 30, 40 years. We've just concluded the reform of that sector. And for those of you who follow Kenyan news, the cartel in that sector was so vicious that I had to tell them, mambo ni matatu. And ever since I told them mambo ni matatu, now we have concluded the reform of that sector. And my intention is that, like the other sectors, the sugar sector that has suffered for many years, we are now the factories will now be able to pay farmers on time, pay workers on time, and for the first time, pay bonus to sugarcane farmers. The first factory did that last year. That is Mumias. And this year, we have concluded the reform process of Chemelil, Miwani, Mohoroni, Soni, and so on. And by the end of this year, you will see a very big difference. Just because of the interventions we made. Last year, contrary to what we have done all the years, we imported very little sugar. And in the next 2 to 3 years, Kenya will be a sugar exporting country. Because of the interventions we made, 200,000 acres of new land was put under sugar production, because farmers can now see that there is seriousness in the sugar sector. So, this is the interventions we are making as a government. We are pulling our country in the right direction, and I am very confident that Kenya is going to be a better place for all of us. We must consistently, persistently work together towards making Kenya this great country that we all want it to be. It is not going to happen overnight. It is not going to be easy, but it is worth all our effort to make it work. I have every intention to make it work. And I am committed to transforming this, our country. And I want to tell you, failure is not an option. It is not an option. We are going to make our country great because we have all the ingredients to make it happen. We have a hardworking population. We have the resources that we need, and we have the commitment to match what we require to push our country forward. I invite you, as Kenyans in diaspora, to work with us, to leverage on all the possibilities that exist for us to forge a collaboration, a coalition of making our country succeed. The media will not stop us. The social media will not stop us. The naysayers will not stop us. Kenya must succeed. Do you understand? We have no option. We have to succeed. So I just want to tell you that that is the way to the future. So asanteni sana. I don't want to make this a lecture. You know, I'm also a scholar, so sometimes I get tempted to speak. So let me leave it there, maybe pick up some ideas from you guys on what your thoughts are and where you think we can do better for the progress of our country. Thank you very much. God bless you. And it is my pleasure to speak to you. Asanteni sana. I'm informed that there is another meeting. Eh? I have 30 minutes here. Okay. I have 30 minutes because the There is another virtual meeting with the Secretary General of the UN on matters of peace and security in our region. And you know we have security men supporting our brothers and sisters in Haiti and all the other issues that are regional in nature. So I will take a few questions from this great audience.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the esteemed First Lady, Mama Rachel Ruto, we want to thank you so much for this great honor to engage with the diaspora in China. As you can see, we represent various groups, and because of time, I'll allow the different regions coming from all over China. As you know, we have 22 provinces here, and we have a very large business community who have come from different places. We also have a very big student fraternity that wish to engage with you, and the professionals, the teachers, and expatriates. So without further ado, let us begin our Q&A, and let us make our comments very brief. Let's start with the regional representative.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Your Excellency, Mama, distinguished dignitaries, we welcome you to China. In Chinese language, we tell you, Huang in Zhongguo, and you say, Shishini. Good student. So, Your Excellency, my name is David Shimuti. We've got a few pressing issues on how we want to better our lives in China. And one of the aspects that we are going to discuss is the aspect of our duration of stay in China. Having realized that we've got a window whereby our reciprocity doctrine has not been established in having the same kind of visa, I've got a recommendation, not a question, that this is the right time for us to establish at least 2 years as a first timer who is coming to China from Kenya. Wakenya wetu wakuja hapa na miaka 2. Mchinese akienda nyumbani aende miaka 2, achukue pesa yetu yao huku wapeleke huko. Si tuchukue watu wetu tuwalete hapa watafute kazi.
Itakuwa rahisi kwetu sisi. Jambo la pili, students or business people, because the student come with a student visa.
Okay. Yes. The second question.
So business visa for 2 years.
For 2 years. Yeah. We can have a single exit of after 6 months, mtu anatoka anarudi, which is okay. The second aspect that we're going to have a look at are the revenue, the tax value. Majority of our business people are losing due to the shift in the East African bloc. The focus now is running to Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda. To an extent, even Kenyans are going to Uganda to buy goods and come sell back to China. Meaning that the trading in Kenya is suffocating. We are suffocating. Therefore, we request that you look at the value. Just review kidogo. From 18% at some point, songesha hata 12%. From 25 hapo, cheza na hiyo maneno, wewe unajua hii maneno. Tutafanya biashara kwa tukiwa watu wengi sana. Na jambo la muhimu sana ninapomalizia nikipatiana hii microphone, because I know it's only 30 minutes that you have. You are a good father. And as you can see, all these faces are smiling. Na tuliambiwa kwamba mkono mtupu haulambwi. Wewe kama baba yetu tunashukuru sana umekuja. Umetengeneza mikataba na wa Chinese. Na mimi nasaidia wanafunzi kuja kusoma hapa China. I want to be also part of the people that are going to sign an agreement with you. I'm very happy that Honorable Kinyanjui is remaining behind. Tafadhali, unione. So, I want to give the president a gift because wa Chinese wamempatia gift. hata mimi naweza pia mpatia moja, akifanya kazi nzuri kule atakuwa anakumbuka. Sinaruhusiwa? Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, David. Let me just so that maybe somebody else ask the same question. I think the business visa for 2 years is a discussion we're going to have. I think it's a good proposal, if it is, especially if it is reciprocal. If you scratch my back, I scratch yours. We will consider that as part of the conversation we are going to have around the economic partnership framework that we are signing tomorrow. But on matters to do with what you're saying, you know, let me just explain to you why sometimes people find it easy to go to Uganda or Tanzania for purposes of getting goods and services to this country. It is exactly the problem I want to solve by signing the bilateral labor agreement. You know, the difference between us and our neighbors is that Kenya is in the middle income category. Our neighbors, Tanzania, Uganda, and all the other neighbors are in the least developed countries. They are in LCDs, LDCs, and we are in the other countries. So we are categorized higher than them, and therefore, while they export duty-free, Kenya exports with duty. And that is why you heard me say that is the agreement we want to negotiate. We want to negotiate a preferential trade agreement that will now put Kenya at par with our neighbors. You will not be experiencing the problems you are experiencing today. That is the agreement we want to sign, that today Kenya is different from the other countries because of the categorization of our economy as opposed to our neighbors. And that is the reason why we are having this conversation. That is the reason why we are signing the economic framework tomorrow that will now give us the opportunity to negotiate a preferential trade agreement that will eliminate the current duties and levies that are levied on Kenyan products being exported to this country. I don't know whether I'm communicating. Okay? Thank you very much. Yes?
Yeah. Your Excellency, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Mr. President. Dignitaries, Madam First Lady, the PM. Welcome to China. Hoingon Chingwa. I had a lot, but now we've condensed the time. I represent the professionals in China. My name is Brandy Karani. Now, the gentleman here has asked a very important questions about business visas. This is the thorniest issue we have. I've been here for 15 years, and I can tell you it's the most important question. To designate Kenyan workers coming to China, the biggest job here in China is teaching English. Kenyans here, they are very good teachers of English, and I'm a lecturer. I teach world history in an international high school. Kenyans can be able to teach English in this country, not only one, not two, but in drones, 100,000. Just last year, we had 672 billion Kenyan shilling remittances from Kenyans in diaspora. Early this month, the DTWG team led by Dan Mokile, which I'm a member, met with the Prime Cabinet Secretary. They had a diaspora going on. Congratulations. PS Rosalind Jogu was there. She's done an incredible good job. She's assisted us a lot, and we are happy. First of all, let's congratulate the President. Mr. President is the first person to give us a diaspora department. We've waited for a very long time. from the Kibaki administration to Uhuru administration, and when you came into power, Mr. President, asante sana, you gave us the Diaspora Department. Now to the question. We would like Kenya to be designated as an English-speaking country. And why this is very important, because once you designate Kenya, even South Africans, they don't speak good English like we speak. Once you designate Kenya as an English-speaking country, in your bilateral talks with Xi Jinping, we can be able to get work permits to work in China. That's how it goes. Designation, and then number 2, work permits. Once we get work permits, this one's going to have a lot of teachers in Kenya coming to work here. And you don't need to be a teacher to come and work in China. You can come and work in China. Then the business people, once the work permits are out, the business people can be able to have visa reciprocity. Because workers can be able to get working visas, even the business people can be able to get those 2 years visas. The students, I don't know if the student is here. Is there a student leader? The students who are in China cannot work in China. The same part will make the students also be given the permission at least to work and not depend on their parents back home. So, Mr. President, this is the most important thing. As far as Kenyans in China are concerned, this is the most important. My question, with the same designation of Diaspora Department and the Prime Cabinet Secretary here, can you assist us, please, get that designation of English, then move forward and get those work permits so that we can bring Kenyans here. The 672 billion shillings we're talking about will trickle to 1 trillion Kenyan shillings. That is the way forward. I think that's what you want, and that's all. Thank you so much.
Is that Mr. Karani? Did you say Karani? Mr. Karani, thank you very much. Let me just say the following. Just ask you, Mr. Karani. Did you say you want more Kenyans to come and work in China?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you sure about that? No, just answer my question. You asked me the question, let me answer, let me ask you. So, did you say you want more Kenyans to come and work in China? Very good. So, I hope you help me answer the many people in Kenya who tell me that I am exporting Kenyans. You know, I have a big problem with I have a big problem with people who are telling me that I should be creating jobs for people in Kenya, which I'm trying. But if there is opportunity elsewhere, I mean, is there anything wrong with Kenyans accessing opportunities elsewhere? I hope some people are listening to this so that the people in Kenya who are fighting me and telling me I'm exporting people, they should understand that we are in a world that is a global village. And we should explore opportunities everywhere. And I am very proud of the Kenyans who have taken up the opportunities that are available, that are available globally. And it is the reason why I set up the Diaspora State Department. So already it is in my radar, and CS for PCS and TS for Diaspora and Foreign Affairs, together with Roslyn Jogu, my PS for Diaspora, are seized with that matter. We have signed several bilateral labor agreements that provide the framework you're looking for. It is our intention to pursue the same bilateral labor agreement that will also provide for Kenya being designated as an English-speaking country. In any case, Kenyans speak the best English than in any other country in Africa. And that is the correct position. So you're spot on, and you have given me an assignment, and I intend to report back shortly. So, Bwana Musalia, kazi kwako, and your team. P.S. Korir here, Ambassador, and Isaiah Kabira here. You know what you need to do so that we can get more teachers teaching globally, because we have developed a global workforce. We have developed one of the finest human resource that can work anywhere in the world. And we should deploy it to the advantage of Kenya. And that is the reason why labor mobility is one of the programs that I actively pursue, because I know it gives opportunities to many Kenyans. Today, we have close to 300,000 trained teachers in Kenya. The choice is, should they find opportunities elsewhere in the world, or should they wait for opportunities in Kenya? I think whenever the opportunity arises, whether it is in Kenya or in a foreign country, they should take up that responsibility. Thank you very much. So I have some assignment from you. I know we are running short of time, but let me give another 2 people.
Your Excellency.
Yes, proceed, Madam.
Your Excellency, I recognize you. I also recognize Mama Rachel, and I stand on existing protocol. I do not represent any constituency, Your Excellency, because I am the only United Nations employee in Kenya, in China, from Kenya. We have 27 United Nations agencies in Beijing. I'm the only Kenyan. I apologize for coming late. I send the greetings of Sid Chatterjee, the resident coordinator here, who I was representing at another meeting with the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Mr. Tom Fletcher, who also said is your friend. So I excused myself from that meeting. Absolutely. So 3 quick points, Your Excellency. We ask you a lot of questions, but let me give you feedback. This is my 2nd time in China. I was here for 4 years, left, came back. I've been here for 2 years. I have had the privilege of interacting with 4 Kenyan ambassadors to China. And so I give an objective assessment. Ambassador Bett and his team are a first-in-class It is an objective assessment. It is no criticism or judgment of previous leadership. He elevated excellence to a class or a level in Beijing that we have not seen. And really all credit to Ambassador Bett and the Kenya mission team. They make us proud. We carry our heads high with pride. I did indicate that I'm the only Kenyan in the United Nations system here. I am in discussion with your PS, Sing'oei. I am an international civil servant. There are things I cannot disclose in a public gathering of this nature. But I did want to draw to your attention that the last time we had a Kenyan at the level of Undersecretary General was Muhisa Kitui. I think we need to amend that. But let me come back to what the multilateral system does in China. While you are negotiating on the bilateral front, I would like you, Your Excellency, to know that there is a multilateral engagement between UN agencies in China and countries outside of China. So as a UN agency representative, and my colleagues do the same thing, we have a dual mandate. We engage on domestic issues in China, but it is my duty to ensure that the developing South benefits from China's vast South-South cooperation initiatives. And so, Your Excellency, we receive grant money. The UN system receives grant money from the Chinese government, from the Chinese public sector, to provide to countries primarily in Africa, because China prides itself with the friendship it has with African countries. I do want to ask Your Excellency, on those engagements, your ambassador does very, very well. What we need is reciprocal attention and fast action in Kenya when those initiatives come up. Because I have to inform you that sometimes we see an opportunity here, and remember, it is not only Kenya. Ghana is waiting. Ethiopia is around the corner. Rwanda is also keen. So we need to find a way to connect better around those initiatives that are available here for development in Africa. I want to thank His Excellency the Ambassador, because right now we have negotiated a partnership on the FOCAC, Africa Solar Belt, which is around renewable energy for essential services for children. This is coming to Kenya, but we can do much more. And I'm saying the pace is not as quick or as efficient as it could be. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam Ama. Madam Ama, thank you very much.
Yes,
it is very rare to get compliments from Kenyans. So, you are amazing. And thank you very much for saying what it is. If somebody does something good, it is better if it is said. So thank you very much. And let me also agree with you that we need to improve on the turnaround time for matters between embassies and headquarters. I think P.S. Korir and your team, you need to pull up your socks so that whenever there are issues that require headquarters to provide direction or to engage in a certain manner, we can improve on the efficiency around that turnaround time. And with the expanded mandate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to include all the diaspora issues, and with an extra PS, I think there should be demonstrable progress in the efficiency around foreign affairs. And I agree with you that we need a country strategy. In fact, one of the issues I have discussed with Rosalind Jogu is how we can deliberately place Kenyans in some of the UN positions that arise. We have some of the best human capital anywhere in the world. There is no reason, absolutely, why we do not have undersecretaries in the United Nations. And therefore, I agree with you, and I'm sure the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi is going to provide leadership on that front. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Somebody, okay, Madam?
Your Excellency, President of our beautiful Republic of Kenya, Mr. Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Mama Rachel Ruto, all protocol observed. Huanying Dao Zhongguo. Welcome to China. The reason I'm saying this is because I have been here for close to 20 years now. And being here has meant that I have worked tirelessly to promote our beautiful country, especially in matters to do with tourism and education. I head the Institute of Kenya, Africa, China Languages and Cultural Exchange Center at Tianjin Normal University, which actually is is working with Kenya Bureau of Standards to do research on coming with the most or the best quality of avocados to be exported to the to the Chinese market. That's one of the things that we do there. However, my note would be for tourism, because being here, China is a huge country with a huge population, and if we can get at least 1% of Chinese people into our country, we can raise our tourism revenue so high. However, we need platforms to do this, and this is to the in the case of live streaming. We can use social media so much in portraying our beautiful country. We can have influencers. You know, influencers do a good job. We can have influencers to go around in our tourist sites and to at least showcase our country and reach out to the Chinese audience. And so my question would be, would there be a department to help us to do this? On my part, I have a communications business which can actually be used for the live streaming work, and if we can work together with the Ministry of ICT, the Ministry of Tourism, I think we can really expand so much in reaching out to the Chinese audience. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for giving us this platform, and we hope that you can use us to make our country great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I didn't get your name.
Sorry, my name is Dr. Ruth Njeri, and I work at Tianjin Normal University.
Thank you. Ruth. You're spot on. We need a partnership with every Kenyan, because ultimately, each and every one of us as patriots have a responsibility to play in making Kenya what we all want it to be. So from wherever you are, whatever you're doing, it is important that you see how best you can positively profile our country. Just to inform you that on matters tourism, you're spot on. In fact, tomorrow we will be signing an agreement between Chinese media and our communications authority on specifically matters to do with tourism. And in fact, for the last 2 years, you may have noticed that with one of the Chinese channels, we've been live streaming the wildebeest migration out of Kenya. And in fact, this year, I intend to be part of the occasion. And I think last year they live streamed for, I think, 3 days continuously. And we got huge response. In fact, our tourism numbers from China went up to 91,000 last year because of some of those interventions. The whole tourism sector, the numbers grew by close to 450,000 last year, going up from about 2 million visitors to 2.45 million visitors. It is our intention to move it this year to 3 million. And some of the interventions you're talking about, Dr. Njeri, are the interventions that will make us achieve the number 3 million progressively to 5 million visitors in 2027, hopefully. So we will find the mechanisms. I'm sure Balozi here knows that we will be signing the agreements tomorrow with the Communication Authority of Kenya, with the Chinese media. And from there, you can connect people like Njeri into the ecosystem so that we can all play our role in supporting the tourism and pushing the tourism numbers for our country. I think because of time, maybe Daktari here, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mine is just a proposal to you and colleagues in government, especially for us in the multilateral space. Apart from the diaspora State Department profiling us in the diaspora, it can share most of us who are in the multilateral organization, especially our professions. For example, those who are at AIB or World Bank or AFDB in climate with the PS for climate. Because we find ourselves leading on some vertical funds, but because of who we are, we cannot be able to reach the PS. And it's easier to, once the PS knows how to access working level colleagues in multilateral institutions, they can tap on some innovative financing that can prepare some of the projects and push some of the agenda. Or those who are in health can know who is working on pandemic fund in various institutions, and that can help. Having worked at Africa Development Bank for 8 years, most of the colleagues in multilateral spaces find it hard to share these propositions, but diaspora team can just profile and share an example of how Rwanda does it or Senegal does it. But we thank you for the forward-looking foreign policy statement that you shared today. It's for the next generation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Again, that is an assignment for my team, beginning with the ambassador here, and connecting to all the other colleagues at the ministries, whether it is health, whether it is environment, and all the other colleagues. So I think we have some assignment there. I'm told there is no student who has...
yes, Your Excellency. I wanted a student at least to talk. I represent the student fraternity. No gender balance.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Mama Rachel, and all protocol observed. Good evening. This is Hemston Mabonga, student leader under the umbrella called KESCA. KESCA is a Kenyan Student Studying in China Association. So we have 17 city-level associations under the umbrella, and I want to confirm, my major issue was, I want to confirm because the business has confirmed that they have a cordial relationship with the ambassador. The professionals have also confirmed, and I wanted not to be left out as student representative. We are working well with Mr. Willie Bate, the ambassador, Madam Lynette, and the education attaché, Mr. Albert. You can just wave. Actually, we are feeling their presence because I'm from Wuhan City. I traveled all the way to Beijing to meet the president for the first time. Yeah, sure. Okay, that's a lifetime handshake. Thank you. Thank you.
Make sure you don't forget the issue.
Yeah. I won't forget, actually. It's a compliment. I'm not complaining. We are used to complaining, but it's a compliment. I want to appreciate, I attended your morning session, and I admire to have the same knowledge you have in future. That is, I learned something very, very important in the session. I don't want to share with you because of time, but I will share with my friends when you leave. Otherwise, I may forgot the issue, but it's okay. Otherwise, keep lobbying for the scholarship slots. More scholarship slots across levels, undergraduate, masters, and PhD students. That one, you'll have helped students. who are here and who are intending to come to advance in education. Thank you. I'm a mathematics teacher, and there was a session, a proposal of Kukuza Mulima ya mathematics. Please don't. I'll be jobless. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think there was a suggestion that mathematics be made optional. And I think that is what the mathematics teacher here has an issue with. So I'll get the Ministry of Education people to explain what they mean. But your perspective has been taken into account. Again, the issues of scholarships to provide opportunities for Kenyans to study abroad, whether it is in this country or elsewhere, both sponsored by Government of Kenya or other philanthropies, or in consultation with the government of this country to offer scholarships for Kenyans. That is an area of cooperation that we have built on. As you heard me say this morning, we have, over the years, got sponsorship for close to 4,000 Kenyans who have studied in this country in different aspects, some paid for by their parents, majority through scholarships and other interventions. We will continue to explore opportunities for scholarships as we expand the horizon of knowledge, skills, competencies that are necessary for us to drive our own development and provide an internationally recognized workforce, not just to work for Kenya, but to work globally for any part of Kenya. I have so much confidence in Kenya's human resource that I am not ashamed that if they went to work in any country, they will let us down. They have always been outstanding. Believe you me, I have been to many cities, and the compliments I get for Kenyans working, whether it is in West Africa, I was in Ghana, I was in Congo, Brazzaville, and I found the manager of the hotel I was staying in was Kenyan. And there were huge compliments as to his style and professional leadership of those institutions. And that is why I have no reservations whatsoever in getting as many opportunities as possible for Kenyans to work anywhere in the world, because I am confident about their professionalism and their competence. So again, the way to sharpen our human capital is to make sure that we get them the correct training, the correct knowledge, and that is why we are investing 30% of our national budget in matters education. It is the highest in our region. When I came into office, I added another 127 billion to education, because our human resource is the most critical asset that we have as a nation. And that is why my good brother here, Karani, can confidently say last year our diaspora contributed close to 600 billion shillings to the development of our country. That human capital is what defines Kenya. And that is why whenever there are opportunities anywhere in the world, including what Amma just said, in the UN system, we must fill up with Kenyans. They will do a good job, they will make us proud, and they will send some money to Kenya. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me just allow me, Your Excellency, to give just, I know time is not on our side, just to give a vote of thanks to everybody, starting from yourself. At this point, we want to close with a word of prayer from
nayo. You benefit these people so that waone kazi yako, na hata hiyo 2027 ikifika wakufikirie. Mimi Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga na Mheshimiwa President William Samoei Ruto wamenipa nafasi ya kuwa chairman wa trade industries and cooperatives. Na hii mipango munaona hapa vijana, is good you've come. Tumeanza. Every time tunapika firimbi, nataka system zenu zikuwe alert. Hizo program we benefit. Vile mmeona hapa, vijana wamejitokeza kwa wingi.
We couldn't manage, but I'm very proud that this time round we took time, we created a legal framework. We took almost 2 years of planning, crafting the right framework, the right legislation, the right regulations. And today I can proudly say that as opposed to NHIF, which had 7 million people registered, we now have 21 million Kenyans registered under SHA. And I am confident that we will get finally, with the registration that is going on now, we will finally get to universality on matters health. And the program gives everybody a chance. For those who can pay, you pay in accordance with your income. And for those who cannot pay, the government of Kenya will step in to pay for indigents and the people who do not, who cannot be able to pay. I am very happy with the progress that has been achieved. And you now from the diaspora can pay health insurance for your family members if you want to. You can, from the comfort of your office, you can register yourself. Members of your family can be registered. You can register your dependents. You can pay for them online, and you don't have to go to.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for listening until the end of the speech. That was really, really good of you, and we do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I've been your host, Zulfa. Asante sana. Yes? Why? Okay. Give me the tablet and read the comments then.
Are you seeing?
Well, okay, so you people have really, really spoken, yes? I hear that let me start from where I can really say. See, Gypsy says, I remember okay, there's Rita. So if teachers don't address the issues, or MPs give out TSC letters instead of TSC, then the sector will become like police recruitment progress. No 300k, no TSC letter. Anyway, none of them is talking, and that is really bad, because the last time I heard about this was that actually some MPs wakina Betty Maina walikuwa wamepewa some TSC letters, like 200 of them had been given away. I heard that Mutuse was giving out such thing, and that is just nasty. I don't want to talk much. Okay. Then Gypsy says yes, Felix. Hamisi says utaosha nguruwe itarudi kwa matope, hata apitiwe unye. Amshauri tubisinzia kiburi na kujipiga kifua haiwezi mruhusu kusikia ushauri wa yoyote. Then Gypsy says, I remember then the manager was transferred to another venue. Felix, Chinese Chinatowns and zones are everywhere. Hamisi, ukikuja mlima utaelewa. Hamisi hawezi kosa kwenda, ni kama kuuliza kama akitoa speech State House kuna kuwaga na mtu hama anakuwaga solo. Au kwa na mtu though, amu kwa solo. That is a question. Haish. What are the 3 words? Gypsy claps their hands. Hizi stories za Jaba. This is Hamisi. Hizi stories za Jaba anapewa wa China. Anaanza kusanya doza campaign bro. Hakuna kitu atafanya. Hamisi says sikia uongo, yani mmeweka tu nimesikia tu imeanza na uongo ya maziwa. Sasa anaitwa watu cartels. Akiongelea vile basically it's a lot of things that people are saying here. So and I do really appreciate. I'm gonna read for the ones that we don't know. Someone like Mohammed Kalume says yes, please don't give money Kasuku. Then DJ May 254 says msimpe loan. Julius Gitau says Matiang'I is the way. Kasonga bure kabisa. And yeah, Ruto, this is Gypsy. Ruto has a very dry sense of humor. That handshake should not make you forget what you wanted to say. So what I can say is thank you people. Now we're gonna finish and we're gonna meet here saa 10. Yes? So thanks Queen Zulfa, always great, even not well. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is you. Say your name. Okay? Say your name.
I'm Tilda. Let's meet Sakum. I have no much to say.
Yes, there's no much to say. And we're gonna meet here and try to finish the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Zulfa. Nawapendeni sana. I haven't been able to laugh or shout, and those are the most important things in my life, to laugh and shout. And but sometimes you gotta accept what the weather has told you and the universe. Yes. So thank you Mr. Producer for producing this show. Tupatane hapa saa 10. Bye bye.
Okay. My official names are Delilah Akoth Omondi, but everyone knows me as Adele Omondi. So I booked a bus heading to Mombasa on 14th. I booked online, then picked my receipt. Ilikuwa basi ya 9:45 p.m. I picked my receipt when I came to Mash, when we boarded. Then I sat on my seat number 37. Then after I sat on my seat, the gentleman that eventually sat on seat number 38 was moving around from one seat to another. He was sitting on one seat, alafu wenye hizo seat wakikuja, anatoka nenda seat ingine. So eventually he sat on seat number 40, which was on the driver's side back bench. And then when wenye hizo viti walipokuja, he stood and then came to where I was. I had placed my bag on the seat number 38. So akaniambia nitoe bag. Then I asked him, you are all over the place. Where are you supposed to be sitting? And then he said, ndio kiti yangu. So I removed my bag and then I sat. And then he sat and then I put on headphones and started watching Netflix. We continued with the journey. A few times he kept trying to talk to me and I kept ignoring him. When we got to Mtito Andei, he got off the bus. I remained in the bus because normally when I travel, unless I need to use the toilet, I do not leave the bus. So he left, and then as the bus was almost leaving, I could see him outside na vikombe viwili akipoesha chai. So akapoesha chai, and then he entered as the bus started moving. So alipofika karibu na pale nimeketi, mikono yake ilikuwa ina shake. So as it was shaking, he was pouring the tea on me, on my hands. Then he asked me, nimshikie ndio aweze kuketi. I held the cups, he sat down, and then when I wanted to hand them back, kaniambia ngojea kidogo, sijui nichukue, sijui bag, sijui nifanye nini, sijui niweke tablet. Then he took a bit longer. So nikachukua tu hizo vikombe nikamwekea hapo karibu na yeye. And then after that, I turned to look at the window, and that was it. The next time I woke up on Wednesday at Coast General. I woke up, found 3 of my friends in hospital with me, and that's when they explained to me that I had been drugged. They told me that I had been taken first to Central Police Station by the conductor for MASH and a tuk-tuk driver. They got an OB, and that OB is what they used to bring me to Coast General. And then now they started calling a couple of people, and eventually they called several of my family members, and then my family members led them to a friend of mine, a friend of a family who stays in Mombasa, called Wesley. So now Wesley is the one who was told to come to Coast General, and something had happened to me. That's what he was told. So when he got there, they did a handover and just left. But before they did the handover, the conductor asked Wesley for 1,000 shillings, and the tuk-tuk driver also asked for 1,000 shillings. But Wesley akawambia haezi wapatia pesa until he makes sure nimeshughulikiwa kwanza. He will send them money a bit later. So, when I wasn't discharged. When we wanted to get discharged, wakasema, there's not really a discharge that's going to happen because I hadn't been admitted per se. Hakukuwa na admission imefanywa, so there was no need for a discharge. So my neighbor, who's also a very good friend of mine, insisted that we cannot leave the hospital until we have a document that shows that I was in Coast General and that something had happened to me, because I'll insist that that is what is needed to file, to follow up with the case at the police station. One of the nurses pulled my friend on the side, akaanza kumwambia, ambia tu rafiki yako achane na hii story, because this is something that happens sana na hizi buses za huku MASH, Tahmid and Dreamline. The nurse mentioned those 3 buses, na akasema, but nothing ever happens, juu hata mtu akifuatilia huwa anapelekwa hivi, and then it just goes off. So the point that I noticed, the point that I now started feeling that I feel like something more might have happened to me other than the dragging, is when I got home, and upon checking, because when I woke up nilijipata na nguo zenye sio zangu, and then my clothes had been folded and kept in a uhuru bag. So now when I was checking my clothes, I realized my underwear was not there. So now I started trying to find out, like, okay, where is my underwear? Who has my underwear? And so now I started trying to follow up with my friends, like, Mulini, did you find me with an underwear? Was I with an underwear? Because I know I wore an underwear and a panty liner. So for me, having an underwear and a panty liner and then not having it, and then having the rest of my clothes there, and then that is the iyo na socks ndio zina miss na viatu, did not make a lot of sense to me. So now I started asking them, Nikiwa Coast General, what did they do? Did they do a swab? Did they do a rape kit test? Did they do anything that would suggest that proper care for rape, for exposure has been done? Then I found out, first of all, hakuna sikupelekwa GVRC center, sikufanyiwa a rape kit test, and now I wasn't given anything in regards to like PEP or something that would have helped me. So now I started again trying to find out, like, okay, what happened? How can I get help? How can I get a file? How can I get assistance? And at some point, I tried to follow up with Coast General, mara nyingi, it didn't work out. So now I decided to go back to MASH, because the only person I came in contact with the entire time was this man. So I tried calling Mash to ask for the details of this man. Nikaanza kuzungushwa. Nikaanza kuzungushwa. First nikaambiwa ngojea kidogo tunakupigia, and then after some time they stopped picking up my call. On 17th, I met up with Wesley. He gave me my pouch that had my ID and the medical forms. They are in my bag. The medical forms and the receipt and the things that he had been given by Mashpoa. So he gave them to me, and then I immediately went to Central with the OB. So when I got to Central, I talked to a lady, a nice officer. Akaniambia, oh, ni wewe ndo ulikuwa umeletwa nini nini, and then she was like, yeah, she kind of made it seem like, oh, nakukumbuka because kesi yako ililetwa hapa. So she told me, nataka utoke hapa uende kwa DCIO saizi kule Urban and talk to the DCIO, tell him what happened and you're going to get help. Akaniambia, enda tu sahi, do not even waste time. So nikatoka nikaenda. When I got to the DCIO, I explained everything that happened. The DCIO told me someone was going to follow up with me. Alafu akaniambia there's a lady that was going to call me in regards to when I can come in to do another statement. And then I decided again to try and call Mash just to find out, like, when I was removed from the bus, was I naked? Did I have clothes? Yeah, just trying to find out, because again, my underwear is missing. Something that I know I had on plus a panty line. I just want to find out exactly what happened. So I really tried, and even my friend Wesley had really tried kufuatilia with Mash, and they were so elusive. Even the lady officer told me that walikuwa memwambia that seat number 38, who was my seatmate, had not registered, so they didn't have any of his details on file. So she told me that, itabidi tungoje mpaka Tuesday. Waiting until Tuesday after a situation of where you think you have been raped does not make sense. It is long holiday naelewa, it's Easter, family time, but waiting until Tuesday did not make sense to me. So I just wanted answers. Woke up yesterday, went to my social media and just started asking and trying to get my friends who have more social standing on social media just to find out ni nini ilifanyika, what happened, nipeeni two answers, tell me who sat in seat number 38, because that is the only person who I had any form of contact with until the time nilidragiwa, that huyo ndio the only person. So that will be the first suspect. That will be the one suspect that I would try and follow up with. I renewed my lines, went to Safaricom to get a statement. Nikapata money had been withdrawn. First 1,000 had been withdrawn from an M-Pesa that coincidentally iko karibu na Mash, iko karibu na ofisi za Mash. And then again nikapata money had been sent. The rest of the money that I had been sent to someone by the name Ramadan Mangale. But Safaricom told me they cannot give me the full statement. But when I gave them the OB number, they told me using that OB number they can now release the full statement, and they'll give it later on to the policemen who will come and follow up. I'm stressed out. I just want to know what happened. Like nini lifanyika? Why is Mash telling people that they don't have records of this person? Why is Mash again telling someone that, because conductor at some point aliambia told someone that this person was my boyfriend. That was not my boyfriend. Why is Mash giving one story? Why are you telling the cops you don't have these details? Again, why are you saying this person is my boyfriend? Mbona mnapeana details zenye ni incomplete? And then they sort of showed my friend Wesley the manifest, and the manifest only had number 1 to 37. City yangu ilikuwa 37. It didn't have 38, 39, and 40. So again, nikapata tu hiyo pia, it's again another fishy story. So when I put up my story on Facebook, I got inboxes from several people telling me, oh, this also happened to me. Mash did this. The buses that have been mentioned, to be honest, Mash, Tahmid, Dreamline, na Baska. Zimekuwa mentioned in my inbox over and over again. Oh, this happened to me. Oh, mi niliamka 3 days later. Oh, mi niliamka sijui 2 days later. Oh, mi niliamka 4 days. My colleague, my sister. Because it's not just women. I have gotten 4 men have personally come to my inbox to tell me it happened to them. 2 of these men walitumia Mash. Moja alitumia Tahmid. Moja alitumia Baska. So, my appeal, my sincere appeal, man, I'm going crazy. Mi nataka tu kujua what happened. Where is my underwear? Where did my underwear go? At what point was my underwear removed? Who removed my underwear? And then again, kuna kwanga na CCTV. This bus office has a CCTV. This bus office is supposed to have, because every time I book, I have been using Mash 5 good years, and I use Mash at least every month, mara kama 3, 4. I am using Mash traveling from Nairobi to Mombasa. So every time they ask me for details, jina, namba ya simu, ID number, na email address. So it does not make sense that all of a sudden on the 14th of April, they decided to book in. Unajua mtu angekuwa ameingia katikati ya njia, I would say, okay, yeah, makes sense. Aliingia the same time as the rest of us before the bus left. So it does not make sense to say you do not have these details. Because now I'm starting to think, is it a syndicate? Is it something you're doing? Because again, why is Coast General, why is a nurse telling my friends to tell me and advise me not to follow up? Does that mean it is a syndicate? Does that mean ni kitu wanafanyanga? Does that mean it's a whole thing that is done between MASH and in conjunction with Coast General, in conjunction, because now I'm just wondering, because again, even if the police want to help, they are not getting the exact cooperation that they should be getting from MASH. So pia hao, I cannot blame the policemen because they're helpless in this situation. We are all helpless. The only people who can help us ni MASH. As for Coast General, refusing to open a file on me, refusing to give me rape kit test, refusing to give me PEP, I don't even know where to start and where to finish. The only thing I can say is, okay, we are living in a very shitty country. If things like this can be happening, mnisaidie tu. Hiyo tu. Sorry. Number 2, I just need answers. Hiyo tu. I am traumatized. Wewe ndio umefanya nitoke kwa nyumba. I have been unable to leave my house since I came back. You've made me leave my house. I do not want to be outside because now I'm like, yani, it's just... And I heavily rely on bus transport to travel for work. So now I'm asking myself, do I need to buy myself a chopper ndio nikwe nikizunguka? Or again, now I need to start asking myself, okay, now check the list of the bus companies. Gani ni safe? Because so many of us trust these bus companies. Because me, I'm thinking, if I'm giving you all the details, I believe in my safety. I believe I am giving you this detail so that I can be safe. So that if something happens to me and I come to, and people come to MASH and ask, what happened to Adele? They'll be, oh yeah, this happened. But if I'm not getting that cooperation, if I'm not getting that, sasa unashanga, who is going to give you the justice? Who is going to assist you? Are they collaborators? Are they conspiring with these people? Do they know that person? Those are the things that are going through my mind. I'm like, or is it them that actually, is it them that actually hire people to come and do things like this? Because my inbox is full of, hey, usinyamaze hata mimi walinifanyia. And people are even dating from as early as 2023, 2024, 2025. Someone even told me on my post, this is the 3rd case this week hii wiki tu. So I don't know. Me
pale hospitali did they do tests to know that kweli you were drugged and nini ulikuwa umedragiwa nayo, ama what did they tell you? What did they find out?
Even the way that slip was written, you cannot even tell what drug was there. The only thing I can say they did ni kunieka drip. Hii ndio mark yangu ya drip. The only thing you can say is they put a drip on me. No other drug in the system. Drip.
Just for you to wake up?
Just for me to wake up. I was even being told at some point nilipewa maziwa nikatapika damu. Kama nilitapika damu, what is it that made me tapika damu? What kind of test did they do to establish that alitapika hii damu because of 1, 2, 3? Because one of the most common drugs I know that is used, everyone knows dragon's breath. It can either be mtu anaweza kukuongelesha, mtu anaweza eka kwa kitu, it can be in the food, you know. I just want answers. Mimi answers too, and justice. So that something like this does not happen. It has happened to people before, it has happened to me. Something like this does not happen to anyone else, ever. So that bus companies can be very vigilant. Because we are trusting you with our money to get us wherever we are going safely.
How much in terms of cash and valuables did you lose?
I lost 2 phones. And then I lost a total of 56,000 because there was cash in my purse. And there was cash in my purse and there was money on my M-Pesa. But coincidentally, when my purse was given out to Wesley, ilipeanwa na 2,500. So I'm like, okay, did Mash steal? Now, you know, sasa kuna maswali because did Mash steal the rest or did my seatmate steal alafu akasema wacha nimwachie hii affair? It's not making sense.
How much was in the purse?
Because in my phone I had 42,000 and in my purse I had about, to make it 56 I had about 14. Yeah. Nikabaki na 2,000.
So how was the man dressed and if you see him today, can you recognize him?
Yes, I can recognize him. He was dressed in a kofia, alikuwa na kofia ya black. He had worn a bomber jacket. He had a black t-shirt and he had jeans and he had sport shoes that alikuwa anakaa mtu amejiweka vizuri. He did not look like a funny person. He did not look, tuseme alikuwa amepiga luku, let's just say that, because he looks like a well-dressed person and then he has a beard that's black and with hints of grey. Na alikuwa he had worn specs. Yeah.
So when people are getting out of the bus parks, they are CCTV. So if they go and check those people who are alighted from that bus, you can recognize the person if you get to see the people. Do you want Nash to release that CCTV footage for that day? Yes. I do want Mash to release that CCTV footage because you see now Mash are trying to make it seem like mini chizi flani sijui Kenya nasema. I want them to release that, even if they are not going to release the footage at Mtito, because at Sparkle Center ndio pale Mash wanakuanga na office na their restaurant, and that's because I have been there too many times. Sparkle Center is where I do not know if they have CCTV within Sparkle Center, but because this person had cups of tea, see, obviously kuna hapo, kwa hiyo if there's CCTV hapo pale alipewa chai, there has to be a footage of him carrying cups. Yeah. Because I don't think alitoa 2 cups randomly somewhere. He must have taken that, he must have bought tea hapo. So if I saw him, yes, I would gladly point out like ndio huyu. And probably if you say he alighted at Motito, took some cups, came back, then the bus proceeded to Mombasa. So maybe he alighted at Mombasa, the final destination.
I believe he must have alighted at Mombasa.
And the CCTV also at the Mombasa offices?
Now I don't know about that because hata mimi mwenyewe nikishuka basi Mombasa, ni ushuka basi naingia tuktuk. So I don't know if there are people who shuka basi, they ingia the office. Yeah, so that one I wouldn't tell unless they have CCTV footage outside Mash Plaza in Mombasa, yes. But other than that, I cannot really tell.
And did the conductor tell you how they removed you from the bus, took you to the police station?
Conductor has not talked to me. Conductor refused to give his name. Conductor refused to give his number. Lakini ni mtu namjua manake. I have used Mash enough times, so I know how he looks. I know, I'll be like, ndio ule. I know that conductor. But he refused to give his name to Wesley, refused to give his number. So the only other point of contact that I had was the tuk-tuk person, the tuk-tuk guy. He's anaitwa Paul Kibe. Yeah.
And have you gone back to Mombasa office, Mash Mombasa office?
No, I haven't. Yeah. I haven't gone back to Mash office. Yeah. But I've followed up with them on calls that remained unanswered. Yeah. My friends have, even my friend who mwenye tumekuja naye called several times, even went to Twitter asking, give us anyone who knows contacts za Mash tafadhali tusaidie. And all those numbers are going unanswered. Even my friends are saying the numbers are going unanswered. Hazishikwi. Na hizo zenye hazishikwi, they're off. So there's also that. Oh. Okay. My official names are Delilah Akoth Omondi, but everyone knows me as Adele Omondi. So I booked a bus heading to Mombasa on 14th. I booked online, then picked my receipt. Ilikuwa basi ya 9:45 p.m. I picked my receipt when I came to Mash, when we boarded. Then I sat on my seat number 37. Then after I sat on my seat, the gentleman that eventually sat on seat number 38 was moving around from one seat to another. He was sitting on one seat, alafu wenye hizo seat wakikuja, anatoka anaenda seat ingine. So eventually he sat on seat number 40, which was on the driver's side backbench. And then when wenye hizo viti walipokuja, he stood and then came to where I was. I had placed my bag on the seat number 38. So akaniambia toa nitoe bag. Then I asked him, you are all over the place. Where are you supposed to be sitting? And then he said, indio kiti yangu. So I removed my bag and then I sat. And then he sat and then I put on headphones and started watching Netflix. We continued with the journey. A few times he kept trying to talk to me and I kept ignoring him. When we got to Mtitoande, he got off the bus. I remained in the bus because normally when I travel, unless I need to use the toilet, I do not leave the bus. So he left, and then as the bus was almost leaving, I could see him outside na vikombe viwili akipoesha chai. So akapoesha chai, and then he entered as the bus started moving. So alipofika karibu na pale nimeketi, mikono yake ilikuwa ina shake. So as it was shaking, he was pouring the tea on me, on my hands. Then he asked me, nimshikie ndio aweze kuketi. I held the cups, he sat down, and then when I wanted to hand them back, kaniambia ngojea kidogo, sijui nichukue, sijui bag, sijui nifanye nini, sijui niweke tablet. Then he took a bit longer. So nikachukua tu hizo vikombe nikamwekea hapo karibu na yeye. And then after that, I turned to look at the window, and that was it. The next time I woke up on Wednesday at Coast General. I woke up, found 3 of my friends in hospital with me, and that's when they explained to me that I had been drugged. They told me that I had been taken first to Central Police Station by the conductor for MASH and a tuk-tuk driver. They got an OB, and that OB is what they used to bring me to Coast General. And then now they started calling a couple of people, and eventually they called several of my family members, and then my family members led them to a friend of mine, a friend of a family who stays in Mombasa, called Wesley. So now Wesley is the one who was told to come to Coast General, and something had happened to me. That's what he was told. So when he got there, they did a handover and just left. But before they did the handover, the conductor asked Wesley for 1,000 shillings, and the tuk-tuk driver also asked for 1,000 shillings. But Wesley akawambia haezi wapatia pesa until he makes sure nimeshughulikiwa kwanza. He will send them money a bit later. So, when I wasn't discharged. When we wanted to get discharged, wakasema, there's not really a discharge that's going to happen because I hadn't been admitted per se. Hakukuwa na admission imefanywa, so there was no need for a discharge. So my neighbor, who's also a very good friend of mine, insisted that we cannot leave the hospital until we have a document that shows that I was in Coast General and that something had happened to me, because I'll insist that that is what is needed to file, to follow up with the case at the police station. One of the nurses pulled my friend on the side, akaanza kumwambia, ambia tu rafiki yako achane na hii story, because this is something that happens sana na hizi buses za huku Mash, Tahmid and Dreamline. The nurse mentioned those 3 buses na akasema, but nothing ever happens, juu hata mtu akifuatilia huwa anapelekwa hivi, and then it just goes off. So the point that I noticed, the point that I now started feeling that I feel like something more might have happened to me other than the dragging, is when I got home, and upon checking, because when I woke up nilijipata na nguo zenye sio zangu, and then my clothes had been folded and kept in a Uhuru bag. So now when I was checking my clothes, I realized my underwear was not there. So now I started trying to find out, like, okay, where is my underwear? Who has my underwear? And so now I started trying to follow up with my friends, like, Mulini, did you find me with an underwear? Was I with an underwear? Because I know I wore an underwear and a panty liner. So for me, having an underwear and a panty liner and then not having it, and then having the rest of my clothes there, and then that is the iyo na socks ndio zina miss na viatu, did not make a lot of sense to me. So now I started asking them, nikiwa Coast General, what did they do? Did they do a swab? Did they do a rape kit test? Did they do anything that would suggest that proper care for rape, for exposure has been done? Then I found out, first of all, hakuna sikupelekwa GVRC center, sikufanyiwa a rape kit test, and now I wasn't given anything in regards to like PEP or something that would have helped me. So now I started again trying to find out, like, okay, what happened? How can I get help? How can I get a file? How can I get assistance? And at some point, I tried to follow up with Coast General mara nyingi, it didn't work out. So now I decided to go back to MASH, because the only person I came in contact with the entire time was this man. So I tried calling MASH to ask for the details of this man. Nikaanza kuzungushwa. Nikaanza kuzungushwa. First nikaambiwa ngojea kidogo tunakupigia, and then after some time they stopped picking up my call. On 17th, I met up with Wesley. He gave me my pouch that had my ID, and the medical forms, they are in my bag. The medical forms and the receipt and the things that he had been given by Mash Poa. So he gave them to me, and then I immediately went to Central with the OB. So when I got to Central, I talked to a lady, a nice officer. Akaniambia, so she mentioned, akaniambia, oh, ni wewe ndo ulikuwa umeletwa nini nini, and then she was like, yeah, she kind of made it seem like, oh, nakukumbuka because kesi yako ililetwa hapa. So she told me, nataka utoke hapa uende kwa DCIO saizi kule Urban and talk to the DCIO, tell him what happened and you're going to get help. Akaniambia, enda tu sahi, do not even waste time. So nikatoka nikaenda. When I got to the DCIO, I explained everything that happened. The DCIO told me someone was going to follow up with me. Alafu akaniambia there's a lady that was going to call me in regards to when I can come in to do another statement. And then I decided again to try and call Mash just to find out, like, when I was removed from the bus, was I naked? Did I have clothes? Yeah, just trying to find out, because again, my underwear is missing. Something that I know I had on, plus a panty line. I just want to find out exactly what happened. So I really tried, and even my friend Wesley had really tried kufuatilia with Mash, and they were so elusive. Even the lady officer told me that walikuwa memwambia that seat number 38, who was my seatmate, had not registered, so they didn't have any of his details on file. So she told me that, you know, itabidi tungoje mpaka Tuesday. Waiting until Tuesday after a situation of where you think you have been raped does not make sense. It is long holiday naelewa, it's Easter, family time, but waiting until Tuesday did not make sense to me. So I just wanted answers. Woke up yesterday, went to my social media and just started asking and trying to get my friends who have more social standing on social media just to find out ni nini ilifanyika, what happened, nipeni two answers, tell me who sat in seat number 38, because that is the only person who I had any form of contact with until the time nilidragiwa, that huyo ndio the only person. So that will be the first suspect, that will be the one suspect that I would try and follow up with. I renewed my lines, went to Safaricom to get a statement. Nikapata money had been withdrawn. First 1,000 had been withdrawn from an M-Pesa that coincidentally iko karibu na Mash, iko karibu na ofisi za Mash. And then again nikapata money had been sent. The rest of the money that I had been sent to someone by the name Ramadan Mangale. But Safaricom told me they cannot give me the full statement. But when I gave them the OB number, they told me using that OB number, they can now release the full statement, and they'll give it later on to the policemen who will come and follow up. Me, I'm stressed out. I just want to know what happened. Like, ni nini ilifanyika? Why is Mash telling people that they don't have records of this person? Why is Mash again telling someone that, because conductor at some point aliambia he told someone that this person was my boyfriend. That was not my boyfriend. Why is Mash giving one story? Why are you telling the cops you don't have these details? Again, why are you saying this person is my boyfriend? Mbona mnapeana details zenye ni incomplete? And then they sort of showed my friend Wesley the manifest, and the manifest only had number 1 to 37. Siti yangu ilikuwa 37. It didn't have 38, 39 and 40. So again, nikapata tu hiyo pia, it's again another fishy story. So when I put up my story on Facebook, I got inboxes from several people telling me, oh, this also happened to me. Mash did this. The buses that have been mentioned, to be honest, Mash, Tahmid, Dreamline, na Baska. zimekuwa mentioned in my inbox over and over again. Oh, this happened to me. Oh, mi niliamka 3 days later. Oh, mi niliamka 2 days later. Oh, mi niliamka 4 days. My colleague, my sister. Because it's not just women. I have gotten 4 men have personally come to my inbox to tell me it happened to them. 2 of these men walitumia mash, moja alitumia tahmid, moja alitumia baska. So my appeal, my sincere appeal, man, I'm going crazy. Mi nataka tu kujua what happened. Where is my underwear? Where did my underwear go? At what point was my underwear removed? Who removed my underwear? And then again, kuna kwanga na CCTV. This bus office has a CCTV. This bus office is supposed to have, because every time I book, I have been using MASH 5 good years, and I use MASH at least every month, mara kama 3, 4. I am using MASH traveling from Nairobi to Mombasa. So every time they ask me for details, jina, namba ya simu, ID number, na email address. So it does not make sense that all of a sudden on the 14th of April, they decided to book in. Unajua mtu angekuwa ameingia katikati ya njia, I would say, okay, yeah, makes sense. Aliingia the same time as the rest of us before the bus left. So it does not make sense to say you do not have these details. Because now I'm starting to think, is it a syndicate? Is it something you're doing? Because again, why is Coast General, why is a nurse telling my friends to tell me and advise me not to follow up? Does that mean it is a syndicate? Does that mean ni kitu wanafanyanga? Does that mean it's a whole thing that is done between MASH and in conjunction with Coast General, in conjunction, because now I'm just wondering, because again, even if the police want to help, they are not getting the exact cooperation that they should be getting from MASH. So pia hao, I cannot blame the policemen because they're helpless in this situation. We are all helpless. The only people who can help us ni MASH. As for Coast General, refusing to open a file on me, refusing to give me rape kit test, refusing to give me PEP, I don't even know where to start and where to finish. The only thing I can say is, okay, we are living in a very shitty country. If things like this can be happening, mnisaidie tu. Hiyo tu. Sorry. Number 2, I just need answers. Hiyo tu. I am traumatized. Wewe ndio umefanya nitoke kwa nyumba. I have been unable to leave my house since I came back. You've made me leave my house. I do not want to be outside because now I'm like, yani, it's just... And I heavily rely on bus transport to travel for work. So now I'm asking myself, do I need to buy myself a chopper ndio nikuwe nikizunguka? Or again, now I need to start asking myself, okay, now check the list of the bus companies. Gani ni safe? Because so many of us trust these bus companies. Because me, I'm thinking, if I'm giving you all the details, I believe in my safety. I believe I'm giving you this detail so that I can be safe. So that if something happens to me and I come to, and people come to MASH and ask, what happened to Adele? They'll be, oh yeah, this happened. But if I'm not getting that cooperation, if I'm not getting that, sasa unashanga, who is going to give you the justice? Who is going to assist you? Are they collaborators? Are they conspiring with these people? Do they know that person? Those are the things that are going through my mind. I'm like, or is it them that actually, is it them that actually hire people to come and do things like this? Because my inbox is full of, hey, usinyamaze hata mimi walinifanyia. And people are even dating from as early as 2023, 2024, 2025. Someone even told me on my post, this is the 3rd case this week, hii wiki tu. So, I don't know. Me.
Pale hospitali, did they do tests to know that kweli you were drugged and nini ulikuwa umedragiwa nayo? Ama what did they tell you? What did they find out?
Even the way that slip was written, you cannot even tell what drug was there. The only thing I can say they did ni kunieka drip. Ndio mark yangu ya drip. The only thing I can say is they put a drip on me. no other drug in the system. Drip.
Just for you to wake up.
Just for me to wake up. I was even being told at some point nilipewa maziwa nikatapika damu. Kama nilitapika damu, what is it that made me tapika damu? What kind of test did they do to establish that alitapika hii damu because of 1, 2, 3? Because one of the most common drugs I know that is used, everyone knows dragon's breath. It can either be mtu anaweza kukuongelesha, mtu anaweza eka kwa kitu, or it can be in the food, you know. I just want answers. Mimi answers too, and justice. So that something like this does not happen. It has happened to people before, it has happened to me. Something like this does not happen to anyone else, ever. So that bus companies can be very vigilant, because we are trusting you with our money to get us wherever we are going safely.
How much in terms of cash and valuables did you lose?
I lost 2 phones, and then I lost a total of 56,000 because there was cash in my purse, and there was cash in my purse, and there was money on my M-Pesa. But coincidentally, when my purse was given out to Wesley, ilipeanwa na 2,500. So I'm like, okay, did Mash steal? Now, you know, sasa kuna maswali, because did Mash steal the rest, or did my seatmate steal alafu akasema wacha nimwachie hii affair? It's not making sense.
How much was in the purse?
Because in my phone I had 42,000, and in my purse I had about, to make it 56, I had about 14. Yeah. Nikabaki na 2,000.
So how was the man dressed? And if you see him today, can you recognize him?
Yes, I can recognize him. He was dressed in a kofia. Alikuwa na kofia ya black. He had worn a bomber jacket. He had a black t-shirt. And he had jeans, and he had sport shoes that alikuwa na come to mtu amejiweka vizuri. He did not look like a funny person. He did not look, tuseme alikuwa amepiga luku, let's just say that, because he looks like a well-dressed person, and then he has a beard that's black and with hints of gray. Na alikuwa, he had worn specs. Yeah.
So when people are getting out of the bus parts, they are CCTV. So if they go and check those people who are alighted from that bus, you can recognize the person if you get to see the people. Do you want Nash to release that CCTV footage for that day?
Yes. I do want Mash to release that CCTV footage, because you see now Mash are trying to make it seem like mini chizi flani sijui Kenya nasema. I want them to release that, even if they are not going to release the footage at Mtito, because at Sparkle Center ndio pale Mash wanakuanga na office na their restaurant, and that's because I have been there too many times. Sparkle Center is where I do not know if they have CCTV within Sparkle Center, but because this person had cups of tea, see, obviously kuna hapo, kwa hiyo if there's CCTV hapo pale alipewa chai, there has to be a footage of him carrying cups. Yeah. Because I don't think alitoa 2 cups randomly somewhere. He must have taken that, he must have bought tea hapo. So if I saw him, yes, I would gladly point out like ndio huyu.
And probably if you say he alighted at Motito, took some cups, came back, then the bus proceeded to Mombasa. So maybe he alighted at Mombasa, the final destination.
I believe he must have alighted at Mombasa.
And the CCTV also at the Mombasa offices?
I would, now I don't know about that, because hata mimi mwenyewe nikishuka basi Mombasa, ni shuka basi naingia tuk-tuk. So I don't know if there are people who shuka basi, they ingia the office. Yeah, so that one I wouldn't tell, unless they have CCTV footage outside Mash Plaza in Mombasa, yes. But other than that, I cannot really tell.
And did the conductor tell you how they removed you from the bus, took you to the police station?
Conductor has not talked to me. Conductor refused to give his name. Conductor refused to give his number. Lakini ni mtu namjua manake. I have used MASH enough times, so I know how he looks. I know, I'll be like, ndio ule. I know that conductor. But he refused to give his name to Wesley, refused to give his number. So the only other point of contact that I had was the tuk-tuk person, the tuk-tuk guy. He's anaitwa Paul Kibe. Yeah.
And have you gone back to Mombasa office, MASH Mombasa office?
No, I haven't. Yeah. I haven't gone back to the MASH office. Yeah. But I've followed up with them on calls that remained unanswered. Yeah. My friends have, even my friend who mwenye tumekuja naye called several times, even went to Twitter asking, give us, anyone who knows contacts za MASH tafadhali tusaidie. And all those numbers are going unanswered. Even my friends are saying the numbers are going unanswered. Hazishikwi. Na hizo zenye hazishikwi, they're off. So there's also that. Oh. Okay. My official names are Delilah Akotho Mondi, but everyone knows me as Adele Omondi. So I booked a bus heading to Mombasa on 14th. I booked online, then picked my receipt. Ilikuwa basi ya 9:45 p.m. I picked my receipt when I came to MASH, when we boarded. Then I sat on my seat number 37. Then after I sat on my seat, the gentleman that eventually sat on seat number 38 was moving around from one seat to another. He was sitting on one seat, alafu wenye hizo seat wakikuja, anatoka nenda seat ingine. So eventually he sat on seat number 40, which was on the driver's side back bench. And then when wenye hizo viti walipokuja, he stood and then came to where I was. I had placed my bag on the seat number 38. So akaniambia toa nitoe bag. Then I asked him, you are all over the place. Where are you supposed to be sitting? And then he said, indio kiti yangu. So I removed my bag and then I sat. And then he sat and then I put on headphones and started watching Netflix. We continued with the journey. A few times he kept trying to talk to me and I kept ignoring him. When we got to Mtitoandei, he got off the bus. I remained in the bus because normally when I travel, unless I need to use the toilet, I do not leave the bus. So he left and then as the bus was almost leaving, I could see him outside na vikombe viwili akipoesha chai. So akapoesha chai and then he entered as the bus started moving. So alipofika karibu na pale nimeketi, mikono yake ilikuwa ina shake. So as it was shaking, he was pouring the tea on me, on my hands. Then he asked me, nimshikie ndio aweze kuketi. I held the cups, he sat down, and then when I wanted to hand them back, kaniambia ngojea kidogo, sijui nichukue, sijui bag, sijui nifanye nini, sijui niweke tablet. Then he took a bit longer. So nikachukua tu hizo vikombe nikamwekea hapo karibu na yeye. And then after that I turned to look at the window and that was it. The next time I woke up on Wednesday at Coast General. I woke up, found 3 of my friends in hospital with me, and that's when they explained to me that I had been drugged. They told me that I had been taken first to Central Police Station. by the conductor for MASH and a tuk-tuk driver. They got an OB, and that OB is what they used to bring me to Coast General. And then now they started calling a couple of people, and eventually they called several of my family members, and then my family members led them to a friend of mine, a friend of a family who stays in Mombasa, called Wesley. So now Wesley is the one who was told to come to Coast General, and something had happened to me. That's what he was told. So when he got there, they did a handover and just left. But before they did the handover, the conductor asked Wesley for 1,000 shillings, and the tuk-tuk driver also asked for 1,000 shillings. But Wesley akawambia haezi wapatia pesa until he makes sure nimeshughulikiwa kwanza. He will send them money a bit later. So, when I wasn't discharged. When we wanted to get discharged, wakasema, there's not really a discharge that's going to happen because I hadn't been admitted per se. Hakukuwa na admission imefanywa, so there was no need for a discharge. So my neighbor, who's also a very good friend of mine, insisted that we cannot leave the hospital until we have a document that shows that I was in Coast General and that something had happened to me, because I'll insist that that is what is needed to file, to follow up with the case at the police station. One of the nurses pulled my friend on the side, akaanza kumwambia, ambia tu rafiki yako achane na hii story, because this is something that happens sana na hizi buses za huku MASH, Tahmid and Dreamline. The nurse mentioned those 3 buses, na akasema, but nothing ever happens, juu hata mtu akifuatilia huwa anapelekwa hivi, and then it just goes off. So the point that I noticed, the point that I now started feeling that I feel like something more might have happened to me other than the dragging, is when I got home, and upon checking, because when I woke up nilijipata na nguo zenye sio zangu, and then my clothes had been folded and kept in a Uhuru bag. So now when I was checking my clothes, I realized my underwear was not there. So now I started trying to find out, like, okay, where is my underwear? Who has my underwear? And so now I started trying to follow up with my friends, like, Mulini, did you find me with an underwear? Was I with an underwear? Because I know I wore an underwear and a panty liner. So for me, having an underwear and a panty liner and then not having it, and then having the rest of my clothes there, and then that is the iyo na socks ndio zina miss na viatu, did not make a lot of sense to me. So now I started asking them, Nikiwa Coast General, what did they do? Did they do a swab? Did they do a rape kit test? Did they do anything that would suggest that proper care for rape, for exposure has been done? Then I found out, first of all, hakuna sikupelekwa GVRC center, sikufanyiwa a rape kit test, and now I wasn't given anything in regards to like PEP or something that would have helped me. So now I started again trying to find out, like, okay, what happened? How can I get help? How can I get a file? How can I get assistance? And at some point, I tried to follow up with Coast General, mara nyingi, it didn't work out. So now I decided to go back to MASH, because the only person I came in contact with the entire time was this man. So I tried calling MASH to ask for the details of this man. Nikaanza kuzungushwa. Nikaanza kuzungushwa. First nikaambiwa ngojea kidogo tunakupigia, and then after some time they stopped picking up my call. On 17th, I met up with Wesley. He gave me my pouch that had my ID and the medical forms. They're in my bag. The medical forms and the receipt and the things that he had been given by MASH POA. So he gave them to me, and then I immediately went to Central with the OB. So when I got to Central, I talked to a lady, a nice officer. Akaniambia, akaniambia, oh, ni wewe ndo ulikuwa umeletwa nini nini, and then she was like, yeah, she kind of made it seem like, oh, nakukumbuka, because kesi yako ililetwa hapa. So she told me, nataka utoke hapa uende kwa DCIO saizi kule urban and talk to the DCIO, tell him what happened and you're going to get help. Akaniambia enda tu sahi, do not even waste time. So nikatoka nikaenda. When I got to the DCIO, I explained everything that happened. The DCIO told me someone was going to follow up with me. Alafu akaniambia there's a lady that was going to call me in regards to when I can come in to do another statement. And then I decided again to try and call Mash just to find out, like, when I was removed from the bus, was I naked? Did I have clothes? Yeah, just trying to find out, because again, my underwear is missing. Something that I know I had on plus a panty line. I just want to find out exactly what happened. So I really tried, and even my friend Wesley had really tried kufuatilia with Mash, and they were so elusive. Even the lady officer told me that walikuwa memwambia that seat number 38, who was my seatmate, had not registered, so they didn't have any of his details on file. So she told me that, you know, itabidi tungoje mpaka Tuesday. Waiting until Tuesday after a situation of where you think you have been raped does not make sense. It is long holiday naelewa, it's Easter, family time, but waiting until Tuesday did not make sense to me. So I just wanted answers. Woke up yesterday, went to my social media and just started asking and trying to get my friends who have more social standing on social media just to find out ni nini ilifanyika, what happened, nipeeni two answers, tell me who sat in seat number 38, because that is the only person who I had any form of contact with until the time nilidragiwa, that huyo ndio the only person. So that will be the first suspect, that will be the one suspect that I would try and follow up with. I renewed my lines, went to Safaricom to get a statement. Nikapata money had been withdrawn. First 1,000 had been withdrawn from an M-Pesa that coincidentally iko karibu na Mash, iko karibu na ofisi za Mash. And then again nikapata money had been sent. The rest of the money that I had been sent to someone by the name Ramadan Mangale. But Safaricom told me they cannot give me the full statement. But when I gave them the OB number, they told me using that OB number, they can now release the full statement, and they'll give it later on to the policemen who will come and follow up. I'm stressed out. I just want to know what happened. Like, ni nini lifanyika? Why is Mash telling people that they don't have records of this person? Why is Mash again telling someone that, because conductor at some point aliambia told someone that this person was my boyfriend. That was not my boyfriend. Why is Mash giving one story? Why are you telling the cops you don't have these details? Again, why are you saying this person is my boyfriend? Mbona mnapeana details zenye ni incomplete? And then they sort of showed my friend Wesley the manifest, and the manifest only had number 1 to 37. Siti yangu ilikuwa 37. It didn't have 38, 39 and 40. So again, nikapata tu hiyo pia, it's again another fishy story. So when I put up my story on Facebook, I got inboxes from several people telling me, oh, this also happened to me. Mash did this. The buses that have been mentioned, to be honest, Mash, Tahmid, Dreamline, na Baska, zimekuwa mentioned in my inbox over and over again. Oh, this happened to me. Oh, mi niliamka 3 days later. Oh, mi niliamka sijui 2 days later. Oh, mi niliamka 4 days. My colleague, my sister. Because it's not just women. I have gotten 4 men have personally come to my inbox to tell me it happened to them. 2 of these men walitumia Mash. Moja alitumia Tahmid. Moja alitumia Baska. So, my appeal, my sincere appeal, Man, I'm going crazy. Mi nataka tu kujua what happened. Where is my underwear? Where did my underwear go? At what point was my underwear removed? Who removed my underwear? And then again, kuna kwanga na CCTV. This bus office has a CCTV. This bus office is supposed to have, because every time I book, I have been using MASH 5 good years, and I use MASH at least every month, marakama tatu, nne. I am using MASH traveling from Nairobi to Mombasa. So every time they ask me for details, jina, namba ya simu, ID number, na email address. So it does not make sense that all of a sudden on the 14th of April, they decided to book in. Unajua mtu angekuwa ameingia katikati ya njia, I would say, okay, yeah, makes sense. Aliingia the same time as the rest of us before the bus left. So it does not make sense to say you do not have these details. Because now I'm starting to think, is it a syndicate? Is it something you're doing? Because again, why is Coast General, why is a nurse telling my friends to tell me and advise me not to follow up? Does that mean it is a syndicate? Does that mean ni kitu wanafanyanga? Does that mean it's a whole thing that is done between MASH and in conjunction with Coast General, in conjunction, because now I'm just wondering, because again, even if the police want to help, they are not getting the exact cooperation that they should be getting from MASH. So pia hao, I cannot blame the policemen because they're helpless in this situation. We are all helpless. The only people who can help us ni MASH. As for Coast General, refusing to open a file on me, refusing to give me rape kit test, refusing to give me PEP, I don't even know where to start and where to finish. The only thing I can say is, okay, we are living in a very shitty country. If things like this can be happening, mnisaidie tu. Hiyo tu. Sorry. Number 2, I just need answers. Hiyo tu. I am traumatized. Wewe ndio umefanya nitoke kwa nyumba. I have been unable to leave my house since I came back. You've made me leave my house. I do not want to be outside because now I'm like, yani, it's just... And I heavily rely on bus transport to travel for work. So now I'm asking myself, do I need to buy myself a chopper ndio nikuwe nikizunguka? Or again, now I need to start asking myself, okay, now check the list of the bus companies. Gani ni safe? Because so many of us trust these bus companies. Because me, I'm thinking, if I'm giving you all the details, I believe in my safety. I believe I am giving you this detail so that I can be safe. So that if something happens to me and I come to, and people come to MASH and ask, what happened to Adele? They'll be, oh yeah, this happened. But if I'm not getting that cooperation, if I'm not getting that, sasa unashanga, who is going to give you the justice? Who is going to assist you? Are they collaborators? Are they conspiring with these people? Do they know that person? Those are the things that are going through my mind. I'm like, or is it them that actually, is it them that actually hire people to come and do things like this? Because my inbox is full of, hey, usinyamaze hata mimi walinifanyia. And people are even dating from as early as 2023, 2024, 2025. Someone even told me on my post, this is the 3rd case this week. Hii wiki tu. So, I don't know. Me.
Pale hospitali, did they do tests to know that kweli you were drugged and nini ulikuwa umedragiwa nayo? Ama what did they tell you? What did they find out?
Even the way that slip was written, you cannot even tell what drug was there. The only thing I can say they did ni kunieka drip. Hii ndio mark yangu ya drip. The only thing you can say is they put a drip on me. No other drug in the system. Drip.
Just for you to wake up?
Just for me to wake up. I was even being told at some point nilipewa maziwa nikatapika damu. Kama nilitapika damu, what is it that made me tapika damu? What kind of test did they do to establish that alitapika hii damu because of 1, 2, 3? Because one of the most common drugs I know that is used. Everyone knows dragon's breath. It can either be mtu anaweza kukuongelesha, mtu anaweza eka kwa kitu, it can be in the food, you know. I just want answers. Mimi answers too, and justice. So that something like this does not happen. It has happened to people before. It has happened to me. Something like this does not happen to anyone else, ever. So that bus companies can be very vigilant. Because we are trusting you with our money to get us wherever we are going safely.
How much in terms of cash and valuables did you lose?
I lost 2 phones. And then I lost a total of 56,000 because there was cash in my purse, and there was cash in my purse, and there was money on my M-Pesa. But coincidentally, when my purse was given out to Wesley, ilipeanwa na 2,000 and 2,500. So I'm like, okay, did Mash steal? Now, you know, sasa kuna maswali because did Mash steal the rest, or did my seatmate steal alafu akasema wacha nimwachie hii affair? It's not making sense.
How much was in the purse?
Because in my phone I had 42,000, and in my purse I had about, to make it 56, I had about...
Waseneno ka paro osewuok mopogore opogore e wach mar broad-based government makoro wantieni. Nyaka waket ler ni chama mar ODM en chama ma distinct kendo ok osemuonye gi chama machielo mar UDA. Nyaka waket ler ni ODM biro bedo gi candidates e yiero mabiro.
Good evening, Kenya. This is Kenya News Alert. I do welcome you to Kenya News Alert Evening Updates. My name is Zulfa. Karibuni sana. Leo ikiwa tarehe 23 of April 2025, and I'm being told that it is the Lovers Day. Did you know it is a Lovers Day today?
Nakwambia mimi hizo vitu sijuangi.
Mimi nimeambiwa leo saa hii. Introduce lakini.
Karibu niseme good morning. Aki mimi na morning ni kama imeniingia sana. Lakini good evening guys, how are you doing? Wacha nichukue base ya fellow. Fellow is not here. So,
sasa unajua anaga base though fellow, so useme usidanganye watu.
Anajikaza na hiyo base.
Au force unaanza kunywa majiandimu after show because I'm Felix, I'm playing San Felix.
Akini guys, actually, welcome to the show, the evening updates. It sounds so nice, wallahi. Oh, my name is Tilda. Welcome to the show. Hapa ndio mali tunajibamba na politics. Hapa ndio nyumbani, kwenye nyumba yetu. Yeah, politics, K&A. As you see us, you have to just see politics. Hata ukiniona kwa barabara ona tu politics, but we are good. Welcome and welcome kabisa. Wale akina Rita karibuni, akina Laidoni karibuni, akina Gypsy, akina Obedi, akina Peter, akina all those our fans, those silent viewers, continue being there. Those like chatting, wale wakufanya ile kitu, fanyeni hiyo kitu kabisa kabisa kabisa. Welcome and welcome kabisa. Thank you.
Now tunaelekea Parliament. So yes. Umeniambia ulikuwa unasikiza Martha Karua. Martha Karua amesemaje?
I didn't go into it sana. But what I can say is ile yenye nimeona hapa ama nimesikia nasema it's time for Kenya to have a woman president. And she is ready for it. Meget Kenyans. Sorry. Ni wakati ambao Kenya inatakiwa kuwa na president mwanamke, na yeye yuko tayari. People have started coming. Chama chake alisema nini? By the way,
kinaitwa People's Liberation Party.
Yeah. PLP.
Yeah.
PLP. Kweli. Ni Mother Karua tu. This woman, I used to hear to hear her when I was too young. Hata nashanga bado yuko, yani hata alikuwa amenyamaza. By the way, there is a time nilikumbuka nikasema kuna mwanamke alikuwa anaitwa Mother Karua. Na there is a time alisimama, alikuwa anawania kiti cha urais. Aliendaga wapi? I never knew she will come back. But finally she is here. So Kenyans, she's saying this. Na ajanituma. Msinipashe hapa mseme amenituma. Ajanituma. Yeah, I've just been passing kwa ma news hapo Ni wakati wa Kenya kuwa na rais mwanamke. Kwa hivyo yeye yuko tayari na anawania hicho kiti. Sasa kama unapenda Mother Karua, kama unaona anafaa kuwa rais wa Kenya, wa nchi yetu, unaona anapaswa you can go ahead and vote for her. Yeah. Na nimewaambia please, ajanituma. Msiseme amenituma. But I'm telling you, it's something that she's asking for. Najua nyinyi mkisema hapa Matiang'I, kuna wale wanasema the sijui who but kila mtu ana wake. So Mother Karua is up now. Okay, Mother Karua is up. Anataka kiti cha uraisi. Sasa kama unampenda, kama unaona anaweza fanya kazi ambayo rais anafanya ama kazi ambayo rais anapaswa kufanya, you are allowed to take your vote to her. Okay, you get it? There's so many things, and I think that is the one person that I've seen that is coming up. She's coming up to be the president. But you know Kenyans, msikuwa ile mwanamke haizi to lead, mwanamke haizi tuongoza, sijui mwanamke haizi fanya hivi, mwanamke sijui mwanamke kila mwanamke aliwakosea nini jamani? Kwani haizi waongoza kwa nini? Haizi waongoza kwa nini? Lakini ni uamuzi wako, chagua wewe mwenyewe. Angalia ni nani unataka. We are not forcing you to choose anybody. If you are still on Ruto, go on and vote for Ruto. If you are still for if you want to be for whoever, anaitwa nani? Matiang'I, go for Natembea, Kalonzo, au watu wote. It's okay. That person whom you want to vote to, you are ready. You are allowed to vote to that person whom you want to vote to. And actually, when these people are coming up, make sure that you're choosing a right person. You are choosing a right person, because choosing a right person is the most important thing that will make you survive as good as you want. Okay, let me assure you this: whatever you choose, whoever you want to change Kenya, maybe akwe na ile roho ya ku come and change Kenya to be the best country ever. Kenya is the best country ever, but to change, to make Kenya to be more best, yani ikuwe zaidi ya mahali ilivyo sasa. Because I can see or I can hear so many people talking more about Kenya or about the president that we have right now, talking a lot shit about him. Lakini pia kuna sifa zake. Kuna wale wanamsifia. Hata sisi wenyewe tunamsifia. Lazima tumsifie. Lazima tumwambie kazi umefanya hapa ni poa, kama yenye amefanya pale China leo, giving out good speeches. I think giving people eliminating people, I think so. Umeona ameulizwa maswali pale akajibu, akapea watu, kila mtu akona department yake pale. So I've seen Musalia is there, wanafanya kazi yao. So you just vote for that person you want to vote. We are not telling you to vote for somebody. You are the one to choose. Your vote is yours. Sawa? Vote ni yako. Si eti nitakuja nikwambie Martha Karua ni mpoa, hebu mvotie. Matiang'i ni mzuri, hebu mvotie. Sijui nani blah blah blah, those all people there. You get? You are the one to choose. Mimi siwezi kuchagulia ama President Ruto hawezi kuambia uende uvotie fulani, ama yata kuja tu kupea manifesto yake, akifanya kampeni yake as usual, akikupea 1 2 3, ukichukua pesa usikatae pesa, nayo chukua, songa nayo mbele, enda kula mtura pale, kula chips mwitu, kula smocha, ile yenye unajisikia kudishi, wewe dishi nayo. Lakini fikiria nani unataka, na huyu mtu ambaye unachagua, will this person change what is wrong now? Will this person change what is messing Kenya now? We wanna just stop shedding blood. We wanna just need something of abduction to stop. We just need our small Gen Z, let's say our Gen Zs, our small girls, our small boys dying anyhowly. You know, right now I cannot hear anybody speaking about it. Yani watu wanakufa tu, inaisha hivyo. Kesi inaenda tu kotini, inaishi huko miaka nenda miaka rudi. Atujisi poa jamani, atujisi vyema sie. Hatuko sawa. Roho zetu zinavunjika, tunapoteza wadogo wetu, tunapoteza dada zetu, ndugu zetu. Wengine wanakufa kifo cha uchungu, wengine wanateswa ndio wakufe, wengine wanafanyiwa unyama. So we want a president that will come and change this all thing that is happening right now. We want the president who will have a strong team that will make sure that everything in the country is in a good condition. Make sure that the security is going on well. Make sure the education is good. Make sure that the health is good. We don't need you to vote for that person. Unajua, the time you were voting for Ruto, you say, wacha serikali sasa ikuwe ya vijana. It has made you learn a lesson, I think, now. Unajua, tuliketi hivi tukasema, Ruto anaweza kuwa best, no? Tuachane na Raila. Raila yeye akue tu hapo kusumbua. Aya, amesumbua. Ndio huyo sasa yako serikalini. Say, do you hear him talk now? Do you hear him talk? He never talks. Anasema tu pale blah 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 blah. Lakini things are happening in Kenya. Sometimes I just sit down, laugh, watch, smile. Sometimes I get sad when I see people being abducted. Yani watoto wadogo wanajiua. I think that thing of BNB ilishanga, sindio? I think hiyo ili
yeah. Thank you so much Nitilda. Wacha tuende kwenye parliament.
I think it's ready.
Yes.
Producer, can you produce it now?
Mheshimiwa wa Kisauni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker, pia mimi kunipa fursa hii kutilia nguvu swala la ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Bwire. Pia mimi niwapongeze wazee wa Kipare waliopata nafasi ya kufika katika bunge hili, na pia nitie mkazo na nguvu kwamba waweze kutambuliwa, kwa sababu kule chini wanapata shida kubwa, kuanzia wao wazee mpaka watoto wao. Inakuwa hata shule za msingi siku hizi mpaka wana stakabadhi ya kuzaliwa ndio uweze kusajiliwa kama mwanafunzi. Inakuwa ni vigumu kwa watoto wao, wajukuu zao, na hawa ni jamii ambayo wako wa Kenya, ni Kenya, hakuna mahali ingine wanaishi. Wanaweza kuwa wako upande wa Tanzania, lakini wako wale Wapare ambao ni wa Kenya, ambao tuko nao paka maeneo bunge ya Kisauni na sehemu zingine. Kwa hivyo mimi Mheshimiwa Speaker pia nasimama hapa kwamba kutilia nguvu watambuliwe kwa haraka kama jamii za Kipemba, watambuliwe walivyotambuliwa, na wale waliobaki waendelee kutambuliwa, bora wako Kenya,
ili kusudi waweze kuajiriwa, waweze kufanya mambo yote yale ambayo yanatikana kama raia anavyofanya. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesimama kuunga mkono na kusisitiza kwamba hili jambo lichukuliwe kwa haraka ili wasiweze kupata tabu na adhabu wanaoendelea kupata. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to express myself best in English. I want to address a broader issue, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. As a country, we must end...
Yes, Honorable Millie Odiam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to protest very strongly at the attempt by Honorable Baya to speak in English when it is people like Honorable Millie Odhiambo, that Kiswahili si mdomo chao, that cannot speak Kiswahili today. But when he is here, Mr. Speaker, we would like to sit here and get mesmerized and to learn and to be experts. When we get such an opportunity, can he at least speak Kiswahili so we learn? When we were in primary school, Mr. Speaker, my school, we spoke English throughout in primary school, except Wednesdays, when we were told to speak in Kiswahili. The school went very silent on Wednesdays. Mr. Speaker, I'd want to remember my primary by being quiet today and partaking of the knowledge in Kiswahili. So could you please declare him out of order so that he speaks in Kiswahili?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not an expert at mesmerizing people. And allow me to tell the Honorable Millie, I can express myself best the way I would like to. Honorable Speaker, we must end statelessness in this country. Stateless must be ended. Yes. Stateless is actually a position where you belong nowhere. And it is one of the greatest sufferings in the world, not to belong to a state. Honorable Speaker, we have salvaged the Makonde, we have salvaged the Shona, the Pemba, the Pare, the Rundi, and the Rwandese that are still in this country require an affirmative action. We solved the Makonde problem. We still have a problem with the Nubians because of their code. We have a problem with the Watha, and the Sanya. We still have issues, Honorable Speaker. But as a country, we should be in the forefront to solve the issue of statelessness. I have pushed a bill, Honorable Speaker, in this House that has taken inordinately too long to actually finish, to solve the whole issue of statelessness. And if given an opportunity, I believe this Parliament, the 13th Parliament, should be in record to finish statelessness. And we have a president who is not averse to these issues. I think when he came to Kilifi to give the Pemba citizenship, he was very categorical. Let Parliament do its work to ensure that we have a law that does not allow a Kenyan who is discriminated by virtue of being stateless. Honorable Speaker, I have seen stateless people suffer. You can't register a SIM card, you can't have a bank account, you can't even marry, legally, because you are stateless. You cannot even own children, have children of your own, registered in your name. Those are some of the vagaries that come with being stateless. These Pare people deserve to be Kenyans and belong to the state Kenya. Honorable Speaker, let's use the opportunity that we have as leaders to ensure that we end stateless, and this is a group, and this is a tribe, and this is a community that must be given the due respect by being called Kenyans by virtue of registration and being Kenyans.
Minority
Speaker,
Leader.
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to congratulate Honorable Bwire for taking this bold step of bringing people who are marginalized and minorities in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is what real representation is. Mr. Honorable Bwire, congratulations for the work you've done. This is how you represent your people, by especially taking care of the minorities. But having
They are
said,
worse than minorities, they are stateless.
they are stateless, actually. You are right, Mr. Speaker. They're even worse than minorities. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, people only realize the fruits of their a right, enjoyment of a right, when you lose it. Mr. Speaker, there are people also in this country who face a lot of discrimination in terms of even acquiring Kenyans who are unable to acquire national documents, like national identity card and passport. Mr. Speaker, I am shocked. I am shocked when I saw a governor in this country, in this Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, shouting at the top of his voice from somewhere in Mount Elgon or somewhere there in Trans Nzoia, saying some Kenyans should not be given the identity cards. Mr. Speaker, I came to realize the training of a person is very important in life. And the way I'm getting trained in this house, Mr. Speaker, is what has made me serve the people. Mr. Speaker, some of the people who have gone through the provincial administration, who have served in that region of northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker.
I started training you when you were a councillor.
Kabisa, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
in Malakisi. You took me to Malakisi
yes.
in 2005 so that I can interact with the public, you remember. Yes. Mr. Speaker, a whole governor stands in his place addressing a gathering of Kenyans saying that other Kenyans must be discriminated against. Mr. Speaker, I know the governor was a former PC or a former DC, and I know the culture that goes on when you are especially posted to northern Kenya, where you have to be paid for you to give somebody's identity card. And that's how some of them have made their money, Mr. Speaker. That is a colonial mentality. That man does not deserve to lead anybody in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. It is very, very heartening, Mr. Speaker. It's heartening. He does not even be a village elder, Mr. Speaker. When you can come openly and say that certain Kenyans should not be given an ID because they are bordering another country. Even him is running a county that is bordering Uganda. Shame on him. Shame on him. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that community is discriminating against live in Trans Nzoia, Mr. Speaker. And you know you are their leader, Mr. Speaker. You come from there also. I can assure you they will never vote for him again. He has lost those votes. His name is Honorable Nakimbia or Nakimbia. Nakimbia too. He's just running everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was taken aback, Mr. Speaker. I know what discrimination people go through in that region. There are many children in northern Kenya who have finished schooling, they have finished colleges, they have finished universities, they cannot get employment because they don't have an ID. They cannot even get admission to university because they don't have an ID. That is the kind of leaders nowadays we have in Kenya, who is openly saying in a public forum that let us discriminate against this community. And you are calling yourself a governor who is supposed to be leading a multi-society, multi-ethnic, multi-religious county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is where I know tomorrow he'll be shouting in a burial there, in Bukusola and in Trans Nzoia, abusing me. I don't care. This is why I will speak. People of Suna, who I represent, who include Luos, Koreas, Subas, Somalis, lawyers, Guerrilla, everybody, have told me to speak here and tell that governor that he is wrong. He cannot discriminate against other Kenyans. Who is he, Mr. Speaker? What the hell does he think he is? Keep on, talking open. And I don't know why NCIC is no longer functioning. I thought the first person they will arrest or they will summon is that governor, that raw governor. Is actually the raw governor. Yes. Mr. Speaker, bordering another county does not mean you must be discriminated against. How many counties border other countries? Mandera borders another country. Busia borders another country. Where I come from, Migori, borders Tanzania. Narok borders Tanzania. Trans Nzoia borders Uganda. Kwale borders Tanzania. That does not mean that you have to discriminate against Kenyans who are staying in those counties. If he's fearing that that community is going to have numbers in the next election and they may vote for in a certain way, let him tell his community to give more birth to more children. Mr. Speaker, I am taken aback, and I'm going to bring a petition, by the way, to discuss that matter in this house. Mr. Speaker, a national leader who is running a county, I repeat again, that's multi-ethnic, multi-religion, denomination. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be left. I saw the other day in some burial I attended, not at some burial, the burial of my speaker's mother, talking a lot of things. I could not even respond to him. I just kept quiet. When I remembered what he said from the community that I come from, ancestry, I just looked at him and said, this is the guy who wants to deny my people ID cards. This is the guy who wants to discriminate against other Kenyans. This is the guy who wants other Kenyans to be called non-Kenyans. And he used to be a former regional ward, where if we start talking about what happened even under his leadership in the Rift Valley, Mr. Speaker, we'll be speaking here all day. People were tortured, people were killed, houses were burnt in the Mau Forest, people were removed from Mau Forest at night, their homes burnt, everything done, people died, and he still has the audacity to tell everyone who cares that, oh, you're stupid man, I can talk whatever I want. You cannot discriminate against other Kenyans and you expect us to keep quiet. We will not do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I will say what I've said on this floor of the House, outside the House, and I will go even to Trans Nzoia in Kitale Town and say it. Those very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Karole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate Mheshimiwa Honorable Bwire for the bold step of bringing the people of Pare ancestry to the National Assembly. I think as leaders, our job is to find solutions. That is why we are here. We can ventilate, we can say as much as we want, but if we don't offer solutions, then I don't think we are rendering the service that we are expected to do. On these two issues, we already have a solution which I've already proposed and which is being processed by the help of the Speaker and the Clerk. On the issue of the Pares and the other stateless, I've already proposed a bill, Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Bill, which will create a new category of acquiring citizenship by ancestry in terms of historical connection, lineage, affinity, consanguinity, and we'll also implement the right of return for all Africans who are exported out of Africa. So that is a solution. What this House should do is to support that. The second thing, the idea of IDs. Already I've proposed a bill, Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, that will enable students to get ID cards and voter cards while they are still in school. This afternoon, we reiterated what we said in Naivasha, that we should prioritize members' bills. All these solutions are amongst us here. It is up to us to actualize the solutions. So I would plead and give the Wapare people assurance that at least in this House there'll be a solution. They'll not be stateless. We will pass this bill and they will get the citizenship. In fact, I know Wapares very well. There's a famous joke in Tanzania, not to demean anybody, but they like to say, you know, my mother was from there. If you have money and you want to send it to your mother in the village, if you give it to Ampare, it will get to your mother. If you give it to Amchaga, it will not get there. But if you have a beautiful sister-in-law and you ask Amchaga to escort her to your mother, she will reach there. With Wapare, she will not reach. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Benja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Chukua dakika moja moja.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all welcome the guests in your gallery, Mr. Speaker. And I think their visit will go down in history as having brought the necessary changes in this republic. Mr. Speaker, to be a stateless person is the worst discrimination that you can ever be. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking as a former ambassador of Kenya to the Republic of Namibia. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes you find Kenyans who have found themselves in another country without the necessary documents. And the treatment they get, Mr. Speaker, is very bad. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the comments made by my colleagues. I also have a community from Rwanda who were brought a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, to come and plant tea in Kericho. And because of one or two reasons, Mr. Speaker, they have found themselves in Kenya, but they are facing discrimination. They cannot get IDs. They have actually been forced to change their names, Mr. Speaker, so that they can fit in.
Farah Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice into the issue of statelessness and discrimination in our country. Mr. Speaker, you started your legal career way back in the early 80s, and you used to travel all the way to Northeastern Province. And you remember the kind of discrimination that was there, where a DC or a DO is a judge, he's a magistrate. You'll be arrested by his administration police officers, and then you are brought before a DO to sentence you now on the charges that were preferred against you by the people he sent you. Mr. Speaker, we have seen a lot in this country. I myself, in 1980, when I was going to go out, give me another 5 minutes, Speaker. Yes. When I was supposed to travel out of the country, I was supposed to fill a form called P7 for me to get a passport. And it says to be filled by non-indigenous Kenyans like Asians, Arabs, and Somalis. Now, when you tell the residents of Wajir and Garissa and Mandera are non-indigenous, who is the indigenous community to Mandera or Wajir? Are they Kikuyus? Are they Luos? Are they Luyas? Are they Subas? And you claim, and you claim these people, this is part of Kenya. You're not saying that these are Somalis, let them go to Somalia. Mr. Speaker, it's good for us to understand history. And Millie remembers this very.
Give him 1 minute. Finish up.
Mr. Speaker, the DRC has suffered more than 6 million people dead. That problem started with the Banyamulenge, if you remember very well, when Mobutu Sese Seko said, you are not Zairwa, you are not Congolese. Go to Rwanda because you look like the Tutsis of Rwanda. And they went to war. And that war is still going on right now. The M23 you're hearing about is as a result of the problem that started that time. 100,000 people who are discriminated can destroy a nation of 60 million. Wapare don't have any other country. Let them be given their citizenship. Let's protect our country and our nationals. Because nobody is going to accept to be discriminated against. Natembeya belongs somewhere else. It does not belong to Kenya, by the way. And his ideas are crooked. Awacha akimbia mahali ingine. Atoke hapa.
Mayaka, 1 minute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa hii ili nijiunge na wabunge wenzangu kuwakaribisha wenzetu kutoka Pare katika bunge hili na kuwahimiza wajisikie huru, wajisikie nyumbani. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, kama bunge tunajiunga mkono pia kuwakataza wale ambao wanataka kuwabagua wenzetu ambao wametoka katika sehemu za mpaka na kuwashurutisha na kueleza ya kwamba wengine wao ambao ni viongozi katika kata ama kwa vile mnavyosema kwa county wanafaa kuwe katika kipao cha mbele kuwahimiza wenzetu ambao wametoka mpakani ili wawe hapa. Lakini pia Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kuwahimiza wenzetu toka Pare ya kwamba siku nyingine mkikuja muje pia na vijana wachanga ili wenzetu ambao hawana mabibi waweze waweze kupata mabwana kutoka sehemu zingine ili Wapare waongezeke na wapate mabibi kutoka.
They are not hawking girls.
Asante sana.
They are looking for statehood. A person who is stranded and is looking for statehood cannot hawk women around. Member for Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all is to say poleni ndugu zetu kutoka kule coast. This issue has been there for a long time. They suffer what also our brothers and sisters who were married at the border face, proving many things. If you say you must prove if you are a Kenyan, and the only proof is that you gave birth, they want a certificate. Maybe you met in a bush, loved each other, made babies, and because many people in their lives don't go that other way of marriage processes, the only proof is kids. Public acknowledgement, the Ligrus, chiefs, they know these people, how they even started living together, their story, their history. So I want to thank the president for easing it.
Then members will have to stop there. I want to encourage you as members of parliament, as many of you, Junet, everybody has said, we must eliminate statelessness in our country. We must. There are people, even in Kabete here, there are Shonas who came to Kenya from Zimbabwe. They are stuck there stateless. They were given. That is very good. We must eliminate statelessness. And as African people, look at your history and remember, in the early 1900s, in Namibia, where Benja says he was an ambassador, I remember, the Germans gave a license to hunters, and the license read, you are free to shoot an elephant, a rhino, a lion, a buffalo, and a bushman. The bushmen are the hereros. They were licensed to shoot them on sight. The same thing that happened to other people elsewhere. We as Africans must love each other regardless. Whether an African found himself here from Senegal, or from Sudan, or from Ethiopia, or from anywhere, they are our brothers and sisters, and there is no right for them to be stateless. And as members of parliament, live to this billing. Young Bwire brought a petition. The petition committee should expedite it. And these Pare elders have the same right as any one of us to be in this country and to enjoy the benefits of citizenship. So Bwire, you have a duty, and parliament leadership. In fact, you should have a catalog of all stateless communities in the country, put them in one basket, and we encourage our president to accede to giving them citizenship all at once, so that we eliminate statelessness. The Rwandese who came to weed maize in Trans Nzoia, the Burundis who came to pluck tea in Kericho, the Nubians who came to Kenya to guard the British. They brought you Nubian gin, the forerunner to Chang'an, which many of you enjoy, and many other things. Let's call the next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of nominees to 31 national government constituencies development fund committees.
As I invite Sirma to move that motion, it's a very quick motion. Move second, I don't think there's much to debate there. I want to advise the House that order number 10 is stood down to tomorrow afternoon. I'll invite Honorable Junet to say something to that so that you understand why I'm stepping it down. Junet and Baya, I'll give you 2 minutes each. Then Sirma will move his motion. The county government's additional allocations bill is being stepped down on the understanding that you had in the morning, and as leaders you have a duty to tell the House. Yes, Junet, start. 2 minutes. Give Jeanette the mic.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, members are aware, this has been a very contentious bill. And this morning, yesterday, after the quorum was raised by none other than myself, the Speaker called for a meeting at his office with the leadership of Parliament, and we discussed the matter at length with the Speaker, and then he invited the Council of Governors to a meeting today, 8 in the morning, which was attended by all the leadership in Parliament, Honorable Baya, Honorable Mili, and Honorable Osoro, and other members, and the Budget Committee Chair. So the Council of Governors was represented in that meeting by their chairman and their legal, chairman of the legal committee, I think, Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr., and we discussed the matter at length. Then we can pass the bill so that also the donor funding can go to the counties. So that is what we agreed this morning, and that is what is being implemented. And we hope that by end of business today, that should end. And then tomorrow now we can go back to business of the House and bring back the bill on the order paper. But my last issue, Mr. Speaker, is, Mr. Speaker, no one in the country, whether governors or any leadership or even the citizenry, should never think that this House is opposed to devolution. Mr. Speaker, this House supports devolution completely. And that is why every year we support the division of revenue bill. We have supported every county bill, every bill that concerns counties that has either originated from this House or from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. We support devolution completely because we know the intention of devolution is to make the lives of our citizens better, Mr. Speaker. The soul of this constitution is devolution, Mr. Speaker. Because there are counties that will not have received $1 billion shillings in their lives if devolution did not happen, Mr. Speaker. So nobody should send any notion that National Assembly is against devolution. We support devolution and we will make sure devolution thrives in our country, but we want to have the constitution respected holistically, so that the National Assembly can do their work, the Senate can do their work, and the counties can do their work, so that we have a win-win situation for the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you remember we used to have a tug of war with the Senate on issues of functions. Which house is upper, which house is lower, which functions belongs to this house, which functions belongs to that, to the Senate. Luckily, the senators on their own volition went to the court. They filed a case to nullify 23 statutes that was passed by this House, Mr. Speaker. And they went to the High Court. I think they lost in the High Court. They went to the Court of Appeal. They lost in the Court of Appeal. Then they went to the Supreme Court. And in the end, Supreme Court rendered a judgment 3 weeks ago. And it brought clarity that the functions of the Senate is this, and the function of the National Assembly, there is no ambiguity anymore. The issue of money bills have been sorted. The Supreme Court, in its own ruling, said that money bill is in the domain of the National Assembly. It cannot originate from the Senate. They have said any bill... It
cannot originate anywhere else.
It cannot originate anywhere else. My teacher is teaching me, who is the Speaker. other than the National Assembly.
Yes.
It is saying that bills concerning counties can originate from the National Assembly and can as well originate from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. It has also said national government CDF is not unconstitutional. It is constitutional. It is said that the National Assembly almost described the National Assembly as the upper house because of the powers that the Supreme Court has declared. It's not my own making. The ruling is in public, Mr. Speaker.
It's a judgment, not a ruling.
A judgment, yes. The judgment is in public. Anybody can access it. Anybody can read it. It's no longer secret. So, Mr. Speaker, even this county government issue can go to the Supreme Court. And I'm sure the Supreme Court will say that this is the position. So, please, we want to develop our country. We want to support devolution. We want to support all institutions of this country to function in accordance with the Constitution. So nobody should badmouth the National Assembly. Nobody should say the National Assembly is doing anything wrong or it's an affront to the devolution, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, that is the position of the National Assembly.
Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for taking leadership in this matter, and also thank the leaders of the National Assembly, Junet, Mili, the Chairman of Budget, Osoro, and myself, who sat at that meeting in the morning, to actually come up with resolutions that take a firm position that everybody should respect their positions. One, Honorable Speaker, I want to reiterate the sentiments of the Honorable Junet. As a House, we support devolution, and we'll go out all our way to ensure that devolution works. But Honorable Speaker, that should not be used to twist the National Assembly. That, probably the National Assembly does not support devolution. We support devolution, but that should not be used to twist us. One of the things, Honorable Speaker, was that this case must be arrested. That's the word that was used, arrested, so that a judgment does not ensue, so that we can deal with the the bill that is before us. Yes. So, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to say is that as a House, we will stand very firm on this matter, such that the governors must respect the space of the National Assembly as we respect theirs, and ensure that what is due to members of the National Assembly, or what is due to the national government, remains in the national government, because the funds that they're fighting for are national government funds that are available to Kera and Kura. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to reiterate the position. I know yesterday members felt very aggrieved, but I think the leadership of the House will protect the members of this House and ensure that what they will require as funds for roads will still remain there. Honorable Speaker, lastly, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say this, that the governors have for a long time tried to poke holes to get much more every time. And I think it's time that we rested this matter. We pass a law, they go to court. NGCF, they want to go to court. I think it's time that they stopped doing that to ensure that we have a smooth country and everybody remains on his lane and everybody does the functions that they have been given to do. We wish the governors well. When they get money, let them implement projects that help the constituents, the county. Allow national government also to do their work, so that all this put together, Honorable Speaker, takes our country forward. But I want to reiterate what the Honorable Junet said. And I want to say this. The letter that was published by Anyang' Nyong'o yesterday was in bad faith. Bad faith. And as a National Assembly, we condemn it, and it must remain condemned. And every governor there must take their position as it is and do their work, instead of spending a lot of time trying to do things that are necessary. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Musa Sirma, you can move the motion at order 8.
Mr.
I don't want to open debate on it. They are your leaders. You should trust them. Kainan, let Musa Sirma move his motion.
Mr. Speaker,
take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I wish
take your seat.
to ask that I move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of nominees to 31 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 22nd of April, 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 31 constituencies, committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, the names of the constituencies are in the order paper. I do not need to read. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the members that the CS made good of his promise and the respect to the chair, because it is so important that funds are released to the constituencies before we go on recess, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I move this, Mr. Speaker, we want prudent use of these funds, which will make development in this country better. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, I beg to move that this House approves. And I want to ask Honorable Wangwe, the MP for Navakolo, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by the great member for the chair. And mine, Honorable Speaker, is just to emphasize on one point, which I would want to bring to your attention and the attention of the House. That, Honorable Speaker, as we approve the names, the next stage is normally gazettement of the names. And colleagues, as we sit here today, most of the constituencies that so far have been approved are yet to be gazetted. Meaning, Honorable Speaker, it's a delay that is being caused on the gazettement side. Whoever is concerned, Honorable Speaker, whom I believe is the Attorney General, my request to you, Honorable Speaker, and the House, is that we come in, or you come in, Honorable Speaker, so that the Attorney General moves with the speed, gazettes the names, and let our constituents enjoy the funds that we have been pushing to get to the ground. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Member on his feet, take your seat. Is that Sunguya? Take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of nominees to 31 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees set out herein on the order paper for appointment to the following 31 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Do we put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of nominees to 31 constituency committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees set out in the order paper herein for appointment to the following 31 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, second reading. Resumption of debate.
My record shows, Carol Omondi, you had 7 minutes to wind up your speech or your contribution.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I did point out in the morning that the measure of poverty is what is called the food poverty line, which calculates what the nutritional requirements or food energy requirements are per person, and then it is weighed against the actual food expenditure of a household or a person, and then we put you either above or below the poverty line. According to Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, their study of 2022, the poverty rates are lowest in Nairobi at 16.5 and highest at 82.7 in Turkana. The reason why I'm giving this background is so that we understand how to identify those we classify as needy. When I read this proposed bill, I'm a little worried that the classification may not be very scientific because we are using very general terms as persons in need, orphans or vulnerable children.
Yes, there's a point of order from Honorable Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, this bill was moved yesterday, and this morning we have been discussing this bill, and most members are in agreement that this bill needs to be passed. I was going to urge you to ask the mover to just reply.
Honorable Atandi is out of order for the proponent of the bill to move closure of debate. Get another member to do so. You are legitimately right, but wrong procedure.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Sorry for that rude interruption. He wanted to oust.
Is in this bill, or is it moved by a leader of majority?
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong order. Anyway, let's allow Carolo Mondi to finish.
So
then we'll put it to the House. If you agree, then we call the mover to reply.
Honorable Speaker, so the categorization under Section 28 may not be very accurate. Somebody could be an orphan, but is not below the poverty line. You could be an old person, but you are not below the poverty line. You could be a person with disability, but you are not below the poverty line. So I think there's some very serious work we need to do here to avoid controversies in the future. Secondly, as a House, it would have been better to understand the full cost implication of implementing this bill and the social programs contemplated thereunder. You realize it talks about non-contributory universal social protection program. We don't know whether this will take 100 billion or 200 billion. I think as a House in the memorandum, the leader of majority should have informed us so that we could really debate from a position of knowledge. Because it is going to apply to everybody. And those who will be excluded can easily go to court and claim discrimination and basically derail the entire system. So I think we need to do additional work. And in any event, if we are talking about universal non-contributory universal protection program, already there are so many forms of social protection that exist. We have schemes by government where we give subsidized foodstuffs. Yeah, there are schemes where we waive fees or we give free medical care. We have community health workers who offer assistance and service to those in need. We have bursaries, we have free education in some components, and we have emergency funds, which are not included in this new proposal. And I'm wondering where all this will fit. I thought we should have a comprehensive bill that is dealing with social protection in all the spheres where government funds are being spent. But also, if you look at Section 31, Honorable Speaker, we are being told that the authority or the board that is being proposed to be established will conduct an assessment to verify whether applicants are eligible, or in other words, if they are in need and are eligible for protection. In a country where over 50% are below the poverty line, I mean, what kind of bureaucracy are we going to create that can assess all applications? Is this really practical? I'm just wondering how this monster will function, where you are being told in Turkana the poverty prevalence is 82.7% of the population. How many forms will they have, or what system will they have to help us do this assessment? Mr. Speaker, I understand very well that this is part of the conditionalities in our relationship with the World Bank, but I think it is better we do good work and improve on this bill so that we don't create a monster that will not work, will just create acrimony in society, and eventually will be a conduit for corruption. I think we really need to do a lot of work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I'll give Timothy Kipchumba as the last contributor. For Tim, you'll have 5 minutes. Then we can ask the House if we can call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the letter, the intent, and the purpose of this very progressive piece of legislation. Honorable Speaker, this bill collapses the Social Assistance Act. Actually, it says when it is passed, it repeals the Social Assistance Act, which, in my opinion, had a lot of loopholes. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a very progressive piece of legislation that as a House, we should be able to support. Honorable Speaker, this bill addresses the issue of second generation rights, that is social and economic rights. Honorable Speaker, those are rights that are provided for by the Constitution, and therefore we cannot ignore as a nation. Honorable Speaker, if you read clause 28.3 of this bill, it actually widens the scope of those who are entitled to social assistance and financial assistance at the age that they attain. Honorable Speaker, it expands that scope to include orphans and vulnerable children, poor old members of society, persons with disabilities, persons in extreme poverty, and persons affected by shocks. Honorable Speaker, that category of persons were not able to be assisted under the Social Assistance Act, which shall now be repealed once this progressive piece of legislation is passed. Honorable Speaker, apart from that, if you read clause 30 of this bill, it also includes a category, a very special category of non-Kenyan citizens in an emergency situation. Honorable Speaker, there has been a challenge on how to handle non-citizens who have an emergency in this country, and I believe that this bill, once it is passed, that category of people has been provided for and therefore will be subject to assistance. Honorable Speaker, of great importance is, if you look at part 4 on the issue of offenses, Honorable Speaker, for the first time, many vulnerable people have been conned or have been the subject of fraud by people who collect money on their behalf, pretending that they are the ones who are entitled to it. I've read, Honorable Speaker, clause 45 on the issue of fraud, which provides that any person who defrauds the board or conspires or aids or abets another person to defraud the board commits an offense and shall be subject, and on conviction shall be liable to a fine not exceeding 2 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. Honorable Speaker, that provision was not there is not there under the current Social Assistance Act. So, Honorable Speaker, that is, for me, it is a progressive provision under this particular statute which will be able to assist or to curb the issue of fraud. Finally, Honorable Speaker, in terms of transition, under Part 6, there is a provision on repeal savings and transition provisions. Honorable Speaker, since we are repealing the Social Assistance Act and replacing with this the Social Protection Bill of 2015, it provides very clearly that any person who immediately before the coming into force of this act was an officer or member of staff of the Directorate of Social Assistance of the National Social Protection Secretariat, not being under a notice of dismissal or resignation, shall upon commencement of this act become an officer of the board. Honorable Speaker, many other times as a House that we've passed legislations that have ignored the issue of transition. Honorable Speaker, remember the issue of SHA. We passed a bill here, but we were not very clear on the issue of transition, such that officers from NHIF would have been taken to work under SHA. But because there was no clear transition provisions, those officers who are under NHIF were not transitioned to SHA. So, Honorable Speaker, this is progressive because officers or any person who had been appointed to work under the Social Assistance Act that we shall repeal shall now work under this particular statute. So, Honorable Speaker, I submit I second this bill, and I urge the House to proceed to pass this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, members. Order Mawade, take a seat. Following the request by the Honourable Atande, I now put the question to the House that the mover be called upon to reply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honourable Speaker, I stand to reply to the Social Protection Bill, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank members for the contribution, robust contributions, and we've had incisive thoughts on this bill, and I think we will have a very good committee of the whole on the same to ensure that we give Kenya a good social protection bill. Honourable Speaker, as billed by the Honourable Toroitich, this is a very progressive bill that unshackles and unhinges a lot of things that are in social protection. So, Honourable Speaker, I reply.
Honourable members, we'll put the question to this tomorrow at 2:30. Now call out order number 11.
Order number 11, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Honourable Speaker, I beg that the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 be read a second time. Honourable Speaker, this is a very short piece of legislation, a small amendment that is required to ensure that we remove some ambiguities in the value-added tax. And as I do that, I want to prepare the Honourable Junaid to second. Honourable Speaker, this bill just needs to do a small thing, and I want to do that. What it wants to do is to amend the value-added tax. The bill amends the first schedule in paragraph 146 of Part 1 to remove ambiguity caused by the use of the words after this date. When this bill was passed, there was that element that was put there that after this date. This created ambiguity in such a way that it was not clear which date the bill would take effect. And because of that, therefore, we want to substitute that small bit with the exact date of when the bill takes effect. So, Honourable Speaker, during the implementation of the Tax Laws Amendment 25, it became evident that the changes introduced ambiguity. The proviso added to paragraph 146 states, providing that the value of such investment is not less than 2 billion shillings, and the exemption was granted before 1st January and shall continue to apply for 12 months after this date. Honourable Speaker, this House is aware that the Tax Amendment Act took effect on the 27th of December 2024. As currently worded, the amendment appears to apply retrospectively, implying that the Cabinet Secretary should not have granted exemption after January 2024, and that only exemptions granted before this date are valid for 12 months, ending in January 2024. This does not reflect the intended purpose of providing a transition period of the VAT exemption. Instead, it inadvertently suggests that the Cabinet Secretary acted contrary to the law by granting exceptions through 2024, despite the law at the time permitting such grants. Honourable Speaker, so what are we doing in this law? Honourable Speaker, if you look at the law, therefore, what we are trying to amend is this, that the first schedule to the value-added tax is amended in paragraph 146 of Part 1 by deleting the words 12 months after this date and substituting, therefore, the words 12 months from the date of commencement of this act. That is what we are doing. Just putting the words, substituting 12 months after this date to 12 months from the date of commencement of this act. And that is what we are doing, Honourable Speaker, in this small amendment. And therefore, I don't want to belabor the point. It is straightforward what we want to do as a parliament, and we should not take a lot of time. I want to request the Honourable Junaid Mohammed to second, and after second, 1, 2, 3 contributions, and we call the mover to reply, and we go ahead, Honourable Speaker. No, I'm just making a suggestion in my contribution. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Junaid. Proceed.
Honourable Junaid, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the bill on the VAT Amendment Act, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very small amendment rectifying what happened in the tax amendment laws that we passed in December. It's a very controversial one, but Madam Speaker, is also a necessity because it is helping manufacturing, big investors who have, who has put faith and decided to take risk in investing in our country, Madam Speaker. So it is part of the incentives that is being offered to big investors who have invested huge sums of money so that they can put up industry in our country. Madam Speaker, manufacturing is not doing very well in the country at the moment. It's at 3%. So with these kind of incentives, we expect manufacturers to be enticed so that they can put more money to create jobs for our people. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose that the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025, be read a second time. Yes, Honorable Mulugara, what would you like to say?
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2025 as explained by the Leader of Majority, the Deputy Leader of Majority, and the Leader of Minority. It's a small bill, but it has great impact on what it makes provision for, looking at the first schedule to Cap 476, which we are trying to amend. This particular section 146 deals with, or clause 146 deals with exempt supplies, and the provision that was made here is that the Cabinet Secretary has to make a determination on what to exempt from VAT to the provided magnitude so as to promote investment and manufacturing in the country or in the sector. It's important that every moment we pass these tax laws, we look at what investment we are promoting and what manufacturing is also to be promoted. And for purposes of legislation, it is vitally important that pieces of legislation have to be clear so that everyone reading the law understands exactly when that law is going to affect the person. So the provision to the Act is that provided that the value of such investment is not less than 2 billion shillings and the exemption was granted before 1st January 2024 and shall continue to apply for 12 months after this date. And this is where the proposed amendment comes in, that we now have to substitute 12 months after this date, which is the 1st of March, the 1st of January 2024, with 12 months from the date of commencement of the Act. The date of commencement of the Act is actually most important in that by the time the bill is or was accented to, the 1st of January 2024 may have actually been eaten into, and therefore the new date of commencement would actually give the relevant 12 months, which have to be considered as concessionary. Therefore, this is a good amendment, and I support.
Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support the bill as presented by the Deputy Leader of Majority. Honorable Speaker, there are many ways of growing the economy. One of the ways of growing the economy is giving tax incentives to potential sectors that are important for regenerating more revenue and also creating job opportunities. Honorable Speaker, in this year, the economy is projected to grow on the back of manufacturing. And we are projecting that manufacturing is the one that is going to help us to collect more taxes and also create job opportunities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the incentive that will be given to manufacturers in the steel sector to be able to defer taxes, VAT on their products is something that we really need to support as a House. And even though in the past I've said, Honorable Speaker, that tax incentives is an area that we need to kill so that we can be able to save 300 billion that we lose on VAT waivers. On this particular one, because of the prospects of job creation and growth of the manufacturing sector that we foresee, I think this is something that I want to urge the House to pass and allow these particular investors to be able to move in and pump in the resources they have. Some of them are foreign investors, some of them are local investors, and we believe that they are going to create the jobs that we need for our people. Honorable Speaker, in line with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that we are championing as broad-based government, this is something that is going to help the economy. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Amase, you can see she's pressed the intervention button. She's not here. Honorable Sunkuya. Honorable Irene Mayaka. Okay, Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here to support this value tax amendment bill, but that basically tries to rectify the error or the omission that was occasioned when we passed the Business Laws Amendment Bill, nominees Tax Laws Amendment Bill, and typically we should have picked this one out, but normally things here are rushed, in the syllabus normally get rushed, so some of these basic things are left out. Honorable Speaker, what the bill is actually proposing to do is to extend tax incentives to investors. Typically, Honorable Speaker, in such an arrangement, this actually amounts to tax expenditures, whereby a country forgoes revenue with this hope that the investment will result in higher revenue. Honorable Speaker, I have attended so many forums on this subject matter, but the truth of the matter, it hasn't made any significant changes. We only end up enriching the manufacturers, and yet we leave the country poorer than it was before then. Honorable Speaker, EPZs have been here with us for many years. We have granted them tax incentives, yet they have not contributed significantly to improving the GDP of the economy, improving capital growth, and even improving per capita income in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, many of us were always apprehensive when these kind of amendments are brought without having any study to determine what's the long-term impact of this kind of tax incentives that basically milk and transfer the benefits from the people of Kenya to some amorphous institutions outside of this country. We just hope and pray that these incentives should only last for the period intended here. They should not go beyond this particular moment. And Honorable Speaker, tellingly, it's just targeted to a certain class, a certain sector, Honorable Speaker. And many Kenyans, if you Google, they know who are the investors in this sector, the steel sector. We must get away from this country passing laws that seems to only geared towards pleasing some certain quotas for their personal gains, because some people somewhere are the beneficiaries of the end results of this matter. At this Honorable Speaker, we are going to legislate about everything, anything, in order to support certain forms of businesses, forgetting to look at the employer effect of those kind of changes. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support but obvious reservation, but we need to get it moving as it is. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
else wants to contribute? Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support this particular amendment because, Honorable Speaker, as has been indicated by the mover of the bill, is that this is in essence going to help in correcting the ambiguity that was caused by the previous bill. But also, Honorable Speaker, so to speak, is also just to encourage and promote a method of people being more of investors than not being investors, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, 1 year for an investor, for manufacturers, is a very long time, and especially in the steel industry, because that is one industry that doesn't have that many people. But also, Honorable Speaker, the people who are there are making a lot of impact. Honorable Speaker, we are a country that is largely an assembling nation rather than manufacturing. And therefore, when we have situations where we are encouraging people to go into the sector of manufacturing, then that is always a welcome. And Honorable Speaker, because this is a very brief amendment, with those very few remarks, I want to support this, and I submit. I thank you.
It seems like there is no further interest. This matter, we shall put the question at a later time. You can move a reply?
Can I reply?
Yes.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, in reply, I would like to say this, that this is a bill that gives incentive to manufacturing and turns Kenya into that manufacturing giant that we have always wanted to be.
And Honorable Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation that encourages manufacturing, encourages investors, and therefore it's important that we pass this bill. Also, Honorable Speaker, we are correcting the ambiguity that was created when we passed this, the Business Laws Amendment Act, the Omnibus Law, and therefore because of that, and I think we need to be more careful as Parliament in future so that we don't create these kind of errors that put Cabinet Secretaries who are implementers of this law into an awkward position. So, Honorable Speaker, I reply.
Thank you. We shall defer the putting of the question to a later time, maybe tomorrow. Okay, next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the prevention of terrorism, implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolution on suppression of terrorism regulations 2024.
I see that the chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation is not present, so we'll defer that motion also. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of the prevention of terrorism, implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolution on prevention, suppression, and disruption of proliferation financing, amendment regulations 2024.
Okay, I also see that the chairperson still, so supposed to be the chairperson Committee on Delegated Legislation, is still not present, so we shall proceed to the next, we'll defer it and proceed to the next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the Kenya foreign policy.
We may proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Parliamentary Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and approved sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's place in the world is neither accidental nor static. It is shaped by a deliberate, constitutionally grounded foreign policy. Sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 13 February 2025, and thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations for consideration. Honorable Speaker, as Kwame Nkrumah once said, and reminded us powerfully so, we face neither east nor west, but we face forward. This sessional paper embodies that forward-looking stance. It provides a bold, coherent, and adaptive roadmap for Kenya's foreign policy, anchored in our history, aligned with our developmental aspirations, and calibrated for a rapidly shifting international landscape. With strategic themes such as digital diplomacy, science and ocean diplomacy, and multilateral engagement, it positions Kenya not only as a defender of its own interests, but as a credible global voice for Africa's collective future. Honorable Speaker, Kenya's foreign policy was consolidated into a single framework in 2014, bringing together provisions from various sources, including the Constitution, treaties, and political pronouncements. The sessional paper updates this fundamental document to reflect the evolving global and domestic context, climate change, geopolitical shifts, digital disruption, and pandemics. It aligns Kenya's external relations with the national agenda like Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda better, while modernizing the foreign service and broadening engagement in emerging diplomatic spheres. Structured across 8 chapters, the policy outlines Kenya's diplomatic history, key influences, thematic priorities, institutional frameworks, and strategies for effective implementation and evaluation. Honorable Speaker, the sessional paper addresses gaps in coordination, funding, and risk management that hindered the 2014 framework. It proposes institutional reforms, legal adjustments, and new focus areas to ensure responsive and inclusive diplomacy. Emphasis is placed on integrating diaspora, environmental, and digital initiatives to better Kenya's influence and protect its interest in an unpredictable global arena. Honorable Speaker, to ensure transparency and results, the committee observed that the paper is anchored in a rigorous results framework. This includes both midterm and end-term reviews aligned with the National Integrated Monitoring and Evaluation Systems, ministerial strategic plans, and annual performance contracts. These tools will only ensure institutional accountability but also allow Parliament to track the implementation of foreign policy goals in measurable terms. Honorable Speaker, legislatively, the policy calls for updates to the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185E, and Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, to institutionalize professionalism, enhance Nairobi's role as a diplomatic hub, and align Kenya's diplomacy with international standards. Honorable Speaker, in line with Articles 1181B of the Constitution, the committee ensured robust public participation in its review of the sessional paper. A public call for a memorandum published on 19 February 2025 yielded 6 submissions from key stakeholders. While some proposals echoed existing policy provisions or lay outside the sessional paper scope, all contributions enriched the committee's deliberations, reinforcing transparency, accountability, and institutional integrity in Kenya's foreign policy making process. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the policy is forward-looking and constitutionally grounded. It positions Kenya as a strategic global actor anchored in peace and security, economic diplomacy, oceans and blue economy, multilateralism, climate action, innovation, diaspora engagement, and socio-cultural diplomacy, all aligned with our constitutional mandates. However, Honorable Speaker, the committee noted the implementation hurdles of this sessional paper, number 1. Weak legal frameworks, institutional inefficiencies, underfunded missions, lack of labor migration policies, and poor strategic communication hinder its impact. These gaps undermine Articles 10, 16, 19, and 232 of our Constitution, calling for reforms, increased funding, and coherent public diplomacy strategy to protect national interest. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the committee urges the House to adopt this report and approve sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya as Kenya's authoritative foreign policy properly. Its adoption will ensure coherent across all diplomatic legislation and initiatives, fortifying Kenya's voice on the global stage and advancing national interest and anchoring international engagement in constitutional values and strategic clarity. Honorable Speaker, this sessional paper, actually it is the first time that we have a sessional paper that talks about the Kenya's foreign policy. It is the first of its kind. And as a committee, we looked at it, we engaged all the stakeholders, and we had a retreat with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the same. And we are actually agreed as a committee that this is the right way to go. And I think when you look at that document, it's a bit voluminous, and I'm sure from time to time, Kenyans and even members of parliament have been talking about where is the Kenya's foreign policy? Is it documented? Is it in writing? Is it anchored in the constitution or something like that? Now we have a document that's well grounded with a sessional paper so that any person who wants now to discuss Kenya's issues on the foreign policy will be able to refer back to the sessional paper. And I think it's something that we are looking at. People have been talking about Kenya. Where do you lie? Do you look east? Do you look west? Or so? But I think the best way, as Kwame Nkrumah has said, and I mentioned before, we're neither looking east or west, but we are looking forward. That means we're able to engage as a country with any country that has the interest of Kenya at heart, and equally we also have their interest at heart. That means our interests come first so that we can serve the Kenyans, whether they are in Kenya or they're in the diaspora. So with that few remarks, I want to beg to move and equally ask okay, I will ask Honorable Kandie to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for the adoption of the sessional paper titled "The Grand Strategy to Position Kenya's Foreign Policy in the Global Landscape," and to commend the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations for robust review and strategic recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the sessional paper does not shy away from confronting reality. It identifies key structural and systemic risks facing Kenya's foreign policy. Apparatus ranging from legal and regulatory misalignments, forex fluctuations, and shrinking global markets to climate shocks, rising cyber vulnerabilities, fiscal austerity, and persistent regional instability. These are not abstract concerns. Honorable Speaker, they are real threats to Kenya's economic diplomacy, regional leadership, and citizen welfare. Honorable Speaker, the paper recommends the adoption of public-private partnerships, PPP, to optimize diplomatic assets, and it's an innovative move that responds to budgetary constraints without compromising Kenya's global visibility. Most notably, the reclassification of Ministry of Foreign Affairs on diaspora affairs under the security sector, already approved by the Cabinet, acknowledges the evolving nexus between diplomacy, national security, and strategic economic engagement. In sum up, Honorable Speaker, the committee is persuaded that this paper is not merely a bureaucratic document. It is a blueprint for reimagining Kenya's place in the world with clarity, courage, and constitutional fidelity. It lays the foundation for foreign policy, and this is principled, pragmatic, and future-proof. I therefore second the motion and urge this House to adopt the paper as a strategic compass for Kenya's diplomacy in the 21st century. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya, laid at the table of this House on Tuesday, 22nd April 2025, and approves the sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Murugara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do support the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations as regards this sessional paper which has been brought to the House. Honorable Speaker, sometimes the country is taken aback when we discuss the sessional papers because they are not well versed with them, they are not well informed, and sometimes we have also not done much public participation regarding the same. I give an example of the sessional paper number 1 of 1965, which was on African socialism. The paper was actually laid by the then Minister for Economic Planning, the late Joseph Thomas Mboya, and it outlined how the country was to move forward as regards African socialism vis-a-vis its economic development. And it was a good paper. It has brought us quite far, but just because it was not well elaborated on, one opposer of that paper was actually the late J.M. Kariuki, who in his debate in this House made a point that that paper was creating 10 millionaires amongst 10 million poor Kenyans. And that was taken to be the gospel truth, and it was an act of misinformation. As we debate this paper today, we must admit that we have not had a good policy on foreign relations, and especially a sessional paper on it. And this is what this paper tries to do, to govern how this country would proceed with its foreign relations vis-a-vis the constitutional provisions and the statutes that relate to various acts on foreign matters. It comes sometimes as a surprise when we have even our own foreign relations persons who do not know what our policy is. And this cannot be encouraged, and I believe this paper will now form part of the education to be given to those who are appointed to serve in our foreign missions out there as ambassadors, high commissioners, and attaches. This is a good paper, which in my view, I do propose that we actually support this report, adopt it, and then we proceed to familiarize ourselves with what the foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya is going to be from now henceforth. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Any other members who want to contribute? Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate that I'm a member of the committee and wish to support this policy. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with our chair that in Kenya we have no choice but to look forward in a rapidly changing world. Madam Speaker, it would only require a stranger in the world not to know that things are happening globally very quickly and very fast. If you see what is going on in the United States of America, only countries that are not strategic are likely to survive economically and otherwise. And Kenya must also reform its policy to conform with what is going on in the US. And in conforming with what is going on in the US, we must place Kenyans first. We have always known that a lot of Kenyans have preferred the United States of America as a strategic destination, both for tourism and for education. But given that there are challenges now in that direction, we must put Kenyan first. Donald Trump is putting America first. Kenya must put Kenyans first. It means, Madam Speaker, that if we have to discover new frontiers, doesn't mean we are ignoring the United States, but if you have had a friend who, maybe I can give it as an example as we as women, if you have a boyfriend that you love very much, and you see your boyfriend is courting another girl, it's time for you, maybe not to be, to start a boy. A man is also a boy. We take care of you, you are boys. Madam Speaker, when you see this boy beginning to start looking elsewhere, then, Madam Speaker, you don't bury your head in the sand. You start looking for options so that if he bolts, you have choices. So let Kenya open eyes. We have just come from Tashkent, Uzbekistan. And Madam Speaker, we were actually a form of tourism attraction in that place because they've never seen black people. Most of them have never seen, so we are being stopped and photos were being taken of us. But as a leader, I look at what are the strategic things that Kenya can get from this country. We can actually, they are trying, if you go every corner, they have international schools teaching English. Those are opportunities we can go and take our people there to teach English. Madam Speaker, there is opportunity for trade in that area. So that's a virgin area that Kenya can consider as a place that we can't put all our eggs in one basket. So yes, Kenya must actually look forward. We cannot look east or west. We have no choice but to look forward. Madam Speaker, again, the other issue that I wanted to say is the challenge for us as a country is we must be consistent. We are very good at coming up with very good legislation and policy. But for them to be sellable, Madam Speaker, we must be convinced about the things that we have passed as a nation, whether they are law or they are policy. We must own them, and we must practice it. We must walk the talk. If Kenya says that we are looking forward, then look forward. Don't look confused. Look forward. And that means as a country, let's see what works and put Kenya and the interest of Kenyans first. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to say is that Kenya must also undertake a strategic review, which I know maybe we did when we were coming up with this policy. And we are stuck many years back. Whenever I hear Kenyans speaking, we keep talking about we are the greatest economic hub. We are. Have you ever been to Ethiopia of late? We are the greatest economic hub. When were you last in Arusha? We are the greatest economic hub. When were you last in Rwanda? Mr. Speaker, while we are sleeping, our neighbors are rising. And Kenya must place itself strategically, economically, knowing that this is just like even any business venture. The others, when they see that you are doing well, we look for different ways to go ahead of you. And how are they going ahead of us? Look at Rwanda. The same thing I've seen at Tashkent. You walk in and the first thing you see is how clean, how tidy, how safe. And those are concepts that must be infused in any foreign policy document. You cannot say that we are going to promote tourism so that people can come to Kenya when they are fearful that they are walking and somebody might grab our bags. Mr. Speaker, when we were in Tashkent, Mr. Speaker, I was amazed. There were people who were assigned to us as translators, and they did an amazing work. And in our typical Kenyan way, we wanted to say thank you by tipping. They will not allow you to tip. They say in their culture, a thank you suffices. Why can't we have those uniquely African, Kenyan cultures that we are losing that made us so attractive. Teaching people to smile, it used to come naturally. I know because we are having challenges, it's going. Just our hospitality. As an African people, we are very hospitable. That seems to be growing off the window, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to leverage on technology, especially if you are talking about making Kenya a serious economic hub. I've heard the chair speaking also of the PPP. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Parliament of Kenya, and I want to ask that we take most MPs through this, the training on PPPs. And then let us also let the public know. If you look at what is happening in Ethiopia and every others, it's because of PPPs. But then unfortunately, we are so opaque in the way we do things, maybe because there are few people who want to steal here and there, but that, especially when we don't have other means of getting resources without taxing Kenyans immediately, of course, because you'll be taxed eventually, is the PPP is the way to go. So, Madam Speaker, finally, I want to suggest that Kenya must work stealthily, but carefully and strategically as we forge ahead. Madam Speaker, we must walk the talk. I was giving an example here to Honorable Junet as we were seated here, that there's a lot that is changing in the world and we don't realize it.
Honorable Millie, I am here. There's no Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. It's good once in a while for us to discriminate. You are always discriminating against us. So, Mr. Speaker, now that the Madam Speaker has left, I want to say that I was talking to Honorable Junet here earlier. And I was telling him that when I studied my master's in New York University, I had to go physically to the university library and study. And when I was in Nairobi University, or the University of Nairobi, we would go to the library and we get the books and you open a page and discover some malicious guy had chopped off the relevant pages you are referred to. And then you spend all your entire life finding out, did anybody make a copy? Mr. Speaker, right now I'm doing my PhD at Data University on leadership and governance. And Mr. Speaker, what happens as I'm going online and I'm studying, AI comes and tells me, why are you struggling when you can do X, Y? Of course, it's very tempting, but because I come from the traditional school, I want to study a journal. I actually love it even when I have a book and a real journal in my hand, and I read and I light. That's kind of my kind of thing. But now the library has come to me. I don't have to go to the library and look for those pages. But our mind as a country is still where we were going to the library to read journals in the library, where somebody has plucked off. We cannot say we are technological as a country, but our psyche is still very analog. We must know the world is moving extremely fast. When I was in New York University, Mr. Speaker, if you referred to any study that was like now season are there, they're in the spring, and you made reference to a study in last summer, it was outdated. The last you can refer to is, in the winter. So they say in the study of the winter. That's how fast the world is moving. But Kenya, we are trying to catch up. So I'm even seeing in my university, we are still referring to XYZ, but we are not moving that fast. So what I'm saying is we must change our psyche as a nation. In the way we pass law, we are doing excellent, I think, because the majority or the average age of this parliament is fairly young, extremely well educated. I see now members are bringing so many bills. The days when we used to bring bill when I first came into this parliament, it was like you performed a miracle. There's no more any miracle. But now we need to move from the miracle of passing laws to implementing. We need to move from the miracle of passing policies to implementing. And this is sometimes where the technocrats fail us. And I would want to encourage, if we are truly patriots, that sometimes I think my little action does not affect my child not getting a job, does not affect my neighbor getting the hospital's bill sorted out. But I broke a piece of the complete whole when I did one wrong thing. So let's all learn to do things in the right way so that we can move the country forward. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do support.
The Honorable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here to support sessional paper number 1 of 2025 on Kenya's foreign policy. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we must leverage on a strategic location. We must leverage on our history. We must leverage on our connections. Our foreign policy, Honorable Speaker, should first and foremost be for the benefit of the people of Kenya. We must see results, we must see benefits, and we must guard against any form of subjugation of the people of Kenya simply because pursuing a certain foreign policy. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily when a policy is being developed, I hope and believe there is abundant public participation. There is adequate public participation where issues are deliberated, discussed, and basically sorted out. Honorable Speaker, I remember when I was personally involved in developing the national land policy and the housing policy, we went all over this country. We did a lot of desk research to find out the best practices that we put up together to provide a roadmap on how to proceed and deal with the things. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily, a policy must be formulated, approved, before subsequent legislations are passed. Unfortunately, in this country, Honorable Speaker, we passed a bill on foreign relationship sometime last year, without a foreign policy. Of course, everybody, a sessional paper on foreign policy, everybody will obviously ask, what was the anchor? Or is this the typical way of Kenya doing things? You speak out the end, then you start saying the end. The end justifies the means. I just hope that there has been adequate consultation with the ordinary mwananchi, the experts, and those who serve in foreign relations. Honorable Speaker, I've had an occasion to travel before becoming a member of parliament and also as a member of parliament. We have very commendable people outside there serving in our missions abroad. And Honorable Speaker, one of the greatest challenges they go through is inadequate funding. I just hope and pray the policy has addressed the issue of facilitation to enable them undertake the functions or the duties that have been assigned to undertake. It will be a terrible remiss on our side if we have not addressed that particular matter. Honorable Speaker, the issue of strategic missions becomes critical. We have areas that Kenya can exploit for purpose of enhancing tourist arrival, purpose of enhancing trade, and other related activities. Yet we do not have adequate or physical presence. Simply because at times, whoever we send in those foreign missions, I want to be very guarded in the use of the word I want to use, and Honorable Speaker will permit me. I want to put it in brackets. Political rejectees who have no training at all in diplomacy, who feel they are just going to look for a job. It's not a career calling. Simply, they report, sit around, come to the office, walk around, and do nothing. I hope Chair is here and the committee are alive of these challenges, and they will indeed resolve these issues. Honorable Speaker, if you speak to career diplomats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they cut a case of a very frustrated lot. They have the skills, they have the experience, they have the drive, yet when it comes to the appointment of ambassadors and high commissioners or go to missions, they pick anybody, anywhere, anytime, as long as that particular person is politically correct. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, it's no wonder that in this country, we have made so many diplomatic goofs. We have made so many diplomatic mistakes that literally embarrass Kenyans. And then you ask a very simple question. Do we have a diplomatic, do we have a Minister of Foreign Affairs? Do we have a robust diplomatic position that enables us to speak out what to say and what not to say? Honorable Speaker, we as a politician, when you go where it was written even, I think in Chinua Achebe, when you talk about old bones, old women become upset, and old men likewise. You want those old women to support you, and yet you make reckless statements, you make reckless maneuvers that really leaves you wondering, what is it all about? And Honorable Speaker, Honorable
Thank you so much for joining us today. We do thank you. We do really appreciate you. I have been your host Zulfa, na tupatane hapa kesho majaliwa inshallah.
requires skills, requires training, requires experience. The people who make top-level decisions, Honorable Speaker, do not have that training, do not have that experience. That's why you find we oscillate one regime, we're on this side, another one we're on this side. When we go and we get stuck in the other side, we try to go back this other side. We end up, Honorable Speaker, with very expensive loans. We end up with programs that are of no value to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, foreign policy should transcend personal interests. Honorable Speaker, the tiff we have with Sudan was avoidable. Tiff we have with Sudan was avoidable. Personal business relationship between two people should not have led us where we are now. To the extent that a foreign country can petition the National Assembly, the parliament of a country, to intervene is a very telling statement, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want us, we need to put our acts together. We were rated very highly many years back, but Kenya is no longer rated, is not revered, is not respected as it was then. If we were, Honorable Speaker, we would not have been taken on a roulette route in Addis Ababa, where Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga, with his status in this continent, could have been beaten or could have considered to avoid lengthy processes to an unknown somebody from a small country. It does shows, Honorable Speaker, that our foreign policy has got a lot to be done. Much more has to be done, Honorable Speaker. And I call upon the committee that oversights. We must get our acts together. We must truly oversight. We must not pander to the executive. We must not be yes and yes people so that we only go to praise and worship even where the mistakes are seen, where the shortcomings are seen. We have no guts, we have no courage to point them out so that we address on the issues. And of course, Honorable Speaker, a policy, a sessional paper policy is not static, must be alive to changing circumstances. Donald Trump has thrown the world upside down. He says America first, the rest of you don't care. He can impose any tariffs because he knows the economy of America is strong enough, can withstand any shocks. I hope as we go along, we will be alive to changes in the world, how world leaders look at them, look at us, and generally realign, amend, and realign, evaluate, reassess, realign our foreign policy over time to align with the changing international arena. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Very well, Honorable Wundo, and on my screen is, we don't have any more interest on this one. Yes, Honorable, but please key in your card. I can't see you here.
I thought I'd keyed it. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to comment our proposed sessional paper on foreign policy of the Republic of Kenya 2025. I think it is the second one. The first one we had published was around 2014. Until then, we didn't have any particular policy document regulating our foreign policy or international relations. Honorable Speaker, when I got this document, I first quickly took a good look, and my expectation was that I would see a certain set of goals. What really defines the anchor of our foreign policy, or how we intend to conduct our foreign relations. And I also took time to look at what other countries have done. For example, Americans were among the very first in 1918, when President Woodrow Wilson published the first 14 points of US foreign policy. So when I looked at this, I saw it was a very large document, and reading it is very difficult to try and understand what the core pillars of our foreign policy is. Honorable Speaker, foreign policy is simply a set of principles, objectives, that will guide the conduct of a state in terms of relations with other states or with other organizations, meaning at bilateral level or multilateral level. So my proposal would be, we need to do a bit of refinement. It is a very lengthy document, but if you look at it keenly, the key objective of our foreign policy is basically the pursuit, protection, and promotion of the national interest. Be that interest could be military interest, it could be economic interest, it could be political interest. But that is the overarching objective. And if you read this document, you clearly see what you may call the traditional values that have anchored our policy from independence. And those traditional values are reciprocity, non-alignment, Pan-Africanism, non-interference, and good neighborliness. But modern foreign policy has adopted, if you study what other countries have adopted new non-traditional values and principles upon which they anchor their foreign policy. For example, I'll just give a few examples. Today, countries anchor their foreign policy on certain values like democracy. You are not going to associate with pariah states that kill their citizens, stifle democracy, don't respect human rights, don't respect the rule of law, countries that don't pursue peace and peaceful resolution of conflicts, that are always at war, countries that dismember our environment, countries that don't respect international law and international decisions, and countries that undermine multilateralism. Why am I saying this? Our foreign policy should not just set the objective, which is the promotion, protection, and pursuit of national interest. It must set a very clear light. What is our value system as a country? What is it that we want to promote in relations that we have with other countries and other organizations? So I think we need that clarity in this sessional paper. We must clearly state what the objective is and what the values are. Secondly, I want to make some comments just to observe what is happening around lately in our country. Number one, Nairobi is supposed to be a hub of a diplomatic hub. We host a lot of international organizations. But there's a trend where we are not respecting what are called diplomatic privileges and immunities for the international organizations that we host. In particular, there's the question of tax. A lot of these international organizations, by tradition, if you look at the Vienna Convention on diplomatic immunities and privileges, extend certain privileges to these organizations. Because the money that they bring into this country is collected from several countries tax exemption is granted. Today, we are harassing a lot of international organizations. Some are just established by African countries, others are international, more global in nature. Yet we are bringing in a lot of conditionalities around them. That is making Nairobi not attractive to host international organizations. And I think Ministry of Foreign Affairs should get its hands on this. These international organizations not only bring multiculturalism in Kenya and create Nairobi as a good center for people of the world to come and do work, but they bring jobs and money. We get more out of hosting them than tax collections from members of staff, where we even harass members of staff in those organizations from Kenya. We insist on taxing them. But when you tax them, it is the organization that will compensate them for the tax. And if other countries are putting their money in that organization, they don't want to be paying your tax. So I think there's a lot of work we need to do, Foreign Affairs needs to do, to maintain the status of Nairobi as a diplomatic hub. Secondly, I'm a little disappointed that Ministry of Foreign Affairs has literally remained mute on the impact of Trump-related policies on our diaspora. Today, Kenyans are being harassed in United States of America. Others are facing deportation. Others are hiding in churches. They don't even go to pray for fear of deportation. I've not heard any comments. I've not heard any interventions. I've not heard any. But when you read this, there's a lot of talk about diaspora. You will see on the element of diaspora, we are talking about Kenyans who are outside sending money. We are not talking about other people who could become Kenyans, who are also Kenyan diaspora. This is what we talked earlier when we were discussing the issue of the Wapare, the right of return. Those people in the Caribbean, in America, in Latin America, who have ancestry in Kenya, who left here as slaves, whose descendants left here, whose ancestors left here as slaves. It is now recognized under international law, including agreements signed at the AU, that we should give them a right of return if they so wish to become citizens. So I think this paper, when dealing with diaspora diplomacy, should extend to that particular angle. And finally, I just want to associate with what my good brother, Honorable Oundo, said. Good diplomacy requires competent diplomats. I think we are beginning to undermine that very much. There's a problem. Even when we were in the Grand Coalition, we did agree with the Ambassador Mudhaura that we will never dilute the presence of career diplomats in our foreign service. There's a lot of political convenience today, where we are putting people who are not qualified to handle even stations that require highly trained diplomats with the necessary sophistications and domain knowledge of what goes on there. So I think this policy should come also with clear indication that foreign service or certain foreign stations shall be reserved for career diplomats or people who truly, truly meet the qualifications. Because you have no point sending somebody to a station that is so important, but without the necessary qualifications or domain knowledge. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mover. Where's the mover? We call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the honorable members who have raised a number of issues. I don't want to speak to each one, but just one specific one where members have talked about career diplomats and the issue of members, especially from the political side, being appointed. And I think it's not good to use the word political rejects. They are not political rejects. I think they just want, the voters decided that it's not your time now and that somebody else takes over. So I think it's not about political rejects. It's a matter of going for elections and the electorate is deciding that you need to take a break. And if you look at...
Honorable Oundo, there's no point of order on that. He's just speaking, putting language that is
I'm trying to put in a proper language.
Order, member. Remember, Honorable Oundo, even you yourself, you were reluctant to use that word, and you knew very well it was not admissible. Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Foreign Service Act now, it talks about a ratio of 70-30. 70 for career diplomats, and 30 from outside. Initially, it was actually like almost 40 career diplomats and 60 outside. But with the Foreign Service Act that we have in place now, and actually is also tabulated in this central paper number 1 of 2025, it talks about 70-30. And I think that probably cures the issue of saying that we need to have career diplomats in most of the stations. So I think it's something that is looking forward. We are trying our level best to ensure that this foreign policy is a living document. Members have talked about that it's a living document. That means it's not cast in stone. It's something that is changing in realities. So I think, thank you very much. We have taken note of that for your contributions, and I beg to reply.
Honourable members, we shall put the question in the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 15, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023. Second reading.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education, any member of the Education Committee. I think the Chairperson or Departmental Committee on Education was away on some official business, and therefore, next order.
Order number 16, the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024. Second reading.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to amend the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Chapter 4D of the laws of Kenya, to include a special enactment procedure for economic treaties to strengthen the participation of the National Assembly in the treaty-making process and to enhance efficiency in the treaty-making process. Honorable Speaker, as the House is very much aware, all international treaties, conventions, and agreements that our country ratifies actually become part of our internal laws, domestic laws. And they become part of the domestic laws because they have to be brought to Parliament for purposes of ratification or approval, so that once the country signs a treaty out there, it is then brought into the House, it is ratified, and it becomes part of our domestic law. The problem we have had is that even those treaties that we ratified since independence, upon commencement of the new constitution, became part of our domestic law. And after the commencement of the new constitution, all treaties now must be brought to the House for ratification, and once that is done, they are confirmed to be part of our laws. However, there comes a time that this House asks questions as regards exactly what some of these treaties are. And since the input of the House is minimum, we have to live with it, because there is no room for the House to amend such treaties. So we have to live with it, we have to ratify as they are, and they are binding on us in the form they are in. And if we breach them, we are actually in the breach of our own laws. This is the reason why a proposal has now been brought to the House, and this is very good law, I must confess, by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, so that we can amend and make certain provisions peculiar to certain circumstances, whereby this House will now be involved in the treaty-making process. And those two instances are Clause 3 proposes to amend Section 3 of the Principal Act by deleting what there is and introducing a new clause where multilateral treaties, including treaties which deal with the trade agreements, where Kenya undertakes to engage in fewer trade protections with other countries to promote more trade. And number 2, treaties that relate to taxation, trade or investment, or unilateral agreements between Kenya and any other country involving a one-sided arrangement in which Kenya benefits from lower trade barriers from the other country. These are specific 4 instances when we will now be required to bring such agreements to the House, not for ratification, but as the process begins. I will take you to clause number 4, which makes a provision that the new Section 5A is introduced after Section 5. And this is exactly where you find objects of this particular bill, because it says that within 14 days of commencement of negotiations for a treaty, and the treaty are the ones referred in Clause 3, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to the treaty making shall notify the National Assembly of the following. Here, our Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Relations, Foreign Affairs, would have to bring to the attention of the House within 14 days when the country starts negotiating treaties with foreign countries. And what is to be brought to the attention is set out in subclause A to E, and it includes the negotiation objectives, the proposed heads of agreement, the need for the treaty, the potential benefits of the treaty to Kenya, the implications of the agreement on the economy, existing agreements, laws, and taxes. Then from there, we have to move on with the subclause 2, which is going to be the new Section 5A, subsection 2. The relevant Cabinet Secretary shall notify the National Assembly of any changes to information relating to the negotiation of a treaty within 7 days of such change. What this in essence means, once we begin negotiating a treaty within 14 days, it has to be brought to the House. This treaty is economic purely. It is not every treaty. It has to be brought to the House, and after it is brought to the House, as the process continues, there are possibly changes that will be brought to the provisions of the treaty, and within 7 days of occurrence of those changes, the House must be informed. The new subclause 3 relates to the relevant committee of the National Assembly. Clause 2, yes, the relevant committee of the National Assembly, then in as far as it's practically possible, would have to confer with the Cabinet Secretary once the treaty is brought to the House. Again, this is similar to what we call pre-publication scrutiny, when we actually look at laws before they are published, or even what are called the bylaws, the delegated legislation. We look at it before it is published, so that just in case there is any input from the House, it is included in what is going to be published. In subclause 4, because this is what is very important, the relevant Cabinet Secretary shall table an annual report to the National Assembly on the status of the ongoing negotiation of treaties. All the treaties that have to be brought into this House will now have a record or a register kept, so that every year the Cabinet Secretary would have to give us a report on the status of each of the treaties being negotiated. And from there we move to the proposal which is clause 5, which proposes to amend section 6 of the Principal Act to make the following provisions. In negotiating an economic treaty, the national executive or the relevant State Department shall ensure that the terms of the treaty do not adversely affect. We have A to D, which are the areas which are protected by this act when it comes to negotiations to bring into being existence of new treaties. The ability of the country to mobilize domestic revenue, that is, the treaty should not curtail our ability to raise money internally through taxes. The food security of the country, nobody should actually make us get into agreements where the food situation in the country is compromised. The establishment and growth of local industries, again, which we are all looking into, to develop the country, to industrialize the country. We would not allow any treaties that are trying to curtail this to come into being, and the ability of the government to regulate an industry in the public interest. That is, whether the treaty brings in a new industry or a new sector, economic sector, all the time the government has the residual powers to ensure that it will regulate that industry purely because of public interest. Then we go to clause 6, which is a proposal to amend section 6 and introduce a new section 6A, which has a total of 6 subclauses with paragraphs in between, and they relate to the relevant cabinet secretary, that is 6A1, shall, prior to signing of an economic treaty, prepare what is called a regulatory impact statement. This is a statement which will put down in writing what the impact of that agreement is. And we are told in clause 2, the impact statement shall contain information in respect to the proposed economic treaty in clear and precise language, including the various areas that are set out in A to E. What we are saying is, what is the economic effect of this agreement to the country, and how will the country benefit from such a treaty? From there, we move to a proposal to bring in 6B, which provides that the notification of the regulatory impact statement would actually be gazetted. This means the public would be informed of what we are negotiating on, and the impact of that treaty is to have upon the country. This is taken to be information to every Kenyan as regards that particular treaty. And we go on with what is required in the regulations, including the consultations that are necessary to bring into effect that particular treaty. We go to clause 7 that proposes to amend clause 8 of the Principal Act. And the provision here is that the National Assembly may introduce any reservations as a provision into a treaty. It opens up the process of negotiating treaties to the National Assembly. It means our hands are not as tied as they are today when this act comes into force. Where we feel that there is need for us to make reservations so that they do protect the interest of the country, we would be allowed to actually do so by this particular act. And we have clause 8 that proposes to amend section 9 by introducing a procedure during the ratification process at the National Assembly. What the National Assembly is supposed to do once it is introduced here, it would be that it has to be committed to the relevant committee for consideration. The committee would actually make the relevant consideration, and in addition to the information prepared and submitted to the National Assembly under the written law, the committee may actually require the relevant cabinet secretary to submit further information relating to what the treaty is all about, and specifically what is set out in paragraph A, and B. Once that is done, a report is prepared, it is brought to the House. The House would actually adopt the report, in which case then the treaty would come into force. Now, we have clause 9 that makes a provision to amend section 10 of the Principal Act. And this is the new provision that we actually intend to introduce, which is that the relevant cabinet secretary may, at the point of ratifying a treaty under this act, be accompanied by the leader of majority and the leader of minority party of the parties forming the government or their representatives. I think that is purely formal as the conclusion towards ratification is made. And with those remarks, then we have made a statement on what this bill is on. And in a nutshell, we have to ensure that, especially where we are protecting the economy of the country, National Assembly as the House charged with all the economic matters of the country, right from budgeting to taxation to appropriation, everything else needs to be actually involved in the making of those treaties. This is purely because of public interest, sovereignty of the country, to ensure that the laws that we domesticate here, the laws that we make and the laws that are made out there are all in conformity with our Constitution, with our statutes and regulations that we make as a House. With those very many remarks, I beg to move the second reading and now invite the minority whip, the gracious lady, the Honorable Millie Othiambo, assistant lawyer, who is now doing a PhD in something very serious, which is relevant to what she's going to do here and to say here. I now request you to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do stand to second this bill and thank the chair of the Legal and Justice Affairs Committee for bringing this bill at this time. Mr. Speaker, I know that Honorable Kaluma had actually brought similar amendments, and I hope that your proposed amendments have been consolidated with those proposed amendments by Honorable Kaluma. Mr. Speaker, I am honored that I actually brought the bill, the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, that is now law, that is now being amended. And Mr. Speaker, it is said the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And there's been a lot of eating of this act, and it is apt time that it be amended, because in eating, you discover where there are gaps. And I'm glad that you have seen, and the ministry has seen, several gaps that would require this amendment. I am also happy, Mr. Speaker, that it is coming shortly after we have discussed the policy on the foreign policy of Kenya, which touches on fairly very similar issues. Mr. Speaker, if I talk about the background of how I came up with this act, I know I've said it before the floor of this House before, but I'll just repeat that when I sat in the Select Committee on the Constitution in 2010 when we were coming up with a new constitution, and the religious sector, especially the church, came out very strongly against Article 2.6 and 2.7 of the Constitution, that was providing that treaties that are ratified by Kenya shall become part of the laws of Kenya. And they were saying that we cannot give an individual or other people the power to enact laws without involvement of a parliament that are elected as representatives of the people. And one of the things that I promised the church then is that I will bring a law that will give that authority back to Parliament. And so in bringing the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, we did exactly that, which was to try and give that power back to Parliament. However, one of the things that became very clear, when you're dealing with international law, Mr. Speaker, once a treaty is ratified, it becomes law. And once the country ratifies, it becomes law. And so what happens is that, let me not talk about ratification first. In the negotiations, when the country goes to do that, Parliament is not involved. When they come to tell us that we are about to ratify, Parliament can only put reservations, and it has been a problem that we either reject a treaty wholesale or recommend reservations. But what this bill seeks to do is to get Parliament to be involved in the positions prior, so that when it comes to Parliament, we don't find ourselves in that position. At the same time, it still gives that power of negotiating treaties primarily to the executive, as it should be, because that is primarily the role of the executive. But because it will become law, the voice of Parliament must be heard and must be seen to be heard. And so I really support most of the provisions included here. One of the gaps that we had actually missed in this, because my mind is mainly on the areas that I have expertise, which is in human rights and social justice and all that. So if you look at the original treaties, it focused on my mind was thinking of treaties like the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Convention on the Rights of a Child and others, but you are actually now coming in with economic treaties. That's not my forte. Of course, if you put me there, I'll still become an expert, but it's not my forte. And because of that, we didn't put a lot of emphasis. This treaty now brings in the aspect of economic treaties, and what I like about the issues that are included is that it goes with what we are talking about, the foreign policy of putting the interest of Kenyans first. And you've also mentioned something else that is very dear to me on the issue that you have to look at the aspect that if you are negotiating any treaty that may compromise the food security of the country. And I'd want to request the technocrats that are working in the ministries not to look out at words like food security. Sometimes the things that compromise food security come in very interesting ways that you may not see that it compromises food security. Like, for instance, I think when I was studying in Nairobi University a long time ago, and some of the treaties that we actually got involved in at that time was compromising, or were compromising our ability as a country to replant our traditional varieties, and that we have to get, authorizations from other countries to use our own traditional varieties. Once you do that, and there are areas where you cannot, get these new varieties very easily, then you're making our country slaves, especially on food varieties. I remember I used to visit my grandmother when I was a little girl, and she had this little kitchen that was a mud walled kitchen with a grass thatch thing. And she always had maize on the roof or hanging, and I had no clue why. But I was told that is the way that they stocked varieties. Now visit any home. First of all, we don't have the mud whatever anymore, but even if we do, we don't even have the granaries anymore. But part of the reason is because of the treaties that we passed that compromise our food security. So I am happy that you have brought this, that puts Kenyans first. Mr. Speaker, I also, maybe if I look at clause 5 of the clause 5 of the new bill, is it clause 5 or 5 or 6? Oh, that is the one on food security. I also want to commend you on the notification of regulatory impact statements in the new proposed clause B that say preparation of a regulatory impact statement for an economic treaty shall be notified in the Gazette and in a newspaper likely to be read by people particularly affected by the proposed treaty. So you are going beyond making this a business of Parliament, but also making it a business of Kenyans, that when we are making a treaty, Kenyans must know and must be involved. What a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, that in implementing projects, we don't do the same. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring a bill, that in that bill, we will force the government, I don't know, I'm still looking for the name for that bill, that if CDF has done projects, it must be circulated that Suba North constituency, CDF, has done so many projects in this financial year. And if a county has done projects in this financial year, it has done so many projects in this financial year. By ward, let's start by village, by ward, by sub-county, by county. Mr. Speaker, because there's a lot of pilferage, because we don't have that step of accountability, Kenya is not that poor a country. What we have is poverty of commitment, poverty of integrity. What we need to do is to enhance that, so that when we have monies for CDF, for the counties, and from any other source, how do we account? Even money by NGOs, how do you account for monies that go to the ground? If all those monies were made, if Kenyans were made aware, not by what I voluntarily as a member of parliament tell you that our NGCDF has done this building or blocks. I may choose what to show appropriately, or I may show but not and leave out the core issues that the public needs to know. So I think I laud you very much that this regulatory statement will empower Kenyans, so that when we are getting into an economic treaty, Kenyans will know. Similarly, let us have, as part of our oversight role, and as part of Senate oversight role, as part of oversight role in the counties, that the Kenyans must know exactly what has been done in the country. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up, and with those few remarks, I wish to second.
Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that the treaty making and ratification amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2024, be now read a second time. And first on my list here is the Honourable Wilberforce Oundo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Allow me to support the bill, the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment Bill, number 2 of 2024. And let me, Honourable Speaker, speak from 2 points of view. I sat in the Committee of Delegated Legislation in the 12th Parliament, and many of the times the saddest moment was the moment when we had to annul a regulation, simply because there wasn't any form of parliamentary participation in the process. Likewise, Honourable Speaker, I have sat also in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and I have been involved in the ratification of several treaties, notably with the EU, and another by UAE, which is ongoing now. And Honourable Speaker, a few issues, as my colleagues have pointed out, have come out very clear. One, the opaque way of negotiating, signing the treaties, and then coming, dumping them in Parliament, and telling the Parliament, you really have no role to play at all. Ratify it as it is, or ratify it as it is. And I'm happy that the Committee of JLAC, under the good leadership of Sir George, have found it nice, the right moment to bring amendments so that there's some semblance of the National Assembly participation in the treaty-making process, and I do so in recognition the statement by Honorable Emilio Odhiambo that indicated, as already it is in the Act, in the Constitution, that all treaties ratified by the country of Kenya become an part and parcel of the laws of this country. And indeed, in the Constitution, the only body authorized to make laws is the National Assembly. Senate participates. See, for example, when you are going to play a match, Honorable Speakers, if you are a footballer, there are those cheering squad. So Senate is basically like a cheering squad. Occasionally, the county assemblies can make laws, but those are localized laws. The only body that can make laws for the country and binds everybody from all corners of the country is the National Assembly. But Honorable Speaker, I have a bit of points of worry. Number one, the role this elaborate mechanism for participation by the National Assembly is only restricted to trade-related treaties, economic-related treaties. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, the country can proceed and enter treaties that legalize, deviant sexual activities, LGBTQT, whatever they call it. That should be a point of concern. I would have imagined it should have opened up to all forms of treaties. We have cases here where, by Honorable Speaker, the country now will continue to enter into treaties, like, for example, to establish military bases, where they insulate the military from foreign countries who harass, kill, and maim ordinary wananchis, like the case it is in Laikipia. We could also get into a situation, Honorable Speaker, that the country goes ahead to sign treaties that probably allows those Johnnies to come impregnate our women, and they are not subject to paternity tests, so they are held upon for child protection. That, Honorable Speaker, is a source of worry, and I do hope the committee in its public participation, I suppose they have received those kind of representation, and when we get to go to the committee of the whole house, we'll then have a chance to review at the matter critically. Honorable Speaker, Clause 4 that seeks to amend Clause 5 and by including Clause 5A lists areas, the checklist. What are the issues to be checked? What are the issues to be considered at? Honorable Speaker, the procedures are fairly elaborate. At times they could be cumbersome. They're going to be onerous, but that's the price you have to pay to make sure that whatever we legislate and approve in this country has a very clear provision of the interests of the Kenyans. However, Honorable Speaker, I have another two concerns. And this, if you allow, Honorable Speaker, without interfering with my timing, I would want the chair, probably at the appropriate time, to clearly come out very clear what is negotiation, what is execution of the treaty, and what is ratification. Honorable Speaker, in my understanding, and that brings me to the point of Clause 9, as I'll go back. Ratification is done by the National Assembly. So I do not understand that I need to be guided and educated why the leader of my majority party or minority party forming the government has to accompany the cabinet secretary in ratifying the treaty. I thought ratification is Parliament that ratifies, and that is why the bill, even the Act, is a treaty making a ratification. So that's a point that we need to clearly understand. Honorable Speaker, at the point of informing Parliament, National Assembly, the Cabinet Secretary informing National Assembly, they have commenced the process of negotiating a treaty. Following before, likely next is the issue of regulatory impact assessment. inevitably it would follow there's some element of public participation. I'm not so sure whether this is a good use of public resources, that again, when it comes to Parliament, Parliament again subjects the same to public participation. I suppose with the new, I don't know, I need to be guided whether the public participation bill that we discussed here, or we attempted to discuss here, was finally enacted, because it said the threshold, the modalities, the process of public participation, so that we could actually lift what the views the people said, synthesize the same, and clearly inform without having to waste more public resources. Honorable Speaker, when you go to clause 7 of the bill, this seeks to amend clause 8 to provide the National Assembly may introduce any reservation as a provision into a treaty. And it goes on to say, where the National Assembly introduces a reservation and this clause, the section, the clerk of the National Assembly shall indicate in writing to the relevant government secretary the specific clauses or clause of a treaty for which the National Assembly proposes to make reservation. In the bill before us, Honorable Speaker, there seems to be nothing compelling the Cabinet Secretary to ensure the reservations of the National Assembly are incorporated before the negotiations are completed and the treaty is signed. We would seek an amendment to make it compulsory, because the National Assembly is the representative of the people. We presume they act on behalf of the people. So consequently, whatever recommendations they make, they must be carried. Honorable Speaker, again, it brings into the same issue that might be considered is not making it mandatory. Honorable Speaker, clause 6. Clause 6, in amendment on page 293, this is what it says. The responsible Cabinet Secretary shall ensure that all comments and submissions are considered before an economic treaty is made. Considered, not made mandatory, unless in legal terms, considered is different from the typical English word. You can just say, well, consider. I'm not duty bound to take it as you have recommended. I just consider. I can consider, disregard it, and say, you won't ask me to consider. I consider, I didn't find any merit in it. I disregarded, I proceeded to sign. Because the danger, Honorable Speaker, once a treaty is signed, and most of them could be multilateral treaties involving very many countries and very many organizations. Even if we made even the National Assembly made reservations, it would be very difficult to implement those reservations within the given time, because it will be a big, big issue. So, Honorable Speaker,
you have had your bite, and you had actually indicated you support the bill. So let's have the next speaker, Honorable Mary Amase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. From the onset, I want to say that I support the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very timely, and it is very important. One is that it gives Parliament the opportunity to be able to represent and protect the people of Kenya, by giving Parliament the opportunity to be able to scrutinize the treaty before it is approved. Because, Honorable Speaker, we know that all these treaties that are signed have some ramifications. They have multifaceted impacts, economically, even politically. Just echoing from where Honorable Undo left, that sometimes even some of the other agreed treaties have some political implications that can even, mess the relationship between nations. So, Honorable Speaker, this treaty is important because the Parliament will have the opportunity to be able to look at what are the objectives. What is the need? Do we as a country need it? Will the passing of this treaty increase trade? Will it, for example, help the country access new markets? Will it increase investment flows into the country? Or shall it have other impacts in terms of curtailing other policies and laws that will impact on the economy, that would affect taxes and many other policies? So it is important because it gives Parliament the opportunity to be able to scrutinize before it is approved. That is on clause, that is 5A. And also, at the same time, it is also recommending that if any changes are being made to the treaty, it gives timelines within which the House needs to be notified, that is Parliament. In clause 5.2, it gives the 7 days within which such a notification for such a change should be brought to the National Assembly. Also, another good thing about this bill is that it gives room for consultation between the National Assembly and the Cabinet Secretary. That if that Parliament is able to give their reservations, and it goes further to speak about it on clause 7, that we can be able to give our reservations as Parliament with reasons. So that is a good thing about this bill, and also the fact that the Cabinet Secretary must give an annual report of all treaties, the status of reports of all these, of annual report of treaties that are made by government. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill is a good bill, and therefore I support. Thank you.
Very well. The Honorable Mishi Mboko.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu unaozungumzia kutengeza mikataba ya kiulimwengu na kuthibitisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama tunavyofahamu, katika taifa letu la Kenya tuna zile sheria ambazo ni sheria za nchi yetu zinazotokana katika sheria mama, sheria ya katiba yetu ya Kenya. Na pia tuna zile sheria ambazo zimetokana na mikataba ya kiulimwengu, sheria za kiulimwengu ambapo nchi yetu ya Kenya huwa inaweka sahihi. Na ni muhimu sana sheria hizi ziweze kutambulika kinaga ubwaga haswa na bunge la kitaifa. Kwa sababu sheria hizi kabla hazijakubalika huwa ni paka bunge liweze kuthibitisha, ndiposa bunge litawezesha kutengeza sheria katika nchi ambayo itakuwa pia inaambatana na katiba yetu ya Kenya, ndio iweze kutambulika kiulimwengu mzima ya kwamba nchi yetu imekubali. Niweze kusema Mheshimiwa Murugara amezungumzia kinagaubwaga sana vile vifungu ambavyo vimewekwa kuzungumzia mswada huu, na mimi niweze kusema vifungu vimezungumzia masuala muhimu sana, kwa sababu sheria hizi za mikataba ya kiulimwengu ni sheria ambazo lazima tujue faida yake ni nini katika taifa letu la Kenya na madhara yake ni nini katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa mfano tukiangalia zile sheria za mikataba ya mambo ya kibiashara, hasa tukiangalia kama masuala ya ushuru ama biashara kwa jumla, je, tukiweka mikataba hii tutaweza kuboresha uchumi wetu wa kitaifa katika nyanja za biashara, ama tutadidimiza uchumi wetu wa kitaifa katika mambo ya biashara? Vile vile pia mikataba hii huwa ina mambo ya kisiasa na pia ina mambo ya tamaduni zetu. Kwa mfano, mikataba mingi sana huwa inazungumzia haki za kibinadamu. Hivi juzi na jana tumeona ya kwamba kuna nchi kadhaa ambazo zimekubaliana kuzungumzia ya kwamba pengine mwanamke na mwanamke wanaweza kuwa wapenzi, mume na mume wanaweza kuwa wapenzi. Je, kwa mfano kutengeza mkataba kama huu, iwapo hautaletwa bungeni kwa wakati unatengezwa na tukaujua na tukafanya mashauriano, mkataba kama uno unaweza kutuletea dhara katika mila zetu za Kiafrika na katika tamaduni zetu za kidini, dini yetu ya Kiislamu na pia dini yetu ya Kikristo. Kwa hivyo swala kama hili ni swala muhimu sana. Pili, pia kwa mfano kuna ile mikataba ambayo kwa mfano sisi kama kina mama wakati wa kuidhinisha siku za kina mama huwa tunaenda katika ule mkutano mkubwa kule Amerika kuzungumzia zile haki za kimsingi, haswa haki ambazo zinaangalia masuala ya kina mama, masuala ya watoto na masuala ya walemavu. Na huwa si bunge lote ambalo limekwenda pale, ni watu wachache ambao wamechaguliwa kuweza kuhudhuria mkutano kama ule. Na wakati mwingi kunafanyika mikataba kama hiyo na unapata nchi imeweka sahihi pengine bila kuangalia vizuri mkataba kama ule, alafu baadaye tunaona inakiuka mila zetu, desturi zetu, na pia inakiuka katiba yetu ama sheria mama ambayo ni katiba ya taifa letu la Kenya. Mswada huu pia umezungumzia ya kwamba utatengeza wakala ama gazeti ambalo litatangaza ya kwamba tunatengeza mkataba wa sheria hii ya kiulimwengu ya kuzungumzia jambo fulani, ambapo Wakenya pia wataweza kuelewa na kufahamu, kwa sababu katiba ishasema ya kwamba Wakenya wapate uhuru ama nafasi ya kupata ufahamu ama kueleza mambo ambayo yanajiri, kuweza kupata mawasiliano ya mambo ambayo yanatukabili katika taifa letu la Kenya. Kwa hivyo ule muda ukitolewa gazeti kama lile, Wakenya wakiangalia pia wataweza kuwaeleza mawakilishi wao ambao ni wabunge katika bunge la kitaifa ya kwamba mkataba kama huno madhara yake ni haya, faida zake ni hizi, na iwapo sisi tumekubali ama hatukukubali swala kama hili. Kwa hivyo jambo kama hilo ni jambo zuri sana. Pia vile vile ya kwamba watu wataweza, wabunge wataweza kushauriana na waziri muhusika katika swala lile ya kwamba je, mkataba kama huno wa kiulimwengu utakuwa sawia, utakuwa sawa na sheria zetu na sera zetu kabla haujaweza kuidhinishwa kamili na kuweza kuchapishwa. Swala hili ni swala ambalo hivi sasa nafikiri haliko, lakini tunapopitisha mswada kama uno na unapotiwa sahihi na rais wetu ambaye tunamheshimu sana, itaweza kuwa nafasi ya kumpatia waziri, kuwapatia wabunge kuweza kuwa na ushirikiano na mazungumzo ya kuweza kupata mwongozo ya kwamba iwapo tutaufuata sheria hii tuweze kuitengeza na tuweze kuithibitisha, ama tutaweza kusema hatuwezi kuithibitisha. Vile vile pia tutaweza kupata nafasi mwafaka ya kuweza kupiga msasa, kwa sababu unajua hii mikataba huwa ni kama vile sheria hizi ambazo tunazitunga hapa katika hili bunge la kitaifa. Huwa ina vifungu, inazungumzia na maneno mengi sana, vile vile kama sheria nyingine. Na vile vile pia tutapangilia ya kwamba je, iwapo sheria hii tumeikubali, tukaweka mkataba, tuna uwezo wa kuitengeza sheria katika taifa letu ili ule uthibitisho uweze kuwa sawia, ndiposa iwe pia sisi ni pamoja na zile nchi ambazo zimekubaliana na sheria kama ile. Mara nyingi sheria hizi pia huwa zinakuja kisiasa sana. Unapata nchi fulani ambazo zimejiweka pamoja, zina ushirikiano fulani, pengine wa kisiasa ama wa kibiashara, wanakubali mkataba kama huu. Na unapata nchi nyingine ambazo pengine hazishirikiani na nchi hizi kwa mambo ya kisiasa, pengine wana mizozo, wana vita fulani vya kisiasa, vya kibiashara, unapata wao hawaungi mkono. Sasa saa nyingine mnajipata nyinyi ni nchi mumeingizwa katika mkataba ambapo kumbe wale ambao wameshiriki ama wamekubaliana na mkataba ule ni mahasimu ya wale marafiki zenu katika nchi kadhaa. Kwa hivyo hili ni swala nyeti sana, sio swala la rahisi, ni swala nyeti sana ambalo lazima kuwe na mazungumzo na ushirikiano wa kina kwa Wakenya, kwa wabunge ambao wanawakilisha Wakenya wengi huko nyanjani, ili kusudi wakati tumeweza kusema kwamba tunathibitisha ile tunaita kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ratification, ama ile treat making, kama tunatengeza wakati inatengezwa. Maana mara nyingi sisi tunatengeza, lakini kunakuwa na uwakilishi ya watu ambao wanatoa mapendekezo, na wakati mapendekezo yale yanatolewa ni wakati mwafaka tuyajue yale mapendekezo kabla ule mkataba wenyewe haujatengezwa, na sisi kuletewa tu kuambiwa kama taifa ekeni sahihi katika mkataba kama uno, kwa sababu unazungumzia haki za kibinadamu, unazungumzia haki za kimsingi. Kweli haki za kibinadamu ni muhimu sana, lakini katika hizo haki za kibinadamu kuna haki nyingine ambazo zinakiuka mila zetu, kuna haki nyingine zinakiuka tamaduni zetu na dini yetu na Waafrika ama Uafrika. Kwa hivyo lazima kila jambo lifanywe kwa taratibu ambazo zitaweza kufuatwa, ndiposa tuwe tukiweka mikataba, tunaweka mikataba inayofaa na tunaweka mikataba ambayo inatusaidia sisi wa Kenya na wale wa Kenya wengi ambao pengine hawana nafasi ya kuwa katika bunge hili ya kuweza kusema ya kwamba tumekubaliana na mkataba kama uno ama tumekataa mkataba kama uno. Na ule muda pia uliowekwa, muda ule wa siku 7 ya kwamba lazima bunge liweze kujulishwa na watu waweze kufahamu, pia ni vizuri kuwe na muda wa kuwekwa. Si ati mumeletewa tu na mnaambiwa muweke sahihi ama mnapatiwa vikwazo, kwa sababu mara nyingi pia hii mikataba ya kiulimwengu ya kitaifa huwa inakuja na vikwazo. Pengine mnaambiwa ikiwa hamtaweka sahihi, basi sisi katika msaada uno ambao tunawapatia hatutawapatia, ama sisi tutasitisha msaada kama uno ambao tulikuwa tunawapatia, hatutawapatia tena. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu ni mswada wa muhimu sana na ni mswada wa maana, naunga mkono, na nimwambie Mheshimiwa Murugara asante sana kwa ufasaha wako ulivyouelezea kinaga ubwaga. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Very well, asante sana. Mover.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank everyone who has made a contribution to this bill. It's a very important bill, and the speakers have actually openly and candidly stated how important it is for this House to be involved in treaty making. Instead of just doing the ratification alone, we are also doing treaty making. I did listen to Honorable Oundo when he actually said we have to make it very clear what we are doing and where this accompanying is going to be, whether it is at the time of signing or it is at the time of ratification, because the words may have been interchanged. We will be looking at this as we move to the Committee of the Whole House so that we are able to get it right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply.
Very well and very progressive law. Next order.
Order number 17, the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. Second reading.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to move the Kenya National Council for Population Development Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill 23 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the gist of this bill, and that's what I want to say at the beginning, is very simple: to anchor the Kenya National Council for Population and Development in law. It has existed because of a legal notice. And you know, like we passed in this parliament, legal notices can only exist for up to 10 years only. Beyond 10 years, they collapse. And therefore, the National Population Council requires an instrument, a legal instrument, that can now allow it to exist in perpetuity. And therefore, we need to put it in law and develop an act. So that is the gist of the matter for those that ask the questions. The Kenya National Council has been there for many years, many years. You actually realize that it was set up in 2004. 2004. It's been there for many years, but it has existed on the basis of a legal notice. And it is this legal notice that we want now to transform the National Council for Population into an act of parliament, and therefore give it a better platform for it to exist. It is a saga within the National Treasury, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I want to go into the details of it a little bit, and then I'll ask the Honorable Bashir to actually second. Honorable Speaker, by way of introduction, the National Council for Population Development was established in 1982 as a department in the then office of the Vice President and Minister of Home Affairs. The National Council of Population Development was set up to formulate population policies and strategies and to coordinate population-related activities. In 2004, the National Council of Population Development gained the status of a SAGA, semi-autonomous government agency, under the name National Coordinating Agency for Population and Development, NCAPD, through a legal notice number 120 of 2004. In 2011, Honorable Speaker, NCAPD reverted to its original name, NCPD, through legal notice number 172 of 2011. Honorable Speaker, initially the role and mandate of NCPD was contained in sessional paper number 4 of 1994 on population policy guidelines. The policy guidelines were later revised and formed the backbone of the sessional paper number 1 of 2000 on National Population Policy for Sustainable Development, NPPSD. In 2012, the government issued the sessional paper number 2 of 2012 on Population Policy for National Development, PPND. Subsequently, sessional paper number 3 of 2012 on Population Policy for National Development was revised, leading to the issuance and adoption of sessional paper number 1 of 2023 on the Kenyan National Population Policy for Sustainable Development that recommended the establishment of NCPD through an Act of Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, see how late we are. In 2023, that's when a recommendation was made to actually transform the NCPD through an Act of Parliament. And that's why, if you look at this bill, Honorable Speaker, it is the National Council for Population Development Bill 2023. We are late, Honorable Speaker, on this matter. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, looking at the transformation, many sessional papers have gone through and all that to eventually come back to the fact that it has to be enacted and anchored in law. And that is what we need to do, Honorable Speaker. Presently, the Executive Order number 1 of 2023 on Organization of Government dated January 2023 recognizes NCPD as a SAGA under the National Treasury and Economic Planning State Department for Economic Planning. So that is where it is actually anchored, Honorable Speaker, at the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, Section 21(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 provides for the automatic revocation of statutory instruments after the collapse of 10 years. That's what the Statutory Instrument Act of 23 says. After 10 years, you collapse. In view of the above historical background, the principal object of this bill is to anchor the National Council for Population Development under an Act of Parliament to ensure its perpetuity, just like I said. The same sought to be cured by the Finance Bill 2023, which deleted Section 21 of the Statutory Instrument Act, but you know what happened to that Finance Act, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we have to do it independently as we are doing now. Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a few remarks, highlights on the provision of this bill, which is very important for members, Honorable Speaker. The principal object of the bill is to anchor the National Council, like I said, Honorable Speaker, and that's what we should do. Part 1, that is clause 1 to 3 of the bill, contains the preliminary matters, including the interpretation of terms used and guiding principles. Part 2, clauses 4 to 20 of the bill, provides for the establishment, composition, and administration of the National Council for Population and Development. So, Honorable Speaker, those are the two, Part 1 and Part 2 of the bill. Now, to move on to the next, Honorable Speaker, the objects. What are the objects of the Council? The objects of the Council are: 1, act as the focal point on matters relating to population and development in the country, and B, develop a national population policy, and C, coordinate the implementation of population and development activities being carried out by the various stakeholders in Kenya. So those are the objectives, Honorable Speaker. We have the Council, Honorable Speaker, and the functions of the Council are included in clause 6. Honorable Speaker and members, you may take cognizance of the functions contained in the bill, provided for additional functions to those set out in the legal notice. We have more functions than the ones that are there, which are provisions for resource mobilization, and finally the establishment of standards for population programs in the country. Honorable Speaker, governance structures are in clause 6, and of course, the work around the State Corporations Act and that Cap 446, which provides for membership of board, of body, corporate to include the principal secretary for the relevant parent. So all that, clause 7, Honorable Speaker, gives you the governance structure for this bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill further seeks to establish an audit committee and any other committee that will enhance the Council's performance under clause 12, which seeks to strengthen the role of the Council to enable it to perform its duties. Honorable Speaker, part 3, that is clauses 21 to 26 of the bill, provides for financial provisions. Just like any other saga, the financial provisions are provided in clauses 21 to 26. Part 4, Honorable Speaker, that is clauses 27 to 31 of the bill, sets out general provisions of the bill, and clause 27 provides for the seal of the council, and clause 29 allows the council to engage persons or organizations with specialized knowledge and skills in different areas where necessary for the council to discharge its functions and to offer consultant services. Clause 30, Honorable Speaker, provides for the services and documentation. The last part, Honorable Speaker, that is clauses 32 to 33 of the bill, proposes transitional provisions. We need to transit from the secretariat that sits at Treasury now to a full autonomous organization that is called the National Population Council and Development, that is established and anchored in law. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the current secretariat and the members that are there will transition to the new organization. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I urge members to support this bill as it strengthens the implementation of the population programs and enhances interagency collaboration. Honorable Speaker, as I move, this bill is an important piece of legislation to ensure that all the gains that we have had through the National Population Council and Development that has been there for many years can now be anchored in law for perpetuity, and to ensure that we have an organization that looks at population in this country and looks at policy on population. We don't want to end up the Chinese way. We just want to of course, we are Africans and children are blessings, and the higher the population, the bigger population is good for a country. But then we need to have it controlled in such a way that development programs, financing, and all those come together, you know, a harmonized way. What we do with our schools is about population. What we do with your universities is about population. What we do with our food production is about population. What we do, even with the economic activities that we have in this country, is about the population that is here. And therefore, this is an important bill that we must anchor in law and ensure that the perpetuity of this organization is assured, but more importantly, Honorable Speaker, to deal firmly with matters population and development. I thank you and request the Honorable Bashir to second.
Honorable Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
The honorable members, I now propose the question that the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, be now read a second time. First to speak on this is the Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the bill as proposed. And it is a very straightforward bill, Honorable Speaker, because the bill seeks to give the council, the Kenya National Population Council, seeks to give it legal standing so that it becomes a body corporate. And secondly, it seeks to give it a new lease of life after the expiry of the 10 years as stipulated by the policy or the act at formation. Issues of population, especially population census, are very emotive issues. We've had cases in this country where even after population census, some Kenyans in some areas have felt the census was not done properly. So therefore, it is important that this bill sets to give this council a legal status so that it can be properly constituted, properly staffed in terms of the employees that it requires in terms of the qualifications so that they can be able to do a good job for this country.
In terms of even the budget, you know, when it has been given a legal standing, then it is even possible to give it its own independent budget by this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, like I said, the bill is straightforward. The rest of the clauses as moved by the mover just speaks to the function of this Kenya National Population Council, speaks to its duties, speaks to the administration issues, speaks to the audit, speaks to the general provisions, and how it transits further to the next level for the future. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Gitonga Murungara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to support this bill, which seeks now to establish for us the Kenya National Council for Population and Development in the country. It's a bill that has been with us for quite some time, but it is important that it has now been reached and we are in the final stages of passing this one so that we can establish the Kenya National Council for Population and Development. Mr. Speaker, the country cannot boast of good population development policy, especially bearing in mind that we began all of it with a sessional paper. Then after that, we had a legal notice coming in. A legal notice is subsidiary legislation. And after such a lull of time of over 60 years, today we are coming up with a bill of, an act of parliament which will regulate policy on the population in the country. Mr. Speaker, recently I watched a clip by the late President Mwai Kibaki when he was actually our Minister for Finance and Economic Planning in 1974, where he was articulating in a very eloquent manner the population policy of the country. And during that time, it was interpreted that we have to plan our families. His statement was that planning a family means you really have to control so that the number of children you get are commensurate with your income. And that is how what we used to call as the family planning policy of the country came up to be. We are not very sure whether that is the policy today, and therefore we need an entity to tell us exactly how we can go about planning our families and our population. As you know very well, population is a resource, it's a human resource. And therefore, it has to be properly planned for. It's a resource that is very important for the country. In fact, that's why you're here today. China is number one. 50 years from today, Africa may actually be leading. The reason towards that is due to the fact that we are saying we need to get more people onto the continent so that we can boost our production, we can boost our markets, and therefore we are able to compete relatively well with the other continents in the world. So here today we established this council whose main functions will be to plan for us the issues relating to population. As stated, it's a straightforward bill. After forming and after giving what the functions of this entity are going to be, the responsibilities, we now set up the council, which is going to be governed by a board of directors, and the board will have several members that are to be appointed as set out in the Act. After that, we will have the functions of the board, what it is supposed to do, which is the day-to-day running of the council from time to time so that relevant reports are made and they are presented. This is the council that will also advise us on a census, the periodical census we have to do every 10 years, I think it's 10 years, and one must be possibly looming soon, because the last one we had was highly discredited. It's purely because we may not have a policy to govern how that population census was to be done. We hope this is now the solution to that problem, and we will not have various counties disputing their figures on population, and others saying their figures are underflated while others are inflated. Then we have the financial provisions. This is purely in accordance with our constitution, that this is the house that allocates money, this is the house that appropriates. So we will be appropriating money to this council once it is established, and once the monies are appropriated, the board will be responsible. We have made general provisions regarding the council, which in fact make it an offense if you actually act contrary to the provisions of this act. We have also made a provision where we have to make a subsidiary legislation regarding the act, and this is going to be by the cabinet secretary responsible for matters, and he will have to do this in consultation with the board, which is actually the governing body of the council. Then after that, we have several schedules that have to be read together with the act after the transitional provisions, which is the format in which laws are made. And therefore, since this is a straightforward bill, which we actually need to pass as a house, I do support and would urge that if there are any issues to be considered during the third reading, those do come up and we quickly put into place this council and we start planning for our population using an agency that is established by an act of parliament. Those remarks I beg to support.
Very well. There being no further interest in this particular one, I call upon the mover to reply.
Honourable Speaker, in reply, I want to thank the members that made contribution in this bill and that they underscored the fact that it's a very important piece of legislation that we must have as a country to anchor the National Council of Population and Development into law. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as a country, like the Honourable Murugara said, it is very important that we plant families, we plant populations. Although, just like Mary Massey said, that population matters are very emotive. We saw a case that took very long in court, the issues of population in the northeastern and all that. But, Honourable Speaker, it is very important to note that we need a body that starts issuing policies and making, giving directives on the issues of population in this country. I am a big believer that this country should have as many people as possible. We should have a huge population. It's a good market for our products. It's good for productivity. But also having a good population without properly planning for it, for our schools. We need to have good plans for school. We need to have good plans for markets, for transport system, and for housing, and all that. These are things that must be put in place as we project and look forward to a bigger population. We can't just have a population. We must properly plan for it. And the National Council for Population Development, Honourable Speaker, is given the mandate to do that. Honourable Speaker, therefore, I reply.
Very well. We shall defer putting of the question to both order number 17 and order number 16 to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 18, the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 74 of 2023. Second reading.
Chairperson, Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. The chair had already gave a notification that he will be away on some other important matters affecting that particular committee, and therefore
Yeah. Nikabaki na 2,000.
So how is the man dressed if you see him today, can you recognize him?
Yes, I can recognize him. He was dressed in a kofia, alikuwa na kofia ya black. He had worn a bomber jacket. He had a black t-shirt and he had jeans and he had sport shoes that alikuwa na come to mtu amejiweka vizuri. He did not look like a funny person. He did not look, tuseme alikuwa amepiga luku, let's just say that, because he looks like a well-dressed person and then he has a beard that's black and with hints of grey. Na alikuwa, he had worn specs. Yeah.
So when people are getting out of the bus parks, they are CCTV. So if they go and check those people who are alighted from that bus, you can recognize the person if you get to see the people. Do you want MASH to release that CCTV footage for that day?
Yes. I do want MASH to release that CCTV footage because you see now MASH are trying to make it seem like mini chizi flani sijui Kenya nasema. I want them to release that, even if they are not going to release the footage at Mtito, because at Sparkle Center ndio pale MASH wanakuanga na office na their restaurant, and that's because I have been there too many times. Sparkle Center is where I do not know if they have CCTV within Sparkle Center, but because this person had cups of tea, see obviously kuna hapo, kwa hiyo if there's CCTV hapo pale alipewa chai, there has to be a footage of him carrying cups. Yeah. Because I don't think alitoa 2 cups randomly somewhere. He must have taken that, he must have bought tea hapo. So if I saw him, yes, I would gladly point out like ndio huyu.
And probably if you say he alighted at Matito, took some cups, came back, then the bus proceeded to Mombasa. So maybe he alighted at Mombasa, the final destination.
I believe he must have alighted at Mombasa.
And the CCTV also at the Mombasa offices?
I would, I don't know about that because hata mimi mwenyewe nikishuka basi Mombasa, mimi shuka basi naingia tuk-tuk. So I don't know if there are people who shuka basi, they ingia the office. Yeah, so that one I wouldn't tell unless they have CCTV footage outside MASH Plaza in Mombasa, yes. But other than that, I cannot really tell.
And did the conductor tell you how they removed you from the bus, took you to the police station?
Conductor has not talked to me. Conductor refused to give his name. Conductor refused to give his number. Lakini ni mtu namjua manake. I have used MASH enough times, so I know how he looks. I know, I'll be like, ndio ule. I know that conductor. But he refused to give his name to Wesley, refused to give his number. So the only other point of contact that I had was the tuk-tuk person, the tuk-tuk guy. He's anaitwa Paul Kibe. Yeah.
And have you gone back to Mombasa office, MASH Mombasa office?
No, I haven't. Yeah. I haven't gone back to MASH office. Yeah. But I've followed up with them on calls that remained unanswered. Yeah. My friends have, even my friend who mwenye tumekuja naye called several times, even went to Twitter asking, give us, anyone who knows contacts za MASH tafadhali tusaidie. And all those numbers are going unanswered. Even my friends are saying the numbers are going unanswered. Hazishikwi. Na hizo zenye hazishikwi, they're off. So there's also that. Oh.
Shall I go